Section 16 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 16. The Terrier, Part 2. The following fact will serve to prove that dogs are capable of gratitude in no ordinary degree. A surgeon at Dover, seeing a terrier in the street which had received some injury, took it home, and having cured it in a couple of days, let it go. For many weeks the grateful animal used to pay him a daily visit of a few minutes, and after a vehement wagging of his tail, scampered off again to his own home. A neighbor of mine has a terrier which has shown many odd peculiarities in his habits. He has contracted a great friendship for a white cat, and evinced his affection for it the other day in a curious manner. The dog was observed to scratch a large, deep hole in the garden. When he had finished, he sought out the cat, dragged her by the neck to the hole, endeavored to place her in it, and to cover her with the soil. The cat, not liking this proceeding, at last made her escape. While two terriers were hunting together in a wood, one was caught by the leg in a trap set for foxes. His companion, finding that he could not extricate the other, ran to the house of his owner, and by his significant gesticulations induced him to follow, and by this means he was extricated. Mr. Morritt, well known to the readers of the Life of Sir Walter Scott as his intimate and confidential friend, had two terriers of the pepper and mustard breed, or rather, as we prefer him to any other character Sir Walter Scott has delighted us with, the Dandy Dinmont breed. These dogs, for we avoid the feminine appellation when we can, were strongly attached to their excellent master, and he to them. They were mother and daughter, and each produced a litter of puppies about the same time. Mr. Morritt was seriously ill at this period, and confined to his bed. Fond as these dogs were of their puppies, they had an equal affection for their master, and in order to prove to him that such was the case, they adopted the following expedient. They conveyed their two litters of puppies to one place, and while one of the mothers remained to suckle and take care of them, the other went into Mr. Morritt's bedroom and continued there from morning until the evening. When the evening arrived, she went and relieved the other dog, who then came into the bedroom and remained quietly all night by the side of the bed, and this they continued to do day after day in succession. This charming anecdote was communicated to me from a quarter which cannot leave a doubt of its authenticity, and affords an affecting proof of gratitude and love in animals towards those who have treated them with kindness and made them their friends. Such an anecdote as this should be sufficient to preserve dogs from much of the ill treatment they meet with. I knew a very clever terrier belonging to a friend of mine. His name was Snap. Now Snap, one fine hot summer's day, accompanied his master, who was on horseback, on his way from London to the neighbourhood of Windsor. The road was very dusty, and, as I have said, the weather hot, and Snap was very thirsty. No water was met with until Hounslow had been passed. At last a woman crossed the road with a bucket of water, which she had drawn from a neighbouring pump. On arriving at her cottage, she placed it outside her door, and left it there. Snap saw it, and lapped up some of the water with evident satisfaction, his master waiting for him. When he had finished his lapping, instead of following, he deliberately inserted his hind quarters into the bucket, took a good cooling bath, shook himself in the bucket, jumped out, gave himself another shake, and then followed his master. If Snap was lost in London, he would go to every house usually frequented by his master, and if he then could not find him, would return home. Snap, in fact, was an extraordinary dog. One night a gentleman between 50 and 60 years of age went into a house of a particular description near the Admiralty. He had not long been there when he died suddenly. He had with him a small dog of the terrier kind, which immediately left the room. There was nothing found on the gentleman's person to lead to a discovery of his name or residence. About 12 o'clock, however, on the following night, 3 interesting young ladies of very genteel appearance, between the ages of 16 and 20, arrived at the house in which the gentleman died, accompanied by the dog. They came in a chaise from Richmond. It appears that the dog, immediately after the decease of his master, ran off to Richmond, where he usually resided. As soon as the door opened, he rushed into the apartment of the young ladies, who were in the act of dressing themselves. He began to solicit their attention by whines and cries, and his eyes turned to the door, as if to invite them to follow him. Failing in this, he became more earnest, seized their clothes, and pulled them towards the door with so much violence that one of the gowns was torn. This excited great alarm, and from the intelligence shown by the animal, it was resolved by the young ladies to resign themselves to the dog, which continued to entice them away. A chaise was accordingly ordered, and they immediately took their seats in it. The dog led the way, with its head almost constantly turned back, and his eyes fixed upon the carriage, until he led them to the house near the Admiralty, where his master had died. There they alighted, but how great was their grief, horror, and surprise to find their father dead in such a situation. The deceased proved to be Mr. Jones, an inhabitant of Lewisham in Kent, where he possessed a farm of considerable extent, and followed the business of an auctioneer, and was greatly respected in his neighbourhood. That night he dropped down in the house alluded to, when the people, supposing him dead, immediately gave the alarm, and the body was conveyed to the Lord Cochrane Hotel, within a few doors, in Spring Gardens. Here it was discovered that the spark of life was not totally extinguished. He was carried upstairs and put to bed, and medical assistance was called in, but in vain. In a few minutes he was a corpse. As the people of the house were carrying him upstairs, a sum of £1,100 fell from his pocket in bank notes, tied up in a bundle, and marked on the outside, to be paid into Snow's, a circumstance sufficient in itself to show that he had not been dishonestly treated by the female who accompanied him into the house from which he was brought, or any other person belonging to it. The interesting little dog, after his return, remained at his post, the faithful guardian of his beloved master's remains. He lay on the foot of the bed, with his eyes constantly fixed on the body, with an eager, anxious, melancholy expression. The place was crowded with people, led by curiosity to this interesting scene. The dog never appeared to take any notice of these strange visitors, and no rude hand attempted to interrupt the little mourner in his melancholy office. The verdict of the coroner's inquest was, "Died by the visitation of God." Another of the same breed of dogs evinced much sagacity on the following occasion. His master occupied furnished lodgings near the Inns of Court in London. In the hurry of removing from them, neither he nor his servants thought of the dog, who was not in the way when they quitted the house. When the dog returned to it, finding his master gone, he trotted off to Kensington, where an intimate friend of his master resided, and very quietly and patiently made himself at home in the house. As he was well known, he was fed and taken care of, and at the end of 3 days his master called, and he then gladly went away with him. In this instance it is, I think, evident that the dog possessed a sort of reasoning faculty, which induced him to suppose that the best chance he had of finding his master was by going to a place to which he had formerly accompanied him, and he was correct in his calculation. This faculty was again exercised in the following manner. A gentleman residing in the Tower of London had a terrier which he one day lost about 7 miles from town. The dog attached himself to a soldier, and notwithstanding the man went to town in an omnibus, the dog followed the vehicle. When the soldier alighted from it, he went to the barracks in St. James's Park, the dog continuing close behind him. On examining the collar, the name and residence of the owner of the dog were found on it. The soldier therefore brought him to the Tower and gave the above particulars. From this account it may be supposed that the dog, having been familiar with the sight of the guardsmen at the Tower, had followed one of them in hopes that he belonged to that place, and therefore would conduct him to it. I am not aware that any writer upon dogs has noticed one of their peculiarities, that of curiosity. Let me give a curious and well authenticated instance of this property, which was communicated to me by the owner of the dog. This animal was a Scotch terrier named Snob, and certainly a more singular dog has seldom been met with. His master was commander of the fleet on the South American station, and Snob embarked with him. He soon began to give proofs of his extraordinary curiosity, for he liked to see everything that was going forward in the ship. Snob, in fact, was a sort of Paul Pry. He watched everything that was to be done. One night the sailors were kept up aloft for some hours, doing something to the sails. Snob remained on the deck the whole time, looking very wise, and watching the sailors with one paw lifted up. He would at other times wander between the decks, looking at everything going forward, and when he had been shut in the cabin, he has frequently been observed standing on his hind legs, looking through the keyhole of the door, in order to watch the proceedings which were carried on. I have a great respect for Snob, who is still alive, and I have no doubt his curiosity is as great as ever. A curious instance of ferocity and affection in a terrier bitch is recorded by Mr. Daniel. After a very severe burst of upwards of an hour, a fox was, by Mr. Daniel's hounds, run to earth at Henny Dove House, near Sudbury, in Suffolk. The terriers were lost, but as the fox went to ground in view of the headmost hounds, it was the concluding day of the season, it was resolved to dig him out, and 2 men from Sudbury brought a couple of terriers for that purpose. After considerable labor, the hunted fox was got and given to the hounds. Whilst they were breaking him, one of the terriers slipped back into the earth and again laid. After more digging, a bitch fox was taken out, and the terrier killed 2 cubs in the earth. 3 others were saved from her fury, and which were begged by the owner of the bitch, who said he would make her suckle them. This was laughed at as impossible. However, the man was positive, and the cubs were given to him. The bitch fox was carried away and turned into an earth in another county. The terrier had behaved so well at earth that she was some days afterwards bought, with the cubs she had fostered, by Mr. Daniel. The bitch continued regularly to suckle, and reared them until able to shift for themselves. What adds to this singularity is that the terrier's whelp was nearly 5 weeks old, and the cubs could just see when this exchange of progeny was made. The following is a proof not only of the kind disposition, but the sense of a terrier. A gentleman, from whom I received the anecdote, was walking one day along a road in Lancashire, when he was accosted, if the term may be used, by a terrier dog. The animal's gesticulations were at first so strange and unusual that he felt inclined to get out of its way. The dog, however, at last, by various significant signs and expressive looks, made his meaning known, and the gentleman, to the dog's great delight, turned and followed him for a few hundred yards. He was led to the banks of a canal, which he had not before seen, and there he discovered a small dog struggling in the water for his life, and nearly exhausted by his efforts to save himself from drowning. The sides of the canal were bricked with a low parapet wall rather higher than the bank. The gentleman, by stooping down, with some difficulty got hold of the dog and drew him out, his companion all the time watching the proceedings. It cannot be doubted but that in this instance the terrier made use of the only means in his power to save the other dog, and this in a way which showed a power of reasoning equally strong with that of a human being under a similar circumstance. I may here mention another instance of a terrier finding his way back to his former home. A gentleman residing near York went to London, and on his return brought with him a young terrier dog which had never been out of London. He brought him to York in one of the coaches, and thence conveyed him to his residence. Impatient of separation from his former master, he took the first opportunity of escaping from the stable in which he had been confined, and was seen running on the turnpike road toward York by the boy who had him in charge, and who followed him for some distance. A few days afterwards, the gentleman who had lost the dog received a letter from London, acquainting him that the dog was found lying at the door of his lodgings, his feet quite sore, and in a most emaciated condition. A few years ago a blind terrier dog was brought from Cashiobury Park, near Watford, to Windsor. On arriving at the latter place he became very restless, and he took the first opportunity of making his escape, and, blind as he was, made his way back to Cashiobury Park, his native place. A correspondent informs me that whilst he was taking a walk one summer's evening, he observed two rough-looking men having a bulldog with them, annoying a sickly-looking young gentleman who was accompanied by a terrier. The bulldog at last seized the latter, and would soon have killed it, had not my correspondent interfered. He was then informed that a few years previous, when his master was in bed, this little terrier came to his bedroom door and scratched and yelled to be admitted. When this had been done, he immediately rushed to a closet door in the room, at which he barked most furiously. His master, becoming alarmed, fastened the door, and having obtained the assistance of his servants, a notorious thief was discovered in the closet. Mr. White of Selborne relates a pleasing anecdote of affection which existed between two incongruous animals, a horse and a hen, which showed a mutual fellowship and kindness for each other. The following anecdote, communicated to me by a clergyman in Devonshire, affords another proof of affection between two animals of opposite natures. I will give it in his own words. Some few months since it was necessary to confine our little terrier bitch on account of distemper. The prison door was constructed of open bars, and shortly after the dog was placed in durance, we observed a bantam cock gazing compassionately at the melancholy inmate, who doubtless sadly missed its warm rug by the parlor fire. At last the bantam contrived to squeeze through the bars, and a friendship of a most unusual kind commenced. Pylades and Orestes, Nisus and Euryalus, could not have been bound by closer bonds of affection. The bantam scarcely forsook the poor prisoner's cell for its daily food, and when it did, the dog became uneasy, whining till her friend returned. Then it was most amusing to watch the actions of the biped and quadruped. As the dog became worse, so did the bantam's attentions redouble, and by way of warming the dog, it took its place between the forelegs, and then the little animal settled luxuriously down on the bird, seeming to enjoy the warmth imparted by the feathers. In this position, and nestled closely side by side, did this curious pair pass some weeks, till death put an end to the poor dog and this singular friendship. It must be added, for the bantam's honor, that he was most melancholy for some time afterwards. The same clergyman also communicated to me the following anecdote, illustrative of the sagacity of terriers. He says that his brother-in-law, who has a house in Woburn Place and another in the city, had a wire-haired terrier named Bob, of extraordinary sagacity. The dog's knowledge of London and his adventures would form a little history. His master was in the habit occasionally of spending a few days at Gravesend, but did not always take his dog with him. Bob left behind one day, against his liking, scampered off to London Bridge, and out of the numerous steamers boarded the Gravesend boat, disembarked at that place, went to the accustomed inn, and not finding his master there, got on board the steamer again, and returned to town. He then called at several places usually frequented by his master, and afterwards went home to Woburn Place. He has frequently been stolen, but always returns, sometimes in sad plight, with a broken cord round his neck, and with signs of ill usage, but still he contrives to escape from the dog stealers. I once took a favourite terrier with me to a house I had hired in Manchester Street. He had never been in London before. While the carriage was unloading in which the dog had been conveyed, he was missed, and I could hear nothing of him for nearly a fortnight. At the end of that time he found his way back to the house with a short cord round his neck, which he had evidently gnawed off. How he came to find his way back is not a little be wondered at. His joy on seeing me again I cannot forget. Poor Peter! When he got old, and my rides became too long for him, he pretended to be lame after accompanying me a short distance, and would then trot back without any appearance of lameness. The following anecdote proves the kind disposition of a terrier. A kitten, only a few hours old, had been put into a pail of water in the stable yard of an inn, for the purpose of drowning it. It had remained there for a minute or two, until it was to all appearances dead, when a terrier bitch, attached to the stables, took the kitten from the water, and carried it off in her mouth. She suckled and watched over it with great care, and it throve well. The dog was at the same time suckling a puppy about 10 weeks old, but which did not seem at all displeased with the intruder. I had once an opportunity of witnessing the sense of a terrier. I was riding on Sunbury Common, where many roads diverge, when a terrier ran up, evidently in pursuit of his master. On arriving at one of the 3 roads, he put his nose to the ground and snuffed along it. He then went to the second and did the same, but when he came to the third, he ran along it as fast as he could, without once putting down his nose to the ground. This fact has been noticed by others, but I never before witnessed it myself. At Dunrobin Castle in Sutherlandshire, then the seat of the Marquis of Stafford, now of the Duke of Sutherland, there was to be seen, in May of 1820, a terrier bitch nursing a brood of ducklings. She had a litter of whelps a few weeks before, which were taken from her and drowned. The unfortunate mother was quite disconsolate, till she perceived the brood of ducklings, which she immediately seized and carried to her lair, where she retained them, following them in and out with the greatest care, and nursing them after her own fashion with the most affectionate anxiety. When the ducklings, following their natural instinct, went into the water, their foster mother exhibited the utmost alarm, and as soon as they returned to land she snatched them up in her mouth and ran home with them. What adds to the singularity of this circumstance is that the same animal, when deprived of a litter of puppies the year preceding, seized 2 cock chickens, which she reared with the like care she bestows upon her present family. When the young cocks began to try their voices, their foster mother was as much annoyed as she now seems to be by the swimming of the ducklings, and never failed to repress their attempts at crowing. The foreman of a brickmaker at Erith in Kent went from home in company with his wife, and left her at the plough at North End with his brother, while he proceeded across the fields to inspect some repairs at a cottage. In about an hour after his departure, his dog, a small Scotch terrier, which had accompanied him, returned to the plough, jumped into the lap of his mistress, pawed her about, and whined piteously. She at first took no particular notice of the animal, but pushed him from her. He then caught hold of her clothes, pulled at them repeatedly, and continued to whine incessantly. He endeavoured also, in a similar way, to attract the attention of the brother. At last all present noticed his importunate anxiety, and the wife then said she was convinced something had happened to her husband. The brother and the wife, with several others, went out and followed the dog, who led them through the darkness of the night, which was very great, to the top of a precipice, nearly 50 feet deep, and standing on the bank, he held his head over and howled in a most distressing manner. They were convinced that the poor man had fallen over, and having gone round to the bottom of the pit, they found him lying under the spot indicated by the dog, quite dead. The following anecdote is copied from a recent number of The Field. I well remember, when a boy, at Barton upon Humber, a certain keel employed in the Yorkshire corn trade, on board which the captain had a dog, possessed of some traces of terrier blood, smooth coated, and of a pure white color, his neck and back adorned with stumpy bristles, which ruffled up at the slightest provocation. Altogether he looked a mongrel cur enough, but he was an excellent sailor, for he attended his master on all of his trading expeditions, and never deserted his ship. One day, while the keel lay in Barton Haven, the dog was lost, and great was the consternation in consequence. Diligent search was made in the town and neighborhood, but every effort to discover the missing animal proved unavailing. Month after month passed away. The keel went and came on her accustomed avocations, and poor keeper was forgotten, considered by his master to be dead. Judge, therefore, the man's surprise when one day, steering with difficulty his vessel into Goole Harbor, which was crowded with shipping at the time, his glance suddenly fell upon his faithful and long lost dog, buffeting the water at a considerable distance from the keel, but making eagerly toward her. By the aid of a piece of tar rope which was dangling round the dog's neck, and a friendly boat hook, he was lifted quite exhausted on to the deck of his master's craft, when it became all at once apparent that he had long been kept a prisoner, most probably on board a vessel, by some one who had stolen him at Barton. The cause of the poor dog's sudden reappearance was undoubtedly his having heard his master's well-remembered voice. But it is strange he should have been able to distinguish at so great a distance, and when swelling that chorus of hoarse bawling which arises from 100 husky throats when a Yorkshire keelman is engaged forcing his craft into a crowded harbor. And it is also equally touching that when roused by the distant sound, the poor beast should have plunged, encumbered as he was with the rope he had just burst asunder, so gallantly into the water, an element he was ill adapted to move in, and in which his master declared he had never seen him before. End of chapter 16.
Section 17 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Spaniel, Part 1. Though once a puppy, and a fop by name, here moulders one whose bones some honor claim. No sycophant, although of Spanish race, and though no hound, a martyr to the chase. Ye pheasants, rabbits, leverets, rejoice, your haunts no longer echo to his voice. This record of his fate, exulting view, he died worn out with vain pursuit of you. Yes, the indignant shade of fop replies, and worn with vain pursuits, man also dies. Cowper. Poor Doll, the very name of spaniel reminds me of you. How well do I now see your long pendant ears, your black expressive eyes, your short well-rounded mouth, your diminutive but strong legs, almost hidden by the long silky hair from your stomach, and hear you sing as you lie on the rug before a good fire in the winter, after a hard day's cock or snipe shooting, wet and tired with your indefatigable exertions. Yes, strange as it may sound, Doll would sing in her way, as I have stated in a previous page, and such was her sagacity, that in process of time, when I said, "Sing, Doll," she gave vent to the sounds, and varied them as I exclaimed, "Louder! louder!" All this time she appeared to be fast asleep. And what a dog she was in thick cover, or in rushy swamps! No day was too long for her, nor could a woodcock or snipe escape her unerring nose. "Still her unerring nose would wind it, if above ground was sure to find it." Monsieur Blaze also tells us that a gentleman had a dog which he taught to utter a particular musical note, and that the animal made a cry which very much resembled it. He then sounded another note close to the ear of the dog, saying to him, "Too high," or "too low," according to the degree of intonation. The animal finished by pretty correctly giving the note which was required. An account is given in the Bibliothèque Universelle of a spaniel who, if he heard any one play or sing a certain air, "L'âne de notre moulin est mort, la pauvre bête," etc., which is a lamentable ditty in the minor key, the dog looked very pitifully, then gaped repeatedly, showing increasing signs of impatience and uneasiness. He would then sit upright on his hind legs, and begin to howl louder and louder till the music stopped. No other air ever affected him, and he never noticed any music till the air in question was played or sung. He then manifested, without exception or variation, the series of actions which have been described. I knew a dog which howled whenever it was pitied, and another whose ear was so sensitive that it could never bear to hear me make a moaning noise. I have likewise seen a dog affected by peculiar notes played on a violoncello. It is only now and then that such dogs as Doll are to be met with, and when they are invaluable, either as sporting dogs or as companions. In the latter capacity, Doll was quite delightful. In an early May morning, when she knew that no shooting was going forward, she would frisk around me as I strolled in a meadow, gay with my favorite cowslips, or run before me as I passed along a lane, where primroses were peeping out of its mossy sides, looking back every now and then to see if I was following her. There was the dew still glittering on the flowers, which, from their situation, had not yet felt the influence of the morning sun, reminding me of some favorite lines by my favorite poet, Herrick. "Fall on me like a silent dew, or like those maiden showers, which, by the peep of day, do strew a baptism o'er the flowers." How delightful it is to think of these bygone walks, and how pleasant to call to mind these traits of a favorite and faithful animal. The poet Cowper was never more engaging than when he describes his vain attempts to reach the flower of a water lily, as he was strolling along the banks of a stream, attended by his spaniel, and afterwards discovering that the sagacious animal had been in the river and plucked it for him. Another instance of the wonderful sagacity in this breed of dogs may be here noticed. A gentleman shooting wild fowl one day on a lake in Ireland was accompanied by a sagacious spaniel. He wounded a wild duck, which swam about the lake, and dived occasionally, followed by the dog. The bird at last got to some distance, and lowered itself in the water, as ducks are known to do when they are wounded and pursued, leaving nothing but his head out of it. The dog swam about for some time in search of his prey, but all scent was lost, and he obeyed his master's call, and returned to the shore. He had no sooner arrived there, however, than he ran with the greatest eagerness to the top of some high ground close to the lake. On arriving there, he was seen looking round in every direction, and having at last perceived the spot where the duck was endeavoring to conceal itself, he again rushed into the water, made directly to the spot he had previously marked, and at last succeeded in securing the wounded bird. A spaniel, which had been kindly treated and fed, during the absence of his master, in the kitchen of a neighbor, showed his gratitude not only by greeting the cook when he met her, but on one occasion he laid down at her feet a bird which he had caught, wagged his tail and departed, thus showing that he had not forgotten the favors he had received. The following old but interesting anecdote is taken from Daniel's Rural Sports. A few days before the overthrow of Robespierre, a revolutionary tribunal had condemned Monsieur R., an upright magistrate and a most estimable man, on a pretense of finding him guilty of a conspiracy. His faithful dog, a spaniel, was with him when he was seized, but was not suffered to enter the prison. He took refuge with a neighbor of his master's, and every day at the same hour returned to the door of the prison, but was still refused admittance. He, however, uniformly passed some time there, and his unremitting fidelity won upon the porter, and the dog was allowed to enter. The meeting may be better imagined than described. The jailer, however, fearful for himself, carried the dog out of the prison, but he returned the next morning, and was regularly admitted on each day afterwards. When the day of sentence arrived, the dog, notwithstanding the guards, penetrated into the hall, where he lay crouched between the legs of his master. Again, at the hour of execution, the faithful dog is there. The knife of the guillotine falls. He will not leave the lifeless and headless body. The first night, the next day, and the second night, his absence alarmed his new patron, who, guessing whither he had retired, sought him, and found him stretched upon his master's grave. From this time, for 3 months, every morning the mourner returned to his protector merely to receive food, and then again retreated to the grave. At length he refused food, his patience seemed exhausted, and with temporary strength, supplied by his long-tried and unexhausted affection, for 24 hours he was observed to employ his weakened limbs in digging up the earth that separated him from the being he had served. His powers, however, here gave way. He shrieked in his struggles, and at length ceased to breathe, with his last look turned upon the grave." The late Reverend Mr. Corsellis, of Wivenhoe, in Essex, had an old gamekeeper who had reared a spaniel, which became his constant companion day and night. Wherever the keeper appeared, Dash was close behind him, and was of infinite use in his master's nocturnal excursions. The game at night was never regarded, although in the day no spaniel could find it in better style or in a greater quantity. If at night, however, a strange foot entered the coverts, Dash, by a significant whine, informed his master that an enemy was abroad, and thus many poachers have been detected. After many years of friendly companionship, the keeper was seized with a disease which terminated in death. Whilst the slow but fatal progress of his disorder allowed him to crawl about, Dash, as usual, followed his footsteps; and when nature was nearly exhausted, and he took to his bed, the faithful animal unweariedly attended at the foot of it. When he died, the dog would not quit the body, but lay on the bed by its side. It was with difficulty he could be induced to eat any food, and though after the burial he was caressed with all the tenderness which so fond an attachment naturally called forth, he took every opportunity to steal back to the room where his old master died. Here he would remain for hours, and from thence he daily visited his grave. At the end, however, of 14 days, notwithstanding every kindness and attention shown him, the poor faithful animal died, a victim of grief for the loss of his master. In recording such an instance of affection, it is impossible not to feel regret that animals capable of so much attachment should ever be subjected to ill usage. Whenever they are treated with kindness and affection, they are ready to return it fourfold. It is generally ill treatment which produces ferocity or indifference, and the former must be very great before the love of their master can be conquered. Mr. Blaine records the following story of a dog which he had found. Quote, "I one day picked up in the streets an old spaniel bitch that some boys were worrying, from which her natural timidity rendered her incapable of defending herself. Grateful for the protection, she readily followed me home, where she was placed among other dogs in expectation of finding an owner for her, but which not happening, she spent the remainder of her life, 3 or 4 years, in this asylum. Convinced she was safe and well treated, I had few opportunities of particularly noticing her afterwards, and she attached herself principally to the man who fed her. At a future period, when inspecting the sick dogs, I observed her in great pain, occasionally crying out. Supposing her to be affected in her bowels, and having no suspicion she was in pup, I directed some castor oil to be given her. The next day she was still worse, when I examined her more attentively, and to my surprise discovered that a young one obstructed the passage, and which she was totally unable to bring forth. I placed her on a table, and, after some difficulty, succeeded in detaching the puppy from her. The relief she instantly felt produced an effect I shall never forget. She licked my hands, and when put on the ground she did the same to my feet, danced round me, and screamed with gratitude and joy. From this time to her death, which did not happen till 2 years after, she never forgot the benefit she had received. On the contrary, whenever I approached, she was boisterous in evincing her gratitude and regard, and would never let me rest till, by noticing her, I had convinced her that I was sensible of her caresses. The difference between her behavior before this accident and after it was so pointed and striking, that it was impossible to mistake the grateful sense she had ever retained of the kindness which had been shown to her." Spaniels in cover are merry and cheerful companions, all life and animation. They hunt, they frisk about, watching the movements of their master, and are indefatigable in their exertions to find game for him. Their neat shape, their beautiful coats, their cleanly habits, their insinuating attention, incessant attendance, and faithful obedience, insure for them general favor. It is almost impossible, therefore, not to have the greatest attachment and affection for them, especially as few dogs evince so much sagacity, sincerity, patience, fidelity, and gratitude. From the time they are thrown off in the field, as a proof of the pleasure they feel in being employed, the tail is in perpetual motion, upon the increased vibration of which the experienced sportsman well knows when he is getting nearer to the game. As the dog approaches it, the more energetic he becomes. Tremulous whimpers escape him as a matter of doubt occurs, and he is all eagerness as he hits again on the scent. The Clumber breed of spaniels have long been celebrated for their strength and powers of endurance, their unerring nose, and for hunting mute, a great qualification where game abounds. This breed has been preserved in its purity by the successive Dukes of Newcastle, and may be considered as an aristocratic appanage to their country seats. Nor should the fine breed of spaniels belonging to the Earl of Albemarle be passed by in silence. They are black and tan, of a large size, with long ears, and very much feathered about the legs. They are excellent retrievers, and those who have seen will not soon forget Sir Edwin Landseer's charming picture of the late Lord Albemarle's celebrated dog Chancellor, and one of his progeny, holding a dead rabbit between them, as if equally eager to bring it to their amiable master. These dogs, like those of the Clumber breed, hunt mute, and seldom range out of shot. While on the subject of Lord Albemarle's breed of dogs, I may mention an extraordinary fact which I noticed in a former work, and which I witnessed myself. I allude to the circumstance of a favourite dog having died after producing a litter of puppies, which were adopted, suckled, and brought up by a young bitch of the same breed, who never had any whelps of her own, or indeed was in the way of having any. The flow of milk of the foster mother was quite sufficient for the sustenance of the adopted offspring, and enabled her to support and bring them up with as much care and affection as if they had been her own. Here was an absence of that notus odor which enables animals to distinguish their young from those of others, and also of that distension of milk which makes the suckling their young so delightful to them. Indeed, it may be observed how beautifully and providentially it has been ordered, that the process of suckling their young is as pleasurable to the parent animal as it is essential to the support of the infant progeny. The mammae of animals become painful when over-distended with milk. Drawing off that fluid removes positive uneasiness, and affords positive pleasure. In the present instance, however, nothing of the sort was the case, and therefore we can only look to that kindliness of disposition and intelligence with which many animals are so strongly endowed as the reason of the singular adoption referred to. I am aware that this fact has been doubted, but it is too well known and authenticated to admit of the possibility of any mistake. In this instance it must be allowed that the usually defined bounds of instinct were exceeded. If so, distress at hearing the cries of the helpless young must have acted forcibly on the kindly feelings of a poor brute, and thus induced her to act in the manner I have described. Spaniels, like other dogs, possess the power of finding their way to their homes from distances of considerable extent, and over ground they have not before traversed. A lady residing at Richmond, Mrs. Grosvenor, gave the Reverend Leonard Jenyns the following anecdote of a dog and cat. A little Blenheim spaniel of hers once accompanied her to the house of a relative, where it was taken into the kitchen to be fed, when two large favourite cats flew at it several times, and scratched it severely. The spaniel was in the habit of following its mistress in her walks in the garden, and by degrees it formed a friendship with a young cat of the gardener's, which it tempted into the house, first into the hall, and then into the kitchen, where, on finding one of the large cats, the spaniel and its ally fell on it together, and, without further provocation, beat it well. They then waited for the other, which they served in the same manner, and finally drove both cats from the kitchen. The two friends continued afterwards to eat off the same plate as long as the spaniel remained with her mistress in the house. A gentleman residing at Worcester had a favourite spaniel, which he brought with him to London inside the coach. After having been in town a day or two, he missed the dog, and wrote to acquaint his family at Worcester of his loss. He received an answer informing him that he need not distress himself about Rose, as she had arrived at her old house at Worcester 5 days after she had been lost in London, but very thin and out of condition. This same dog was a great favourite, and much domesticated. She formed a friendship with the cat, and, when before the fire, the latter would lie down in the most familiar manner by the side of the dog. When the dog had puppies, the cat was in the habit of sucking her, and it happened more than once that both had young ones at the same time, when the cat might be seen sucking the bitch, and the kittens taking their nourishment from the cat. A friend of mine, who then resided in South Wales, had a team of spaniels which he used for woodcock shooting. As he was leaving the country for a considerable length of time, he gave permission to some of his neighbors to take out his spaniels when they wanted them. One of these was a remarkably good dog, but of rather a surly disposition, and had, in consequence, been but little petted or noticed by his master. Notwithstanding this, nothing could induce him either to follow or hunt with those to whom he was lent. In order, therefore, to make him of any use, it was necessary to get his feeder to accompany the shooting party, and the dog would then take to hunt in cover. But if this man returned home, the dog would find it out, and be there before him. At the end of nearly 6 years his master returned into Wales, and near the house discovered his old dog apparently asleep. Knowing his ferocious disposition, he did not venture to go close to him, but called him by name, which did not appear to excite the animal's attention. No sooner, however, did the dog hear an old, exciting cover call, than he jumped up, sprang to his old master, and showed his affection for him in every possible way. When the shooting season came, he proved himself to be as good a dog as ever. Monsieur Blaze says that a fondness for the chase does not always make a dog forget his fidelity to his master. He was one day shooting wild ducks with a friend near Versailles, when, as soon as the first shot was fired, a fine spaniel dog joined, and began to caress them. They shot during the whole day, and the dog hunted with the greatest zeal and alacrity. Supposing him to be a stray dog, they began to think of appropriating him to themselves. But as soon as the sport was over, the dog ran away. They afterwards discovered that he belonged to one of the keepers, who was confined to his house by illness. His duty, however, was to shoot ducks on one particular day of the week, when he was accompanied by this spaniel. He lived 6 miles from the spot, and the dog, knowing the precise day, had come there to enjoy his usual sport, and then returned to his master. One of the most extraordinary cases on record of a friendship between two most dissimilar animals, a spaniel and a partridge, is narrated by a writer in whom implicit confidence may be placed. Quote, "We were lately, in 1823, visiting in a house, where a very pleasing and singular portrait attracted our observation. It was that of a young lady, represented with a partridge perched upon her shoulder, and a dog with his feet on her arm. We recognized it as a representation of the lady of the house, but were at a loss to account for the odd association of her companions. She observed our surprise, and at once gave the history of the bird and the spaniel. They were both, some years back, domesticated in her family. The dog was an old parlor favorite, who went by the name of Tom. The partridge was more recently introduced from France, and answered to the equally familiar name of Bill. It was rather a dangerous experiment to place them together, for Tom was a lively and spirited creature, very apt to torment the cats, and to bark at any object which roused his instinct. But the experiment was tried, and Bill, being very tame, did not feel much alarm at his natural enemy. They were, of course, shy at first, but this shyness gradually wore off. The bird became less timid, and the dog less bold. The most perfect friendship was at length established between them. When the hour of dinner arrived, the partridge invariably flew on his mistress's shoulder, calling with that shrill note which is so well known to sportsmen, and the spaniel leapt about with equal ardor. One dish of bread and milk was placed on the floor, out of which the spaniel and bird fed together. After their social meal, the dog would retire to a corner to sleep, while the partridge would nestle between his legs and never stir till his favourite awoke. Whenever the dog accompanied his mistress out, the bird displayed the utmost disquietude till his return, and once, when the partridge was shut up by accident a whole day, the dog searched about the house with a mournful cry which indicated the strength of his affection. The friendship of Tom and Bill was at length fatally terminated. The beautiful little dog was stolen, and the bird from that time refused food and died on the 7th day, a victim to his grief." A friend of mine has a small spaniel which very recently showed great sagacity. This dog, which is much attached to him, was left under the care of a servant while his master paid a visit of a few weeks in Hampshire. The poor animal was so miserable during his absence that he was informed of it, and directed the dog to be sent to him in a hamper, which was done. He was overjoyed at the sight of his kind master, and remained perfectly contented at his new abode. When preparations were making for his departure, the day before it took place, the dog was evidently aware of what was going forward, and showed his dread of being again left behind, by keeping as close as possible to the feet of his master during the evening. On getting up very early the next morning, before daylight, he found on opening his door that the apprehensive animal was lying before it, although it was winter and very cold. At breakfast the dog not only nestled against his feet, but rubbed himself so much against them that he was at last turned out of the room. On going into his dressing room, where the dog had been in the habit of sleeping in a warm basket before a good fire, he found him coiled up in his portmanteau, which had been left open nearly packed. In this instance the animal's knowledge of what was going forward was very evident, and his fear of being left behind could not be more strongly expressed, thus affording another proof that animals are possessed of a faculty much beyond mere instinct. A young gentleman lately residing in Edinburgh was master of a handsome spaniel bitch, which he had bought from a dealer in dogs. The animal had been educated to steal for the benefit of its protector, but it was some time ere his new master became aware of this irregularity of morals, and he was not a little astonished and teased by its constantly bringing home articles of which it had feloniously obtained possession. Perceiving at length that the animal proceeded systematically in this sort of behaviour, he used to amuse his friends by causing the spaniel to give proofs of her sagacity in the Spartan art of privately stealing, putting of course the shopkeepers where he meant she should exercise her faculty on their guard as to this issue. The process was curious, and excites some surprise at the pains which must have been bestowed to qualify the animal for these practices. As soon as the master entered the shop, the dog seemed to avoid all appearance of recognizing or acknowledging any connection with him, but lounged about in an indolent, disengaged, and independent sort of manner, as if she had come into the shop of her own accord. In the course of looking over some wares, his master indicated by a touch on the parcel and a look towards the spaniel that which he desired she should appropriate, and then left the shop. The dog, whose watchful eye caught the hint in an instant, instead of following his master out of the shop, continued to sit at the door or lie by the fire, watching the counter, until she observed the attention of the people of the shop withdrawn from the prize which she wished to secure. Whenever she saw an opportunity of doing so, as she imagined, unobserved, she never failed to jump upon the counter with her forefeet, possess herself of the gloves, or whatever else had been pointed out to her, and escape from the shop to join her master. A gentleman lately communicated to me the following fact. his avocations frequently took him by the side of St. Bride's churchyard in London. Whenever he passed it in the course of some 2 or 3 years, he always saw a spaniel at one particular grave. It was the grave of his master. There, month after month and year after year, did this faithful animal remain, as if to guard the remains of the being he loved. No cold, however severe, no rain, however violent, no sun, however hot, could drive this affectionate creature from a spot which was so endeared to him. The good-natured sexton of the churchyard, and the fact is recorded to his honour, brought food daily to the dog, and then, pitying his exposure to the weather, scooped out a hole by the side of the grave and thatched it over. The following is from the Percy collection of Anecdotes. 2 spaniels, mother and son, were self-hunting in Mr. Drake's woods, near Amersham in Bucks. The gamekeeper shot the mother. The son, frightened, ran away for an hour or 2, and then returned to look for his mother. Having found her dead body, he laid himself down by her, and was found in that situation the next day by his master, who took him home, together with the body of the mother. 6 weeks did this affectionate creature refuse all consolation, and almost all nutriment. He became at length universally convulsed, and died of grief. These 2 anecdotes would form a pretty picture of fidelity and kindness, and there is one, I need not mention Sir Edwin Landseer, who would do justice to them. End of the Spaniel, Part 1. Recording by Lucretia B. Section 18 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Spaniel, Part 2. I may here remark that the dogs of poor people generally show more attachment to their masters than those of the rich. Their fidelity appears greater and more lasting. Misery would seem to tighten the cord of affection between them. They both suffer the same privations together of hunger, cold, and thirst, but these never shake the affection of a dog for his master. The animal's resignation is perfect, and his love is unbounded. How beautifully has Sir Walter Scott described the affection of a dog for his master, who fell down a precipice in a fog near the Helvellyn Mountains in Cumberland, and was dashed to pieces. It was not till more than 3 months afterwards that his remains were discovered, when his faithful dog was still guarding them. Quote, Dark green was the spot, mid the brown mountain heather, where the pilgrim of nature lay stretched in decay, like the corpse of an outcast abandoned to weather, till the mountain winds wasted the tenantless clay. Nor yet quite deserted, though lonely extended, for faithful in death his mute favourite attended, the much-loved remains of his master defended, and chased the hill fox and the raven away. End quote. Nor are the preceding anecdotes solitary instances of the affection of dogs for their departed masters. Mr. Youatt, in his work on Humanity to Brutes, which does him so much credit, has recorded the following fact, very similar to the one already given. Opposite to the house of a gentleman, near the churchyard of St. Olave, Southwark, where the receptacles of humanity are in many parts dilapidated, was an aperture just large enough to admit a dog. It led along a kind of sink to a dark cavity, close to which a person had recently been buried. It was inhabited by his dog, who was to be seen occasionally moving into or out of the cavern, which he had taken possession of the day of the funeral. How he obtained any food during the first 2 or 3 months no one knew, but he at length attracted the attention of a gentleman who lived opposite, and who ordered his servant regularly to supply the dog with food. He used after a while to come occasionally to this house for what was provided for him. He was not sullen, but there was a melancholy expression in his countenance which, once observed, would never be forgotten. As soon as he had finished his hasty meal, he would gaze for a moment on his benefactor. It was an expressive look, but one which could not be misunderstood. It conveyed all the thanks that a broken heart could give. He then entombed himself once more for 3 or 4 days, when he crawled out again with his eyes sunk and his coat dishevelled. 2 years he remained faithful to the memory of the being he had lost, and then, according to the most authentic account of him, having been missing for several days, he was found dead in his retreat. From a letter written by a gentleman at Dijon in France to his friend in London, dated August 15th, 1764, we have the following account of a murder discovered by a dog. Quote, "Since my arrival here a man has been broken on the wheel, with no other proof to condemn him than that of a water spaniel. The circumstances attending it being so very singular and striking, I beg leave to communicate them to you. A farmer who had been to receive a sum of money was waylaid, robbed, and murdered by 2 villains. The farmer's dog returned with all speed to the house of the person who had paid the money, and expressed such amazing anxiety that he would follow him, pulling him several times by the sleeve and the skirt of the coat, that, at length, the gentleman yielded to his importunity. The dog led him to the field, a little from the roadside, where the body lay. From thence the gentleman went to a public house, in order to alarm the country. The moment he entered, as the 2 villains were there drinking, the dog seized the murderer by the throat, and the other made his escape. This man lay in prison 3 months, during which time they visited him once a week with the spaniel. And though they made him change his clothes with other prisoners, and always stand in the midst of a crowd, yet did the animal always find him out, and fly at him. On the day of the trial, when the prisoner was at the bar, the dog was let loose in the courthouse, and in the midst of some hundreds he found him out, though dressed entirely in new clothes, and would have torn him to pieces had he been allowed. In consequence of which he was condemned, and at the place of execution he confessed the fact. Surely so useful, so disinterestedly faithful an animal should not be so barbarously treated as I have often seen them, particularly in London." End quote. The following anecdote has been well authenticated, and the fact which it records is still remembered by many individuals yet alive. Mr. Alderman Yearsley, of Congleton, in Cheshire, had a favourite large water spaniel named Fanny, which, in the hands of Providence, was the instrument of saving a very valuable life. In the year 1774, Mr. Yearsley had gone out one evening with a friend to a tavern, and the dog accompanied him. A short time before he was expected home, and while Mrs. Yearsley happened to be washing her hands in the back kitchen, the spaniel returned and scratched at the door for admittance. Being let in, she followed her mistress into the kitchen, where she set up a strange sort of whining or barking, and turned towards the street door, as if beckoning her mistress to follow. This she repeated several times, to the great astonishment of the lady. At length a thought struck her that Mr. Yearsley might have met with some accident in the street, and that the spaniel was come to guide her to her husband. Alarmed at this idea, she hastily followed the animal, which led her to Mr. Yearsley, whom she found in perfect health, sitting in the house to which he had gone. She told him the cause of her coming, and got herself laughed at for her pains. But what were the feelings of both when they were informed by their next neighbors that the kitchen fell in almost the very instant Mrs. Yearsley had shut the street door, and that the wash hand basin she had left was crushed into 1,000 pieces. The animal was ever afterwards treated with no ordinary attention, and died 13 years later at the age of 16. Her death, we regret to add, was occasioned by the bite of a mad dog. In the Notes of a Naturalist, published in Chambers' Edinburgh Journal, a work which cannot be too much commended for its agreeable information, is the following anecdote, which I give with the remarks of the author upon it. Quote, "It appears to me that in the general manifestations of the animal mind, some one of the senses is employed in preference to the others; that sense, for instance, which is the most acute and perfect in the animal. In the dog, for example, the sense of smell predominates, and we accordingly find that, through the medium of this sense, his mental faculties are most commonly exercised. A gentleman had a favorite spaniel, which for a long time was in the habit of accompanying him in all his walks, and became his attached companion. This gentleman had occasion to leave home, and was absent for more than a year, during which time he had never seen the dog. On his return along with a friend, while yet at a little distance from the house, they perceived the spaniel lying beside the gate. He thought that this would be a good opportunity of testing the memory of his favorite, and he accordingly arranged with his companion, who was quite unknown to the dog, that they should both walk up to the animal and express no signs of recognition. As they both approached nearer, the dog started up and gazed at them attentively, but he discovered no signs of recognition even at their near approach. At last he came up to the stranger, put his nose close to his clothes, and smelt him, without any signs of emotion. He then did the same to his old master, but no sooner had he smelled him than recognition instantly took place. He leaped up to his face repeatedly, and showed symptoms of the most extravagant joy. He followed him into the house, and watched his every movement, and could by no means be diverted from his person. Here was an instance of deficient memory through the organs of sight, but an accurate recollection through the organs of smell." End quote. In a preceding anecdote, I have recorded an instance of a spaniel recognizing the voice of his master after a lapse of 6 years. In that case, it was evident that the recollection of a particular sound enabled the dog to know his master, without having had recourse to the sense of smelling, which, however, would probably have been equally available had it been exercised. About the year 1800, Mrs. Osborne, who lived a few miles out of London, went to town to receive a large sum of money granted her by Parliament for discovering a lithontryptic medicine. She received the money, and returned back with it in her own carriage to the country, without anything particular happening to her on the road. It was evening when she arrived at home, and being fatigued with her journey, she retired early to rest. On her stepping into bed, she was somewhat surprised at the importunities of a small King Charles dog, which was a great pet, and always slept in her bedchamber. He became exceedingly troublesome, and kept pulling the bedclothes with all his strength. She chid him repeatedly, and in an angry tone of voice desired him to lie still, that she might go to sleep. The dog, however, still persisted in his efforts, and kept pulling the bedclothes, and at length leaped on the bed, and endeavored with the most determined perseverance to pull off the bedclothes. Mrs. Osburn then conceived there must be some extraordinary cause for this unusual conduct on the part of her dog, and leaped out of bed, and being a lady of some courage, put on her petticoat, and placed a brace of pistols by her side, which she had always ready loaded in a closet adjoining her bedroom, and proceeded downstairs. When she had reached the first landing place, she saw her coachman coming down the private staircase which led to the servants' rooms, with a lighted candle in his hand, and full dressed. Suspecting his intentions were bad, and with heroic presence of mind, she presented one of her pistols, and threatened to lodge the contents of it in him unless he returned to bed forthwith. Subdued by her determined courage, he quietly and silently obeyed. She then went into a back parlor, when she heard a distant whispering of voices. She approached the window and threw it up, and fired one of her pistols out of it, in the direction from which the noise proceeded. Everything became silent, and not a whisper was to be heard. After looking through the different rooms on the lower floor, and finding all right, she proceeded to bed and secured the door, and nothing further occurred that night. Next morning she arose at an early hour, went into the garden, and in the direction which she had fired the preceding night she discovered drops of blood, which she traced to the other end of the garden. This left no doubt on her mind of what had been intended. Thinking it imprudent to keep so large a sum of money in her house, she ordered her carriage to drive to town, where she deposited her cash. She then repaired to the house of Sir John Fielding, and related to him the whole affair, who advised her to part with her coachman immediately, and that he would investigate the matter, and, if possible, discover and convict the offenders. But the parties concerned in this affair were never discovered, for the mere fact of the coachman being found coming down the stair was not sufficient to implicate him, although there were strong grounds of suspicion. Thus, by the instinct and fidelity of this little animal, was robbery, and most likely murder, prevented. A spaniel belonging to a medical gentleman with whom I am acquainted, residing at Richmond in Surrey, was in the habit of accompanying him when he went out at night to visit his patients. If he was shut out of the house of a patient, as was frequently the case, he would return home, and whatever the hour of the night might be, he would take the knocker in his mouth, and knock till the door was opened. It should be mentioned that the knocker was below a half-glazed door, so that it was easily within the dog's reach. "In the capital of a German principality," says Captain Brown, "the magistrates once thought it expedient to order all dogs that had not the mark of having been wormed to be seized and confined for a certain time in a large yard without the walls of the town. These dogs, which were of all possible varieties, made a hideous noise while thus confined together; but a spaniel, which, as the person that had the care of them observed, sat apart from the rest in a corner of the yard, seemed to consider the circumstances with greater deliberation. He attended to the manner in which the gate of the yard was opened and shut, and, taking a favourable opportunity, leapt with his forepaws upon the latch, opened the gate, looked round upon the clamorous multitude, and magnanimously led them the way out of the prison. He conducted them in triumph through the gate of the town, upon which every dog ran home exulting to his master." The following anecdote, which was sent to me by the gentleman who witnessed the occurrence, proves the sense and observation of a spaniel. He possessed one which was a great favourite and a constant companion in all his rambles. One day, in passing through a field of young turnips, he pulled up one of them, and after washing it carefully in a rivulet, he cut off the top and ate the other part. During this time the dog eyed him attentively, and then proceeded to one of the growing turnips, drew it from the earth, went up briskly to the rivulet, and after dashing it about some time till he caused the water to froth considerably, he laid it down, and holding the turnip inverted and by the top, he deliberately gnawed the whole of it off, and left the top, thus closely imitating the actions of his master. A gentleman who generally resided at Boston, in Lincolnshire, had also a house at Chepstow, in Monmouthshire, to which he occasionally went in the summer. While at the latter place, a small spaniel dog, which a friend at Chepstow had given him, was taken on his return in a carriage to Boston. On the Sunday evening after the arrival at that place, the spaniel was attacked by a large dog, when out walking with his master on the river bank, and ran away. Nothing was heard of him until the receipt of a letter from Chepstow, announcing his arrival at that place in a famished and travel-worn condition. The distance is 184 miles. The following anecdote is related by Mr. Blaine. Quote, I was once called from dinner in a hurry to attend to something that had occurred. Unintentionally, I left a favorite cat in the room, together with a no less favorite spaniel. When I returned, I found the latter, which was not a small figure, extending her whole length along the table by the side of a leg of mutton which I had left. On my entrance, she showed no signs of fear, nor did she immediately alter her position. I was sure, therefore, that none but a good motive had placed her in this extraordinary situation, nor had I long to conjecture. Puss was skulking in a corner, and though the mutton was untouched, yet her conscious fears clearly evinced that she had been driven from the table in the act of attempting a robbery on the meat, to which she was too prone, and that her situation had been occupied by this faithful spaniel to prevent a repetition of the attempt. Here was fidelity united with great intellect, and wholly free from the aid of instinct. This property of guarding victuals from the cat or from other dogs was a daily practice of this animal, and while cooking was going forward, the floor might have been strewed with eatables, which would have been all safe from her own touch, and as carefully guarded from that of others. A similar property is common to many dogs, but to spaniels particularly." It is impossible in a work on dogs to omit the insertion of some pretty lines on a spaniel by Mrs. Barrett Browning, and which do so much credit to her kindly feelings and poetic talents. "Yet, my pretty sportive friend, little is't to such an end that I praise thy rareness. Other dogs may be thy peers, haply, in those drooping ears and this glossy fairness. But of thee it shall be said, this dog watched beside a bed day and night unweary, watched within a curtained room where no sunbeam broke the gloom round the sick and dreary. Roses, gathered for a vase, in that chamber died apace, beam and breeze resigning. This dog only waited on, knowing that when light is gone, love remains for shining. Other dogs, in thymy dew, tracked the hares and followed through sunny moor or meadow. This dog only crept and crept next a languid cheek that slept, sharing in the shadow. Other dogs of loyal cheer bounded at the whistle clear, up the woodside hieing. This dog only watched in reach of a faintly uttered speech, or a louder sighing. And if one or two quick tears dropped upon his glossy ears, or a sigh came double, up he sprang in eager haste, fawning, fondling, breathing fast, in a tender trouble." End of The Spaniel, Part II. Recording by Lucretia B.
Section 19 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 19. The Poodle. With all the graces of his fatherland, with well-cut coat and ever-ready hand, see, the French poodle sports his life away, obedient, wise, affectionate, and gay. Chronicles of Animals. These dogs, like all others, possess many amiable qualities, and are remarkable for the facility with which they learn several amusing tricks, and for their extraordinary sagacity. This latter quality has frequently made them a great source of profit to their masters, so that it may be said of them, "C'est encore une des plus profitables manières d'être chien qui existe." A proof of this is related by M. Blaze in his History of the Dog, and was recorded by myself many years before his work appeared. A shoeblack on the Pont Neuf at Paris had a poodle dog whose sagacity brought no small profit to his master. If the dog saw a person with well-polished boots go across the bridge, he contrived to dirty them, by having first rolled himself in the mud of the Seine. His master was then employed to clean them. An English gentleman, who had suffered more than once from the annoyance of having his boots dirtied by a dog, was at last induced to watch his proceedings, and thus detected the tricks he was playing for his master's benefit. He was so much pleased with the animal's sagacity that he purchased him at a high price and conveyed him to London. On arriving there he was confined to the house till he appeared perfectly satisfied with his new master and his new situation. He at last, however, contrived to escape, and made his way back to Paris, where he rejoined his old master and resumed his former occupation. I was at Paris some years ago, where this anecdote was related to me, and it is now published in the records of the French Institute. Perhaps the most remarkable instance known of what are called learned dogs is that of two poodles, which were trained at Milan, and exhibited at Paris in the spring of 1830. The account of them is given by a lady whose veracity is not doubtful, and who herself saw their performance. "The elder, named Fido," says she, "is white with some black patches on his head and back, and the younger, who is called Bianco, is also white, but with red spots. Fido is a grave and serious personage, walks with dignity round the circle assembled to see him, and appears much absorbed in reflection. Bianco is young and giddy, but full of talent when he chooses to apply it. Owing to his more sedate disposition, however, Fido is called upon to act the principal part of the exhibition. A word is dictated to him from the Greek, Latin, Italian, German, French, or English language, and selected from a vocabulary where 50 words in each tongue are inscribed, and which altogether make 300 different combinations. An alphabet is placed before Fido, and from it he takes the letters which compose the given word, and lays them in proper order at the feet of his master. On one occasion he was told to spell the word heaven, and he quickly placed the letters till he came to the second E. He stood for an instant as if puzzled, but in a moment after he took the E out of the first syllable and put it into the second. His attainments in orthography, however, are not so surprising as those in arithmetic. He practices the 4 rules with extraordinary facility, arranges the double ciphers as he did the double vowels in the word heaven, and rarely makes an error. When such does occur, his more thoughtless companion is called in to rectify it, which he invariably does with the greatest quickness. But as he had rather play than work, and pulls Fido by the ears to make him as idle as himself, he is quickly dismissed. One day the steady Fido spelt the word Jupiter with a B instead of a P. Bianco was summoned to his aid, who, after contemplating the word, pushed out the B with his nose, and seizing a P between his teeth, put it into the vacancy. Fido is remarkable for the modest firmness with which he insists upon his correctness when he feels convinced of it himself. For a lady having struck a repeating watch in his ear, he selected an 8 for the hour, and a 6 for the 3/4. The company present and his master called out to him he was wrong. He reviewed his numbers and stood still. His master insisted, and he again examined his ciphers, after which he went quietly, but not in the least abashed, into the middle of the carpet and looked at his audience. The watch was then sounded again, and it was found to have struck 2 at every quarter, and Fido received the plaudits which followed with as gentle a demeanor as he had borne the accusation of error. One occupation seems to bring the giddy Bianco to the gravity of the elder savant, and when the spectators are tired of arithmetic and orthography, the two dogs either sit down to écarté or become the antagonists of one of the company. They ask for or refuse cards as their hands require, with a most important look. They cut at the proper times and never mistake one suit for another. They have recourse to their ciphers to mark their points, and on one occasion, Bianco having won, he selected his number, and on being asked what were the gains of his adversary, he immediately took an O between his teeth, and showed it to the querist, and both seemed to know all the terms of the game as thoroughly as the most experienced card players. All this passes without the slightest visible or audible sign between the poodles and their master. The spectators are placed within 3 steps of the carpet on which the performance goes forward. People have gone for the sole purpose of watching the master. Everybody visits them, and yet no one has hitherto found out the mode of communication established between them and their owner. Whatever this communication may be, it does not deduct from the wonderful intelligence of these animals, for there must be a multiplicity of signs, not only to be understood with eyes and ears, but to be separated from each other in their minds, or to be combined one with another, for the various trials in which they are exercised. I have seen learned pigs and ponies, and can, after these spectacles, readily imagine how the extraordinary sagacity of a dog may be brought to a knowledge of the orthography of 300 words, but I must confess myself puzzled by the acquirements of these poodles in arithmetic, which must depend upon the will of the spectator who proposes the numbers. But that which is most surprising of all is the skill with which they play écarté. The gravity and attention with which they carry on their game is almost ludicrous, and the satisfaction of Bianco when he marks his points is perfectly evident. Nor is this a solitary instance of the extraordinary sagacity of the poodle. A lady of my acquaintance had one for many years, who was her constant companion both in the house and in her walks. When, however, either from business or indisposition, her mistress did not take her usual walk on Wimbledon Common, the dog, by jumping on a table, took down the maidservant's bonnet and held it in her mouth till she accompanied the animal to the common. A friend of mine had a poodle dog who was not very obedient to his call when he was taken out to run in the fields. A small whip was therefore purchased, and the dog one day was chastised with it. The whip was placed on a table in the hall of the house, and the next morning it could not be found. It was soon afterwards discovered in the coal cellar. The dog was a second time punished with it, and again the whip was missed. It was afterwards discovered that the dog had attempted to hide the instrument by which pain had been inflicted on him. There certainly appears a strong approach to reason in this proceeding of the dog. Cause and effect seem to have been associated in his mind, if his mode of proceeding may be called an effort of it. In Messrs. Chambers' brochure of amusing anecdotes of dogs, we find the following. An aged gentleman has mentioned to us that about 50 years ago a Frenchman brought to London from 80 to 100 dogs, chiefly poodles, the remainder spaniels, but all nearly of the same size and of the smaller kind. On the education of these animals their proprietor had bestowed an immense deal of pains. From puppyhood upwards they had been taught to walk on their hind legs, and maintain their footing with surprising ease in that unnatural position. They had likewise been drilled into the best possible behaviour towards each other. No snarling, barking, or indecorous conduct took place when they were assembled in company. But what was most surprising of all, they were able to perform in various theatrical pieces of the character of pantomimes, representing various transactions in heroic and familiar life, with wonderful fidelity. The object of their proprietor was of course to make money by their performances, which the public were accordingly invited to witness in one of the minor theatres. Amongst their histrionic performances was the representation of a siege. On the rising of the curtain there appeared 3 ranges of ramparts, one above the other, having salient angles and a moat, like a regularly constructed fortification. In the centre of the fortress arose a tower, on which a flag was flying, while in the distance behind appeared the buildings and steeples of a town. The ramparts were guarded by soldiers in uniform, each armed with a musket or sword, of an appropriate size. All these were dogs, and their duty was to defend the walls from an attacking party, consisting also of dogs, whose movements now commenced the operations of the siege. In the foreground of the stage were some rude buildings and irregular surfaces, from among which there issued a reconnoitring party. The chief, habited as an officer of rank, with great circumspection surveyed the fortification, and his sedate movements, and his consultations with the troops that accompanied him, implied that an attack was determined upon. But these consultations did not pass unobserved by the defenders of the garrison. The party was noticed by a sentinel and fired upon, and this seemed to be the signal to call every man to his post at the embrasures. Shortly after, the troops advanced to the escalade, but to cross the moat and get at the bottom of the walls it was necessary to bring up some species of pontoon, and accordingly several soldiers were seen engaged in pushing before them wicker-work scaffoldings, which moved on castors, towards the fortifications. The drums beat to arms, and the bustle of warfare opened in earnest. Smoke was poured out in volleys from shot-holes. The besieging forces pushed forward in masses, regardless of the fire. The moat was filled with the crowd, and amid much confusion and scrambling, scaling ladders were raised against the walls. Then was the grand tug of war. The leaders of the forlorn hope who first ascended were opposed with great gallantry by the defenders, and this was perhaps the most interesting part of the exhibition. The chief of the assailants did wonders. He was seen now here, now there, animating his men, and was twice hurled, with ladder and followers, from the second gradation of ramparts, but he was invulnerable, and seemed to receive an accession of courage on every fresh repulse. The rattle of the miniature cannon, the roll of the drums, the sound of trumpets, and the heroism of the actors on both sides imparted an idea of reality to the scene. After numerous hair-breadth escapes, the chief surmounted the third line of fortifications, followed by his troops. The enemy's standard was hurled down, and the British flag hoisted in its place. The ramparts were manned by the conquerors, and the smoke cleared away to the tune of "God Save the King." It is impossible to convey a just idea of this performance, which altogether reflected great credit on its contriver, as also on the abilities of each individual dog. We must conclude that the firing from the embrasures and some other parts of the mécanique were effected by human agency, but the actions of the dogs were clearly their own, and showed what could be effected with animals by dint of patient culture. Another specimen of these canine theatricals was quite a contrast to the bustle of the siege. The scene was an assembly room, on the sides and the further end of which seats were placed, while a music gallery and a profusion of chandeliers gave a richness and truth to the general effect. Livery servants were in attendance on a few of the company, who entered and took their seats. Frequent knockings now occurred at the door, followed by the entrance of parties attired in the fashion of the period, These were, of course, the same individuals who had recently been in the deadly breach. But now all was tranquillity, elegance, and ease. Parties were formally introduced to each other with an appearance of the greatest decorum. The dogs, intended to represent ladies, were dressed in silks, gauzes, laces, and gay ribbons. Some wore artificial flowers with flowing ringlets, others wore the powdered and pomatumed headdress, with caps and lappets, in ludicrous contrast to the features of the animals. The animals which represented gentlemen were judiciously equipped, some as youthful and others as aged beaux, regulated by their degrees of proficiency, since those most youthfully dressed were most attentive to the ladies. The frequent bow in return of curtsy produced great mirth in the audience. On a sudden the master of the ceremonies appeared. He wore a superb court dress, and his manners were in agreement with his costume. To some of the gentlemen he gave merely a look of recognition. To the ladies he was generally attentive. To some he projected his paw familiarly. To others he bowed with respect, and introduced one to another with an air of elegance that surprised and delighted the spectators. As the performance advanced, the interest increased. The music was soon interrupted by a loud knocking, which announced the arrival of some important visitor. Several livery servants entered, and then a sedan chair was borne in by appropriately dressed dogs. They removed the poles, raised the head, and opened the door of the sedan. Forth came a lady, splendidly attired in spangled satin and jewels, and her head decorated with a plume of ostrich feathers. She made a great impression, and appeared as if conscious of her superior attraction. Meanwhile the chair was removed. The master of the ceremonies, in his court dress, was in readiness to receive the élégante, and the bow and curtsy were admirably interchanged. The band now struck up an air of the kind to which ball-room companies are accustomed to promenade, and the company immediately quitted their seats and began to walk ceremoniously in pairs round the room. 3 of the ladies placed their arms under those of their attendant gentlemen. On seats being resumed, the master of the ceremonies and the lady who came in the sedan chair arose. He led her to the centre of the room. Foot's minuet struck up. The pair commenced the movements with an attention to time. They performed the crossings and turnings, the advancings, retreatings, and obeisances, during which there was a perfect silence, and they concluded amid thunders of applause. What ultimately became of the ingenious manager with his company, our informant never heard. The following anecdotes prove the strong affection and perseverance of the poodle. The late Duke of Argyll had a favourite dog of his description, who was his constant companion. This dog, on the occasion of one of the Duke's journeys to Inverary Castle, was, by some accident or mistake, left behind in London. On missing his master, the faithful animal set off in search of him, and made his way into Scotland, and was found early one morning at the gate of the castle. The anecdote is related by the family, and a picture shown of the dog. A poor German artist, who was studying at Rome, had a poodle dog, who used to accompany him, when his funds would allow it, to an ordinary frequented by other students. Here the dog got scraps enough to support him. His master, not being able to keep up the expense, discontinued his visits to the ordinary. The dog fared badly in consequence, and at last his master returned to his friends in Germany, leaving the dog behind him. The poor animal slept at the top of the stairs leading to his master's room, but watched in the daytime at the door of the ordinary, and when he saw his former acquaintances crowding in, he followed at their heels, and thus gaining admittance, was fed till his owner came back to resume his studies. A gentleman possessed a poodle dog and a terrier, between whom a great affection existed. When the terrier was shut up, as was sometimes the case, the poodle always hid such bones or meat as he could procure, and afterwards brought the terrier to the spot where they were concealed. He was constantly watched, and observed to do this act of kindness. The sagacity of the poodle is strongly shown by the following fact. Mr. B. T., who was constantly in the habit of making tours on the Continent, was always accompanied by a poodle dog. In one of his journeys he was seated at a table d'hôte, next to a person whose conversation he found so agreeable that a sort of intimacy sprung up between them. The dog, however, for the first time he had ever done so to any one, showed a dislike to the stranger, and so much so that Mr. B. T. could not help remarking it. In the course of his tour he again fell in with the stranger, when the intimacy was renewed, and Mr. B. T. offered him a seat in his carriage, as they were both going the same way. No sooner, however, had the stranger entered the carriage than the dog showed an increased dislike of him, which continued during the course of the journey. At night they slept at a small inn, in a wild and somewhat unfrequented country, and on separating in the evening to go to their respective beds, the poodle evinced the greatest anger, and was with difficulty restrained from attacking the stranger. In the middle of the night Mr. B. T. was awoke by a noise in his room, and there was light enough for him to perceive that his dog had seized his travelling companion, who, upon being threatened, confessed that he had entered the room for the purpose of endeavouring to purloin Mr. B. T.'s money, of which he was aware that he possessed a considerable quantity. This is not a solitary instance of an instinctive faculty which enables dogs to discriminate, by showing a strong dislike, the characters of particular individuals. A friend has sent me the following account of a poodle he once had. Many years ago I had a poodle who was an excellent retriever. He was a middle-sized, active dog, a first-rate waterman, with a nose so particularly sensitive that no object, however minute, could escape its delicate investigation. Philip was the hardiest animal in the world. No sea would prevent him from carrying a dead bird through the boiling breakers, and I have seen him follow and secure a wounded mallard, although in the attempt his legs were painfully scarified in breaking through a field of ice scarcely the thickness of a crown piece. Philip, though of French extraction, had decidedly Irish partialities. He delighted in a glass of grog, and no matter with what labor and constancy he had returned from retrieving, he still enjoyed a glass of punch. When he had drunk it, he was in high glee, running round and round to try and catch his own tail, and even then allowing the cat to approach him, which he was by no means disposed to do at other times. When my daughter was in Germany, she sent me the following interesting anecdote of a poodle, the accuracy of which she had an opportunity of ascertaining. An inhabitant of Dresden had a poodle that he was fond of, and had always treated kindly. For some reason or another he gave her to a friend of his, a countryman in Posendorf, who lived 3 leagues from Dresden. This person, who well knew the great attachment of the dog to her former master, took care to keep her tied up, and would not let her leave the house till he thought she had forgotten him. During this time the poodle had young ones, 3 in number, which she nourished with great affection, and appeared to bestow upon them her whole attention, and to have entirely given up her former uneasiness at her new abode. From this circumstance her owner thought she had forgotten her old master, and therefore no longer kept her a close prisoner. Very soon, however, the poodle was missing, and also the 3 young ones, and nothing was heard of her for several days. One morning his friend came to him from Dresden, and informed him that the preceding evening the poodle had come to his house with one of the puppies in her mouth, and that another had been found dead on the road to Posendorf. It appeared that the dog had started in the night, carrying the puppies, who were not able to walk, one after the other, a certain distance on the road to Dresden, with the evident intention of conveying them all to her much-loved home and master. The 3rd puppy was never found, and is supposed to have been carried off by some wild animal or bird, while the poor mother was in advance with the others. The dead one had apparently perished from cold. The late Dr. Chisholm of Canterbury had a remarkable poodle, which a correspondent informs me he has often seen. On one occasion he was told, for the first time, by way of trial, to fetch his master's slippers. He went upstairs and brought down one only. He was then told, "You have brought one only, go and fetch the other." And the other was brought. The next evening the dog was again told to bring the slippers. He went upstairs, put one slipper within the other, and brought both down. This dog appeared to understand much of our language. When dining with Dr. Chisholm and others, his intelligence was put to the proof by my correspondent. Some one would hide an article, open the door, and bring in the dog, saying, "Find so and so." The poodle used to look up steadily in the face of the speaker, until he was told whether the article was hid high or low. He would then search either on the ground or on the chairs and furniture, and bring the article, never taking any notice of any other thing that was lying about. He would, upon being ordered, go upstairs and bring down a snuff box, stick, pocket handkerchief, or anything, understanding as readily what was said to him as if spoken to a servant. Another poodle would go through the agonies of dying in a very systematic manner. When he was ordered to die, he would tumble over on one side, and then stretch himself out, and move his hind legs in such a way as expressed that he was in great pain, first slowly and afterwards very quickly. After a few convulsive throbs, indicated by putting his head and whole body in motion, he would stretch out all his limbs and cease to move, lying on his back with his legs turned upwards, as if he had expired. In this situation he remained motionless until he had his master's commands to get up. The following anecdote was communicated to the Reverend Mr. Jenyns by Mrs. Grosvenor of Richmond, Surrey. A poodle dog belonging to a gentleman in Cheshire was in the habit of not only going to church, but of remaining quietly in the pew during service, whether his master was there or not. One Sunday the dam at the head of a lake in that neighborhood gave way, so that the whole road was inundated. The congregation, in consequence, consisted of a very few, who came from some cottages close by, but nobody attended from the great house. The clergyman informed the lady that whilst reading the Psalms he saw his friend the poodle come slowly up the aisle dripping with wet, having swum above a quarter of a mile to get to church. He went into the usual pew, and remained quietly there to the end of the service. The Marquis of Worcester, the late Duke of Beaufort, who served in the Peninsular War, had a poodle which was taken from the grave of his master, a French officer, who fell at the battle of Salamanca, and was buried on the spot. The dog had remained on the grave until he was nearly starved, and even then was removed with difficulty. So faithful are these animals in protecting the remains of those they loved. A poodle dog followed his master, a French officer, to the wars. The latter was soon afterwards killed at the battle of Castella in Valencia, when his comrades endeavored to carry the dog with them in their retreat. But the faithful animal refused to leave the corpse, and they left him. A military marauder, in going over the field of battle, discovering the cross of the Legion of Honor on the dead officer's breast, attempted to capture it, but the poodle instantly seized him by the throat, and would have ended his career had not a comrade run the honest canine guardian through the body. Mr. Blaine, in his account of dogs, says that strange as it may appear, it is no less true that a poodle dog actually scaled the high buildings of my residence in Wells Street, Oxford Street, proceeded along several roofs of houses, and made his way down, by progressive but very considerable leaps, into distant premises, from whence, by watching and stratagem, he gained the street, and returned home in order to join his mistress, for whose sake he had encountered these great risks. I am always glad to have an opportunity of acknowledging the kindness of my correspondents, and now do so to the clergyman who very kindly sent me the following anecdote, which I give in his own words. I have a distinct remembrance of Frol, or Frolic, a dog belonging to an aged relation, once the property of her deceased only son, which animal, in his earlier days, doubtless gave evidence that his name was not given him unadvisedly, but during the yearly visits of myself to that kind and indulgent person, I can remember nothing but a rather small, though fat, unwieldy poodle, whose curly, glossy coat (preserved after his death), long yellow ears and black nose, the rest of his body being perfectly white, betokened that he had been a beauty in his time. Froll was still a prodigious favorite with his mistress, although I confess my feelings towards him were rather those of fear than any other, for to touch him was quite sufficient to evoke a growl, or perchance a snap, from this pet of a dozen years or more. A cross, snappish fellow he was at best, and well he knew the length of Trusty the house dog's chain, which less favored quadruped was never let loose by day, from a well-grounded fear that he might, if allowed, resent, by summary punishment, the constant insults he was doomed to submit to from this most petted and presumptuous myrmidon of the drawing-room. With all this, although time and overfeeding had soured his temper, Froll still retained much of, if not all, his former intelligence, a trait so peculiar to his species, declared by many long past but still vaunted proofs of his being a wonder in his way. One of his peculiarities was a fondness for apples, not indeed all apples, but those which grew on a particular tree, called Froll's tree, and no others. This tree was, by the way, the best in the garden, and the small, sweet, delicate fruit therefrom (my reminiscence is distinct on this point) were carefully preserved for this canine favorite. Nothing would entice him to eat any other sort of apple, and in the season he would constantly urge his mistress into the garden by repeated barking, and other unmistakable symptoms. His daily meals, too, of which I think there were 3 regular ones, were events in themselves, the careful attention to which tended perhaps to relieve the monotony of a country life. They are indeed not speedily to be forgotten by those who witnessed them. He would take food from no one but his mistress or her maid, which latter person was his chief purveyor, who had been an inmate of the house contemporary with himself, or I believe long before, but this feeding was generally a task of great trouble. Such coaxing and humoring on the one hand, such growling and snarling on the other, has been perhaps seldom heard. At length, after much beseeching on the part of the maid, and a few words of entreaty from the mistress, he would condescend to eat, but never, I believe, without some symptoms of discontent, how savoury soever the morsel, submitting to that as a favour which is generally snatched at, and devoured with so much gusto and avidity by most others of his tribe. I should not have entered into these peculiarities, which are scarcely evidence of any intelligence beyond that of other dogs, were it not that the circumstances attending his death were really extraordinary, the more so when the character of the dog is considered, and as we have so often heard of a presentiment of that great change being strongly imprinted on human minds, so there were not wanting some of the then inmates of the house who attributed his unwonted behaviour on the eve of his death to the same cause. The dog slept constantly in his mistress's bedroom, but contrary to custom on the night in question, he pertinaciously refused to remain there. My brother and myself, who were then little boys, were, to our great surprise, aroused in the course of the night by an unwonted scratching at the door of our apartment, which we immediately opened, and to our equal delight and wonder were saluted by Froll's jumping up and licking our hands and faces. Certainly he never appeared in better health and spirits in his life. Whether he did this to atone for his former uncourteous behaviour towards us, or was urged by some unaccountable feeling of amiability as well as restlessness, I cannot say, but certain it is his gentler faculties were that night for once aroused, for this unaccustomed compliment I can safely affirm we never personally received at any former period of our acquaintance. After a time he left us, charmed at experiencing these new and flattering demonstrations, which joy was, alas, doomed to be sadly and speedily extinguished. When the morning came, the distressed countenance of the servant who called us portended some evil tidings, which was quickly followed by the unexpected intelligence of the demise of poor Frau. We hastily accompanied the servant into the coachman's sleeping apartment, and there under the bed lay the poor dog. It had pleased him to go there to die, having previously aroused every individual in the house during the night by scratching at their several chambers one after another, and saluting them in the same amiable manner he had my brother and myself. This anecdote could be well authenticated by most of the persons then in the house, who are still alive. End of Chapter 19. The Poodle. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 20 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 20. The Eskimo Dog. Dr. Richardson, in his American Fauna, mentions as a curious fact that those Indian nations who still preserve their ancient mode of life have dogs which bear a strong resemblance to wolves. Thus it is with the Eskimo dogs. They are extremely like the grey wolves of the Arctic Circle in form and colour, and nearly equal to them in size. They also bear some resemblance to the Pomeranian breed, although the latter are much smaller. It is curious that almost every nation on earth has some peculiar traditions regarding the dog. The Eskimo, a nation inhabiting the polar regions, have a singular fable amongst them respecting the origin of the dog-rib Indians, a tribe which inhabits the northern confines of the American continent. It is thus detailed in Captain Franklin's second journey to the Polar Sea. Quote, "For a long time Chapawee's descendants were united as one family, but at length some young men being accidentally killed in a game, a quarrel ensued, and a general dispersion of mankind took place. One Indian fixed his residence on the borders of the lake, taking with him a dog big with young. The pups in due time were littered, and the Indian, when he went out to fish, carefully tied them up to prevent their straying. Several times as he approached his tent he heard a noise of children talking and playing, but on entering it he only perceived the pups tied up as usual. His curiosity being excited by the voices he had heard, he determined to watch, and one day pretending to go out and fish, according to custom, he concealed himself in a convenient place. In a short time he again heard the voices, and rushing suddenly into the tent, beheld some beautiful children sporting and laughing with the dog skins lying by their side. He threw the skins into the fire, and the children, retaining their proper forms, grew up, and were the ancestors of the dog-rib nation." Unquote. Captain Lyon, who had so many opportunities of studying the habits of the Eskimo dog, has given so interesting an account of it that I cannot do better than quote his own words. Quote, "Having myself possessed, during our hard winter, a team of 11 fine dogs, I was enabled to become better acquainted with their good qualities than could possibly have been the case by the casual visits of the Eskimo to the ships. The form of the Eskimo dog is very similar to that of our shepherd's dog in England, but it is more muscular and broad-chested, owing to the constant and severe work to which he is brought up. His ears are pointed, and the aspect of the head is somewhat savage. In size a fine dog is about the height of the Newfoundland breed, but broad like a mastiff in every part except the nose. The hair of the coat is in summer as well as in winter very long, but during the cold season a soft, downy undercovering is found, which does not appear in warm weather. Young dogs are put into harness as soon as they can walk, and being tied up soon acquire a habit of pulling in their attempts to recover their liberty or to roam in quest of their mother. When about 2 months old they are put into the sled with the grown dogs, and sometimes 8 or 10 little ones are under the charge of some steady old animal, where, with frequent and sometimes severe beatings, they soon receive a competent education. Every dog is distinguished by a particular name, and the angry repetition of it has an effect as instantaneous as an application of the whip, which instrument is of an immense length, having a lash from 18 to 24 feet, while the handle is 1 foot only. With this, by throwing it on one side or the other of the leader, and repeating certain words, the animals are guided, or stopped. When the sledge is stopped, they are all taught to lie down, by throwing the whip gently over their backs, and they will remain in this position even for hours, until their master returns to them. A walrus is frequently drawn by 3 or 4 of these dogs, and seals are sometimes carried home in the same manner, though I have in some instances seen a dog bring home the greater part of a seal in panniers placed across his back. The latter mode of conveyance is often used in summer, and the dogs also carry skins or furniture overland to the sledges when their masters are going on any expedition. It might be supposed that in so cold a climate these animals had peculiar periods of gestation, like the wild creatures, but on the contrary, they bear young at every season of the year, and seldom exceed 5 at a litter. Cold has very little effect on them, for although the dogs at the huts slept within the snow passages, mine at the ships had no shelter, but lay alongside, with the thermometer at 42° and 44°, and with as little concern as if the weather had been mild. I found, by several experiments, that 3 of my dogs could draw me on a sledge weighing 100 pounds at the rate of 1 mile in 6 minutes; and, as a proof of the strength of a well-grown dog, my leader drew 196 pounds singly, and to the same distance, in 8 minutes. At another time 7 of my dogs ran a mile in 4 minutes, drawing a heavy sledge full of men. Afterwards, in carrying stores to the Fury, 1 mile distant, 9 dogs drew 1,611 pounds in the space of 9 minutes. My sledge was on runners, neither shod nor iced; but had the runners been iced, at least 40 pounds weight would have been added for each dog." Unquote. Captain Lyon, in another passage, observes, quote, "Our 11 dogs were large and even majestic looking animals, and an old one of peculiar sagacity was placed at their head by having a longer trace, so as to lead them through the safest and driest places; these animals having such a dread of water as to receive a severe beating before they would swim a foot. The leader was instant in obeying the voice of the driver, who never beat, but repeatedly called to him by name. When the dogs slackened their pace, the sight of a seal or bird was sufficient to put them instantly to their full speed; and even though none of these might be seen on the ice, the cry of 'a seal,' 'a bear,' or 'a bird,' etc., was enough to give play to the legs and voices of the whole pack. It was a beautiful sight to observe the 2 sledges racing at full speed to the same object, the dogs and men in full cry, and the vehicle splashing through the holes of water with the velocity and spirit of rival stage coaches. There is something of the spirit of professed whips in these wild races, for the young men delight in passing each other's sledge, and jockeying the hinder one by crossing the path. In passing on different routes, the right hand is yielded, and should an inexperienced driver endeavour to take the left, he would have some difficulty in persuading his team to do so. The only unpleasant circumstance attending these races is, that a poor dog is sometimes entangled and thrown down, when the sledge, with perhaps a heavy load, is unavoidably drawn over his body. The driver sits on the fore part of the vehicle, from whence he jumps when requisite to pull it clear of any impediments which may lie in the way, and he also guides it by pressing either foot on the ice. The voice and long whip answer all the purposes of reins, and the dogs can be made to turn a corner as dexterously as horses, though not in such an orderly manner, since they are constantly fighting, and I do not recollect to have seen one receive a flogging without instantly wreaking his passion on the ears of his neighbours. The cries of the men are not more melodious than those of the animals, and their wild looks and gestures when animated give them an appearance of devils driving wolves before them. Our dogs had eaten nothing for 48 hours, and could not have gone over less than 70 miles of ground, yet they returned, to all appearances, as fresh and active as when they first set out. Such is the Eskimo dog, an animal of the greatest value in the cold regions of the Arctic Circle. In addition to Captain Lyon's very interesting account of them, it may be mentioned that they are of great use to their masters in discovering by the scent the winter retreats which the bears make under the snow. Their endurance, too, never tires, and their fidelity is never shaken by blows and starving. They are obstinate in their nature, but the women, who treat them with more kindness than the men, and who nurse them in their helpless state, or when they are sick, have an unbounded command over their affections. I am indebted to Colonel Hamilton Smith for the following account of an Eskimo dog brought to this country, and which he received from Mr. Cleghorn, the owner of the animal. "The Eskimo dog is possessed of very great sagacity, in some respects more than any dog I have ever seen. I may mention an instance. In coming along a country road, a hare started, and in place of running after the hare in the usual way, the dog pushed himself through the hedge, crossed the field, and, when past the hare, through the hedge again, as if to meet her direct. It is needless to remark that the hare doubled through the hedge. But had it been in an open country, there would have been a fine chase. One particular characteristic of the dog is, that he forms a strong attachment to his master, and however kind others may be, they never can gain his affection, even from coaxing with food or otherwise, and whenever set at liberty, he rushes to the spot where the individual of his attachment is. I may give one or two instances among many. One morning he was let loose by some of the men on the ground, when he instantly bounded from them to my house, and the kitchen door being open, found his way through it, when, to the great amazement of all, he leaped into the bed where I was sleeping, and fawned in the most affectionate manner upon me. Another instance was, when the dog was with me, going up the steep bank of the Prince's Street garden. I slipped my foot, and came down, when he immediately seized me by the coat, as if to render assistance in raising me. Notwithstanding this particular affection to some, he was in the habit of biting others, without giving the least warning or indication of anger. He was remarkably cunning, for he was in the practice of strewing his meat around him, to induce fowls or rats to come within his reach while he lay watching, as if asleep, when he instantly pounced upon them, and always with success. He was swift, and had a noble appearance when running." End of Section 20. The Eskimo Dog.
Section 21 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Julia Kelly. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Otter Terrier. How greedily they snuff the fishy steam, that to each blade rank scenting clings. See how the morning dews they sweep, that from their feet besprinkling drop dispersed, and leave a track oblique behind. Now on firm land they range, then in the flood they plunge tumultuous, or through reedy pools. Rustling they work their way, no holt escapes their curious search. With quick sensation now the fuming vapour stings, flutter their hearts, and joy redoubled bursts from every mouth in louder symphonies. Yon hollow trunk, that with its hoary head incurved salutes the passing wave, must be the tyrant's fort and dread abode. How these impatient climb, while others at the root incessant bay! They put him down. Somerville. The above is an animated and beautiful description of an otter hunt, an old English sport fast falling into disuse, and the breed of the real otter hound is either extinct or very nearly so. In stating this, I am aware that there are still many dogs which are called Otterhounds, but it may be doubted whether they possess that peculiar formation which belongs exclusively to the true breed. Few things in nature are more curious and interesting than this formation, and it shows forcibly how beautifully everything has been arranged for the instincts and several habits of animals. The true Otterhound is completely web-footed, even to the roots of its claws, thus enabling it to swim with much greater facility and swiftness than other dogs. But it has another extraordinary formation. The ear possesses a sort of flap, which, covering the aperture, excludes the entrance of the water, and thus the dog is enabled to dive after the otter without that inconvenience which it would otherwise experience. The Earl of Cadogan has, what his lordship considers, the last of the breed of the true Otterhound. It was a present from Sir Walter Scott. Lord Cadogan offered £100 for another dog of the same breed, but of a different sex, but I believe without being able to procure one with those true marks which are confined to the authentic breed. A gipsy was, indeed, said to have possessed one, but he refused to part with it. Those who saw the exhibition of pictures in the Royal Academy in 1844 will recollect a large, interesting, and beautiful picture by Sir Edwin Landseer of a pack of Otterhounds. The picture describes the hunt at the time of the termination of the chase and the capture of the otter. The animal is impaled on the huntsman's spear, while the rough, shaggy, and picturesque-looking pack are represented with eyes intently fixed on the amphibious beast, and howling in uncouth chorus round their agonized and dying prey. An otter hunt is a cheerful and inspiriting sport, and it is still carried on in some of the lakes of Cumberland. Indeed, as lately as the year 1844, a pack of Otterhounds was advertised in the newspapers to be sold by private contract. The alleged cause of the owners parting with them was in consequence of their having cleared the rivers of 3 counties, Staffordshire being one, of all the otters, and the number captured and killed in the last few years was mentioned. Good Otterhounds, as an old writer observes, will come chanting, and trail along by the riverside, and will beat every tree root, every osier bed, and tuft of bulrushes; nay, sometimes they will take the water and beat it like a spaniel, and by these means the otter can hardly escape you. The otter swims and dives with great celerity, and in doing the latter it throws up sprots or air bubbles, which enable the hunters to ascertain where it is and to spear it. The best time to find it is early in the morning. It may frequently be traced by the dead fish and fish bones strewed along the banks of the river. The prints, also, of the animal's feet, called his seal, are of a peculiar formation, and thus it is readily traced. The otter preys during the night, and conceals himself in the daytime under the banks of lakes and rivers, where he generally forms a kind of subterraneous gallery, running for several yards parallel to the water's edge, so that if he should be assailed from one end he flies to the other. When he takes to the water, it is necessary that those who have otter spears should watch the bubbles, for he generally vents near them. When the otter is seized, or upon the point of being caught by the hounds, he turns upon his pursuers with the utmost ferocity. Instances are recorded of dogs having been drowned by otters, which they had seized under water, for they can sustain the want of respiration for a much longer time than the dog. Mr. Daniel, in his Rural Sports, remarks that hunting the otter was formerly considered an excellent sport, and that hounds were kept solely for that purpose. The sportsmen went on each side of the river, beating the banks and sedges with the dogs. If an otter was not soon found, it was supposed that he had gone to couch more inland, and was sought for accordingly. If one was found, the sportsman viewed his track in the mud to find which way he had taken. On the soft sand see there his seal impressed, and on that bank behold the glittering spoils, half-eaten fish, scales, fins and bones, the leavings of his feast. The spears were used in aid of the dogs. When an otter is wounded, he makes directly to land, where he maintains an obstinate defence. Low to yon sedgy bank he creeps disconsolate. His numerous foes surround him, hounds and men. Pierced through and through, on pointed spears they lift him high in air. Bid the loud horns, in gaily warbling strains, proclaim the spoiler's fate. He dies, he dies. The male otter never makes any complaint when seized by the dogs, or even when transfixed with a spear, but the females emit a very shrill squeal. In the year 1796, near Bridgenorth, on the river Wherfe, 4 otters were killed. One stood 3, another 4 hours before the dogs, and was scarcely a minute out of sight. In April of 1804, the otter hounds of Mr. Coleman of Leominster killed an otter of extraordinary size. It measured from the nose to the end of the tail 4 feet 10 inches, and weighed 34½ pounds. This animal was supposed to be 8 years old, and to have destroyed for the last 5 years a ton of fish annually. The destruction of fish by this animal is indeed very great, for he will eat none unless it be perfectly fresh, and what he takes himself. By his mode of eating them he causes a still greater consumption, for so soon as an otter catches a fish he drags it on shore, devours it to the vent, and unless pressed by extreme hunger, always leaves the remainder, and takes to the water in search of more. In rivers it is always observed to swim against the stream, in order to meet its prey. Otters bite very severely, and they will seize upon a dog with the utmost ferocity, and will shake it as a terrier does a rat. The jaws of the otter are so constructed that even when dead it is difficult to separate them, as they adhere with the utmost tenacity. Otters are frequently found on the banks of the Thames, and a large one was caught in an eel basket near Windsor, but the hunting of them is discontinued. End of the Otter Terrier. Recording by Julia Kelly, Knoxville, Tennessee, USA.
Section 22 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 22. The Greyhound. Ah, gallant Snowball! What remains up Forden's banks, o'er Flixton's plains, of all thy strength, thy sinewy force, which rather flew than ran the course? Ah, what remains, save that thy breed may to their father's fame succeed, and when the prize appears in view, may prove that they are Snowballs too? The perfection to which the greyhound has been brought by persevering care and attention to its breed, distinguishes it alike for beauty, shape, and high spirit, while its habits are mild and gentle in the extreme. These dogs were brought to this great perfection by the late Lord Orford, Major Topham, and others. Snowball, perhaps one of the best greyhounds that ever ran, won 4 cups, couples, and upwards of 30 matches at Moulton, and upon the wolds of Yorkshire. In fact, no dog had any chance with him except his own blood. In the November Malton coursing meeting in 1799, a Scotch greyhound was produced, which had beat every opponent in Scotland. It was then brought to England, and challenged any dog in the kingdom. The challenge was accepted, and Snowball selected for the trial of speed. After a course of 2 miles, the match, upon which considerable sums were depending, was decided in his favour. Another dog, which belonged to Sir Henry Bate Dudley, won 74 successive matches without having been once beaten. Various have been the opinions upon the difference of speed between a well-bred greyhound and a racehorse, if opposed to each other. Wishes had been frequently indulged by the sporting world that some criterion could be adopted by which the superiority of speed could be fairly ascertained, when the following circumstance accidentally took place, and afforded some information upon what had been previously considered a matter of great uncertainty. In the month of December, some years ago, a match was to have been run over Doncaster racecourse for 100 guineas; but one of the horses having been drawn, a mare started alone, that by running the ground she might insure the wager, when, having run about 1 mile in the fore, she was accompanied by a greyhound bitch, which joined her from the side of the course, and emulatively entering into the competition, continued to race with the mare for the other 3 miles, keeping nearly head and head, and affording an excellent treat to the field by the energetic exertions of each. At passing the distance post, 5-4 was betted in favour of the greyhound. When parallel with the stand, it was even betting, and any person might have taken his choice from 5 to 10. The mare, however, had the advantage by a head at the termination of the course. The courage and spirit of these dogs is very great. A greyhound ran a hare single-handed, and raced her so hard, that not having time to run through an opening at the bottom of some paling, she and the greyhound made a spring at the same moment at the top of the pails. The dog seized her at the instant she reached it, and in the momentary struggle he slipped between 2 broken pails, each of which ran into the top of his thighs. In this situation he hung till the horseman came up, when, to their great surprise, he had the hare fast in his mouth, which was taken from him before he could be released. I saw a hare coursed on the Brighton Downs some years ago by 2 celebrated greyhounds. Such was the length of the course, some of it up very steep hills, that the hare fell dead before the dogs, who were so exhausted that they only reached to within 6 feet of her. This was one of the severest courses ever witnessed. On another occasion 2 dogs ran a hare for several miles, and with such speed as to be very soon out of sight of the coursing party. After a considerable search, both the dogs and the hare were found dead within a few yards of each other, nor did it appear that the former had touched the hare. Mr. Daniel, in his Rural Sports, states that a brace of greyhounds in Lincolnshire ran a hare from her seat to where she was killed, a distance, measuring straight, of upwards of 4 miles, in 12 minutes. During the course there was a good number of turns, which must have very considerably increased the space gone over. The hare ran till she died before the greyhounds touched her. In the year 1798, a brace of greyhounds, the property of Mr. Courtall of Carlisle, coursed a hare from the Swift, near that city, and killed her at Clemmell, 7 miles distant. Both greyhounds were so exhausted, that unless the aid of medical men who happened to be on the spot had been immediately given, they would have died, and it was with difficulty they were recovered. In the year 1818, a black greyhound bitch, the property of Mr. John Heaton of Scarisbrick, in Lancashire, left her master, forsook the habitation where she had been reared, betook herself to the fields and thickets, and adopted a life of unlimited freedom, defying all the restraints of man. In this state she killed a great number of hares for food, and occasionally made free with the sheep. She, therefore, very soon became a nuisance in the neighbourhood. She had taken her station at the distance of 2 miles from her master's house, and was generally found near this spot. In consequence of her depredations, many attempts were made to shoot her, but in vain. She eluded for more than 6 months the vigilance of her pursuers. At length she was observed to go into a barn that stood in a field which she frequented. She entered the building through a hole in the wall, and by means of a rope snare was caught as she came out. On entering the barn, 3 whelps were found about a week old, so that in her savage state she had evidently been visited by a male of her own species. The whelps were, foolishly enough, immediately destroyed. As the bitch herself evinced the utmost ferocity, and though well secured, vainly attempted to seize every person that approached, she was taken home and treated with the greatest kindness. By degrees her ferocity abated, and in the course of 2 months she became perfectly reconciled to her original abode. The following season she ran several courses. There continued a wildness in her look, yet, although at perfect liberty, she did not attempt again to stray away, but seemed quite reconciled to her domestic life. Few facts can show the high courage of the greyhound more than the following. As a gamekeeper of Lord Egremont's was leading a brace of greyhounds in couples, a hare accidentally crossed the road in view. This temptation proved so irresistible that the dogs, by a joint effort, broke suddenly from their conductor and gave chase, shackled as they were together. When they got up and gave the hare the first turn, it was evidently much to her advantage, as the greyhounds were so embarrassed that it was with great difficulty they could change the direction. Notwithstanding this temporary delay, they sustained no diminution of natural energy, but continued the course through and over various obstructions, till the object of their pursuit fell a victim to their invincible perseverance, after a run of between 3 and 4 miles. In addition to the beauty, elegance, high spirit, and speed of the greyhound, may be mentioned his mild and affectionate disposition, as well as his fidelity and attachment to those who treat him with kindness. They will also show sometimes considerable sagacity, of which the following is an instance. 2 young gentlemen went to skate attended only by a greyhound. About the time they were expected home, the dog arrived at the house full speed, and by his great anxiety, by laying hold of the clothes of some of the inmates, and by his significant gestures, he convinced them that something was wrong. They followed the greyhound and came to the pond. A hat was seen on the ice, near which was a fresh aperture. The bodies of the young gentlemen were soon found, but life was extinct. In this instance the sagacity of the dog was extraordinary. Had he possessed the power of speech, he could scarcely have communicated what had taken place more significantly than he did. I have received the following anecdote from a friend on whose veracity I can depend. In the year 1816, a greyhound bitch in pup was sent from the neighbourhood of Edinburgh by a carrier, via Dumfries, to the neighbourhood of Castle Douglas, in the stewartry of Kirkcudbright. She brought up her litter of pups there, and in the following year was returned by the same route to Edinburgh, from whence she was sent by way of Douglas and Muirkirk to the neighbourhood of Cumnock, in Ayrshire. After remaining there 5 or 6 months, she found her way across the country to the house near Castle Douglas, where she had brought up her pups. The fact of her crossing the country was ascertained by shepherds, who saw her accompanied by a pointer dog. She arrived accompanied by this dog, who left her almost immediately, and found his way home again. The bitch was bred in East Lothian, and had never been previously either in Ayrshire or Dumfriesshire. A small Italian greyhound in Bologna, which used at nights to have a kind of jacket put on to guard him from the cold, went out generally very early in the morning to a neighbouring house to visit another dog of the same breed which lived there. He always endeavoured by various coaxing gestures to prevail upon the people of the house to take off his night jacket, in order that he might play more at ease with his companion. It once happened, when he could not get any one to do him this service, that he found means, by various contortions of his body, rubbing himself against tables and chairs, and working with his limbs, to undress himself without any other assistance. After this trial had succeeded, he continued to practise it for some time, until his master discovered it, who after that undressed him every morning and let him out of the house. At noon and in the evening he always returned home. Sometimes, when he made his morning call, he found the door of the house in which his friend dwelt not yet open. In these cases he placed himself opposite to the house, and by loud barking solicited admittance. But as the noise which he made became troublesome both to the inhabitants of the house and to the neighbours, they not only kept the door shut against him, but endeavoured also to drive him away from the house by throwing stones at him from the windows. He crept, however, so close to the door that he was perfectly secure against the stones, and now they had to drive him away with a whip. After some time the dog went again to the house, and waited without barking till the door was opened. He was again driven away, upon which he discontinued his visits for a long time. At length, however, he ventured to go once more to the house, and set up a loud barking, placing himself in a situation where he was both secure against the stones, and could not be seized by the people of the house when they opened the door. After a considerable time, he one morning saw a boy come to the house, lay hold of the knocker, and strike it against the door, and he observed that upon this process the door was opened. After the boy had been let in, the dog crept along the side of the house to the door, and took his station upon the spot where the boy had stood when he knocked, and where no one who stood close to the door could be seen from within. Here he leaped several times at the knocker till he raised it and made it strike the door. A person from within immediately called, "Who is there?" but receiving no answer, opened the door, upon which the dog ran in with tokens of great delight, and soon found his way to his friend. Often after this he availed himself of the fortunate discovery which he had made, and his ingenuity was so much admired that it procured him thenceforward free access to his companion's habitation. While on the subject of greyhounds, I cannot resist the insertion of the following account of one extracted from Froissart. When Richard II. was confined in the castle of Flint, he possessed a greyhound which was so remarkably attached to him as not to notice or fawn upon any one else. Froissart says, "It was informed me King Richard had a greyhound called Matha, who always waited upon the king, and would know no one else. For whenever the king did ride, he that kept the greyhound did let him loose, and he would straight runne to the king, and fawn upon him, and leap with his 4 feet upon the king's shoulders. And as the king and the Earl of Derby talked togedder in the court, the greyhound, who was wont to leap upon the king, left the king and came to the Earl of Derby, Duke of Lancaster, and made to him the same friendly countenance and cheer he was wont to do the king. The duke, who knew not the greyhound, demanded of the king what the greyhound would do. 'Cozen,' quod the king, 'it is a great good token to you, and an evil sign to me.' 'Sir, how know ye that?' quod the duke. 'I know it well,' quod the king. 'The greyhound maketh you cheer this day as king of England, as ye shall be, and I shall be deposed. The greyhound hath this knowledge naturally, Therefore take him to you. He will follow you and forsake me." The duke understood well those words, and cherished the greyhound, who would never after follow King Richard, but followed the Duke of Lancaster. It is not, however, improbable that the dog thus mentioned was the Irish wolf dog, as the fact related is more characteristic of that noble animal. The mild, affable, and serene aspect of the greyhound constitutes no drawback to its innate sagacity, or grateful attention to its protector, of which the unfortunate King Charles I. was so observant that the remark he made during his troubles is on record, and strictly just as applicable to the instinctive fidelity of the animal. He said the greyhound possessed all the good nature of the spaniel without the fawning. Washington Irving mentions that in the course of his reading he had fallen in with the following anecdote, which illustrates in a remarkable manner the devoted attachment of these dogs to their masters. An officer named Saint Leger, who was imprisoned in Vincennes, near Paris, during the wars of St. Bartholomew, wished to keep with him a greyhound that he had brought up, and which was much attached to him. But they harshly refused him this innocent pleasure, and sent away the greyhound to his house in the Rue des Lions Saint Paul. The next day the greyhound returned alone to Vincennes, and began to bark under the windows of the tower, where the officer was confined. Saint Leger approached, looked through the bars, and was delighted again to see his faithful hound, who began to jump and play 1,000 gambols to show her joy. He threw a piece of bread to the animal, who ate it with great good will, and in spite of the immense wall which separated them, they breakfasted together like two friends. This friendly visit was not the last. Abandoned by his relations, who believed him dead, the unfortunate prisoner received the visits of his greyhound only during 4 years' confinement. Whatever weather it might be, in spite of rain or snow, the faithful animal did not fail a single day to pay her accustomed visit. 6 months after his release from prison, Saint Leger died. The faithful greyhound would no longer remain in the house, but on the day after the funeral returned to the castle of Vincennes, and it is supposed she was actuated by a motive of gratitude. A jailer of the outer court had always shown great kindness to this dog, which was as handsome as affectionate. Contrary to the custom of people of that class, this man had been touched by her attachment and beauty, so that he facilitated her approach to see her master, and also ensured her a safe retreat. Penetrated with gratitude for this service, the greyhound remained the rest of her life near the benevolent jailer. It was remarked that even while testifying her zeal and gratitude for her second master, one could easily see that her heart was with the first. Like those who, having lost a parent, a brother, or a friend, come from afar to seek consolation by viewing the place which they inhabited, this affectionate animal repaired frequently to the tower where Saint Leger had been imprisoned, and would contemplate for hours together the gloomy window from which her dear master had so often smiled to her, and where they had so frequently breakfasted together. The natural simplicity and peaceable demeanour of the greyhound may have sometimes induced a doubt of its possessing the sagacity, fidelity, and attachment of other dogs. But when he is kindly treated and domesticated, he is capable of showing them to an equal degree with any of the canine race. Some of the best coursing in England takes place on the Wiltshire Downs, where it is no uncommon sight to see a hare run away from 2 good dogs without a single turn. Nearly 300 years ago, Sir Philip Sidney referred to this sport on the Wiltshire Downs in one of his poems, in which he remarks: "So on the downs we see, near Wilton fair, A hastened hare from greedy greyhounds go." The following account of the Persian greyhound appeared in the Book of Sports: The Persian greyhound is much esteemed in its native country, where the nobles, who are excessively fond of the chase, keep a great number of them at a considerable expense, the best and most favoured dogs frequently having their collars and housings covered with precious stones and embroidery. These greyhounds are employed in coursing hares in the plains and in chasing the antelope. As the speed of the antelope is greater than that of the greyhound, the Persians train hawks for the purpose of assisting the dog in this kind of chase. The hawks, when young, are fed upon the head of a stuffed antelope, and thus taught to fly at that part of the animal. When the antelope is discovered, the hawk is cast off, which, fastening its talons in the animal's head, impedes its progress, and thus enables the greyhounds to overtake it. The chase, however, in which the Persians chiefly delight, and for which those greyhounds are most highly valued, is that of the ghoo khur, or wild ass. This animal, which generally inhabits the mountainous districts, is extremely shy and of great endurance, and is considered by the Persians as one of the swiftest of all quadrupeds. These qualities, and the nature of the ground over which it is usually chased, render the capture of the wild ass very uncertain, and its pursuit extremely hazardous to the sportsman. When the Persians go out to hunt the wild ass, relays of greyhounds are placed at various distances in the surrounding country, in such directions as are most likely to be traversed by the object of pursuit; so that when one relay is tired, there is another fresh to continue the chase. Such, however, is the speed and endurance of the ghoo khur, that it is seldom fairly run down by the greyhounds, its death generally being achieved by the rifle of some lucky horseman. The Persians evince great skill and courage in this arduous sport, riding, rifle in hand, up and down precipitous hills, over stony paths, and across ravines and mountain streams, which might well daunt our boldest turf-skimming Meltonians. Though several Persian greyhounds have at different times been brought to this country, the breed can scarcely be considered as established here. The specimen, however, a female, from which Mr. Hamilton painted the picture from which our engraving is taken, was bred in this country. She was then supposed to be the only Persian greyhound bitch in England. The Persian greyhound is very handsome. "One of the finest species of dog I have ever seen," says an interesting writer, "is a sort of greyhound which the Persians rear to assist them in the chase. They have generally long silken hair upon their quarters, shoulders, ears, and tail, and I think them as handsome and considerably more powerful and sagacious than our own greyhounds. I have sometimes seen a spirited horse break loose and run away at full speed, when one of these dogs has set after him like an arrow, and soon getting ahead of him, taken an opportunity of seizing the bridle in his teeth, which he held so firmly that though he was not strong enough to stop the horse, yet, as he was dragged along, he continued to pull and confine the horse so as to impede him very much, till some person was able to overtake and secure him." Colonel Hutchinson says that in Persia and many parts of the East, greyhounds are taught to assist the falcon in the capture of deer. When brought within good view of a herd, the bird is flown, and at the same moment the dog is slipped. The rapid sweep of the falcon soon carries him far in advance. It is the falcon who makes the selection of the intended victim, which appears to be a matter of chance; and a properly trained greyhound will give chase to none other, however temptingly close the alarmed animals may pass him. The falcon is instructed to aim at the head only of the gazelle, who soon becomes bewildered, sometimes receiving considerable injury from the quick stroke of its daring adversary. Before long the gazelle is overtaken by the greyhound. It is not always easy to teach a dog to avoid injuring the bird, which is so intent upon its prey as utterly to disregard the approach of the hound. Death would probably be the penalty adjudged to him for so heinous an offence, for a well-trained falcon is of great value. You can readily imagine that neither it nor the greyhound could be properly broken unless the instructor possessed much judgment and perseverance. The sport is very exciting, but the spectator must be well mounted and ride boldly who would closely watch the swift, varying evolutions of the assailing party and the sudden evasions of the helpless defendant. End of chapter 22. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon. Section 23 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse, Chapter 23. The Pointer. The subtle dog scours with sagacious nose along the field, and snuffs each breeze that blows. Against the wind he takes his prudent way, while the strong gale directs him to the prey. Now the warm scent assures the covey near, he treads with caution and he points with fear. The fluttering coveys from the stubble rise, and on swift wing divide the sounding skies. The scattering lead pursues the certain sight, and death in thunder overtakes their flight. Gay. This dog has been crossed and recrossed so often with the foxhound, the setter, and the old Spanish pointer, that the originality of the present breed may be questioned, especially as the pointer has been less noticed by writers on dogs than any other of the species. How well do I recollect in my early youth seeing the slow, heavy, solemn-looking, and thick-shouldered Spanish pointer, tired with 2 or 3 hours' work in turnips, and so stiff after it the next day, as to be little capable of resuming his labours; and yet this dog, 50 years ago, was to be met with all through England. How different is the breed at the present time! By crossing with the foxhound, they have acquired wonderful speed, and a power of endurance equally surprising, while their shape is beautiful, and their sense and animation strongly marked in their intelligent countenances. The old pointers were either nearly white or variegated with large liver-colored patches. We now see them either completely liver-colored, or of a flea-bitten blue or gray, or else black, with fine sterns showing much blood, and extremely thin ears. There can be no doubt but that the crosses by which they have obtained the qualities and appearance I have mentioned, render the task of breaking them in to point, back, and drop to charge, one of no small difficulty. These habits having been acquired in the original breed, had probably become hereditary, but the mixture with dogs which had not these inherent qualities has introduced volatility and impatience not easily to be overcome. It is also a fact that if a pointer, notwithstanding this disposition, should at last become perfectly well broke in, or, as it is called, highly broke, he loses much of his natural sagacity. His powers of endurance are, however, very great. A friend of mine, an ardent sportsman, had a pointer crossed with a foxhound, and it was the only one he had. Day after day he took this dog out with him, from daybreak till late in the evening, and he never flagged or showed fatigue. It was calculated that he could not traverse less than 120 miles each day. This dog showed extraordinary sagacity. While hunting in a large fallow field he made a point, and then slowly and cautiously proceeded, closely followed by his master. In this way he led him over a good part of the field, till it was supposed the dog was drawing on the scent of a hare, which had stolen away. At last he set off running as hard as he could, made a large circuit to the left, and then came to a point immediately opposite to his master, who then advanced and put up a covey of birds between him and the dog. The following is a proof of the perfection to which pointers may be brought. The friend above referred to went out shooting with a gentleman celebrated for the goodness of his breed. They took the field with 8 of these dogs. If one pointed, all the rest immediately backed steadily. If a partridge was shot, they all dropped to charge, and whichsoever dog was called to bring the bird, the rest never stirred till they were told to do so. Dogs thus broke in are of great value, and bring large prices. From 50 to 100 guineas have been given for a good dog. Pointers frequently show extraordinary sense, especially in their own peculiar vocation. Thus a pointer has been known to refuse to hunt for a person who had previously missed every bird the dog had found. He left him with every mark of disgust, nor could any coaxing induce him to continue with his unsportsmanlike companion. 3 pointers were taken out grouse shooting in Ireland. They were all of the same breed, or rather nearly related to each other, one being the grandmother, the other her daughter, and the third her granddaughter. The latter, who could get over the ground quicker than the others, put up first one pack of grouse and then another, for which faults she was flogged again and again. Having done the same thing the 3rd time, the steady old grandmother was so provoked that she ran at the culprit, knocked her over and over, and did not cease to attack her till she had driven her home. The authenticity of this anecdote need not be doubted. It is a proof of the extraordinary sense of a dog, and is corroborated by a fact already mentioned in the introductory remarks, page 33, of one dog attacking another for having misconducted himself. Some very bad shots went out partridge shooting, attended by a very good old steady pointer. After shooting for some hours with very little success, they began to amuse themselves by firing at a piece of paper stuck on a post. The disgust of the old dog at this proceeding may be imagined. He ran home. In further proof of the dislike a pointer will show to a bad shot, I will adduce the following anecdote mentioned by Captain Brown. A gentleman, on his requesting the loan of a pointer dog from a friend, was informed by him that the dog would behave very well so long as he could kill his birds, but if he frequently missed them it would run home and leave him. The dog was sent, and the following day was fixed for trial; but unfortunately his new master was a remarkably bad shot. Bird after bird rose and was fired at, but still pursued its flight untouched, till at last the pointer became careless, and often missed his game. As if seemingly willing, however, to give one chance more, he made a dead stop at a fern bush, with his nose pointed downward, the forefoot bent, and his tail straight and steady. In this position he remained firm till the sportsman was close to him, with both barrels cocked. Then, moving steadily forward for a few paces, he at last stood still near a bunch of heather, the tail expressing the anxiety of the mind by moving regularly backwards and forwards. At last out sprung a fine old blackcock. Bang, bang, went both barrels, but the bird escaped unhurt. The patience of the dog was now quite exhausted, and instead of dropping to charge, he turned boldly round, placed his tail between his legs, gave one howl long and loud, and set off as fast as he could to his own home. I have seen a pointer leap on the top of a high gate in going from one field to another, and remain steadily there till I came up to him. He had suddenly come on the scent of birds, and made his point from his uncomfortable situation on the gate. Captain Brown also relates a nearly similar instance of the staunchness of a pointer, which he received from a friend of his. This gentleman was shooting in Scotland, when one of his dogs, in going over a stone wall, about 4 feet high, got the scent of some birds on the other side of the wall, just as she made the leap. She hung by her forelegs, appearing at a distance as if they had got fastened among the stones, and that she could not extricate herself. In this position she remained until her master came up. It was then evident that it was her caution for fear of flushing some birds on the other side of the wall which prevented her from taking the leap, or rather which was the cause of her making this extraordinary point. Mr. Daniel, in his Rural Sports, mentions the circumstance of 2 pointers having stood at one point an hour and a quarter, while an artist took a sketch of them. A dog of the pointer kind, brought from South Carolina in an English merchant vessel, was a remarkable prognosticator of bad weather. Whenever he was observed to prick up his ears, scratch the deck, and rear himself to look to the windward, whence he would eagerly snuff up the wind, if it was then the finest weather imaginable, the crew were sure of a tempest succeeding; and the dog became so useful, that whenever they perceived the fit upon him, they immediately reefed the sails and took in their spare canvas, to prepare for the worst. Other animals are prognosticators of weather also, and there is seldom a storm at sea but it is foretold by some of the natural marine barometers on board, many hours before the gale. The following circumstance serves also to prove the extreme stanchness of a pointer. It is related by Captain Brown. A servant who used to shoot for Mr. Clutterbuck of Bradford, had on one occasion a pointer of this gentleman's, which afforded him an excellent day's sport. On returning, the night being dark, he dropped by some chance 2 or 3 birds out of his bag, and on coming home he missed them. Having informed a fellow servant of his loss, he requested him to get up early the next morning, and seek for them near the turnpike, being certain that he had brought them as far as that place. The man accordingly went there, and not 100 yards from the spot mentioned by his companion, he, to his surprise, found the pointer lying near the birds, and where he probably had remained all night, although the poor animal had been severely hunted the day before. For the following instance of the sagacity of a pointer I am indebted to Lord Stowell. Mr. Edward Cook, after having lived some time with his brother at Tuxton, in Northumberland, went to America, and took with him a pointer dog, which he lost soon afterwards, while shooting in the woods near Baltimore. Some time after, Mr. and Mrs. Cook, who continued to reside at Tuxton, were alarmed at hearing a dog in the night. They admitted it into the house, and found that it was the same their brother had taken with him to America. The dog lived with them until his master returned home, when they mutually recognized each other. Mr. Cook was never able to trace by what vessel the dog had left America, or in what part of England it had been landed. This anecdote confirms others which I have already mentioned, relative to dogs finding their way back to this country from considerable distances. Lieutenant Shipp, in his Memoirs, mentions the case of a soldier in India, who, having presented his dog to an acquaintance, by whom he was taken a distance of 400 miles, was surprised to see him back in a few days afterwards. When the faithful animal returned, he searched through the whole barracks for his master, and at length, finding him asleep, he awoke him by licking his face. Pointers have been known to go out by themselves for the purpose of finding game, and when they have succeeded have returned to their master, and by significant signs and gestures have led them directly to the spot. The mental faculties of pointers are extremely acute. When once they become conscious of their own powers and of what is required of them, they seldom commit a fault, and do their duty with alacrity and devotion. Old pointers are apt to hunt the hedgerows of a field before they begin to quarter the ground. I have seen dogs severely rated and punished for doing this, but the cause is obvious. They are aware that game is more frequently to be found in hedgerows than in the open ground, and therefore very naturally take the readiest way of finding it. An interesting exhibition of clever dogs took place in London in the summer of 1843, under the auspices of M. Léonard, a French gentleman of scientific attainments and enlightened character, who had for some years directed his attention to the reasoning powers of animals and their cultivation. 2 pointers, Brock and Phylax, had been the especial objects of his instruction, and their intellectual capacities had been excited in an extraordinary degree. A writer in the Atlas newspaper thus speaks of the exhibition of these animals: "M. Léonard's dogs are not merely clever, well-taught animals, which, by dint of practice, can pick up a particular letter, or can, by a sort of instinct, indicate a number which may be asked for. They call into action powers which, if not strictly intellectual, approximate very closely to reason. For instance, they exert memory. 4 pieces of paper were placed upon the floor, which the company numbered indiscriminately 2, 4, 6, 8. The numbers were named but once, and yet the dogs were able to pick up any one of them at command, although they were not placed in regular order. The numbers were then changed, with a similar result. Again, different objects were placed upon the floor, and when a similar thing, say a glove, was exhibited, one or other of the animals picked it up immediately. The dogs distinguish colors, and in short appear to understand everything that is said to them. The dog Brock plays a game of dominoes with any one who likes. We are aware that this has been done before, but when it is considered that it is necessary to distinguish the number of spots, it must be admitted that this requires the exercise of a power little inferior to reason. The dog sits on the chair with the dominoes before him, and when his adversary plays, he scans each of his dominoes with an air of attention and gravity which is perfectly marvellous. When he could not match the domino played, he became restless and shook his head, and gave other indications of his inability to do so. No human being could have paid more attention. The dog seemed to watch the game with deep interest, and what is more, he won. Another point strongly indicative of the close approach to the reasoning powers was the exactness with which the dogs obeyed an understood signal. It was agreed that when 3 blows were struck upon a chair, Philax should do what was requested, and when 5 were given that the task should devolve on Brock. This arrangement was strictly adhered to. We do not intend to follow the various proofs which were afforded of the intelligence of the dogs. It is sufficient to say that a multiplicity of directions given to them were obeyed implicitly, and that they appeared to understand what their master said as well as any individual in the room. M. Léonard entered into a highly interesting explanation of his theory regarding the intellectual powers of animals, and the mode he adopts to train and subdue horses, exhibiting the defects of the system generally pursued. His principle is, that horses are not vicious by nature, but because they have been badly taught, and that, as with children, these defects may be corrected by proper teaching. M. Léonard does not enter into these inquiries for profit, but solely with a scientific and humane view, being desirous of investigating the extent of the reasoning powers of animals. It does not appear possible that dogs should be educated to the extent of those of M. Léonard, unless we can suppose that they acquire a tolerably exact knowledge of language. That they, in reality, learn to know the meaning of certain words, not merely when addressed to them, but when spoken in ordinary conversation, is beyond a doubt, although the accompanying looks and movements in all likelihood help them in their interpretation. We have known a small spaniel, for instance, which thoroughly understood the meaning of out, or going out, when spoken in the most casual way in conversation. A lady of our acquaintance has a dog which lives at enmity with another dog in the neighbourhood, called York, and angrily barks when the word York is pronounced in his hearing. A well-known angler was in the habit of being attended by a pointer dog, who saved him the trouble of a landing net in his trout-fishing excursions. When he had hooked a fish and brought it near the bank, the dog would be in readiness, and taking the fish behind the head, would bring it out to his master. A writer, who endeavours to prove the existence of souls analogous to the human in animals, relates the following remarkable fact, of which he was himself an eye-witness. He says: "I was with a gentleman who resides in the country, in his study, when a pointer dog belonging to him came running to the door of the room, which was shut, scratching and barking till he was admitted. He then used supplicating gestures of every kind, running from his master to the stair behind which his gun stood, then again to his master, and back to the gun. The gentleman now comprehended something of his dog's meaning, and took up his gun. The dog immediately gave a bark of joy, ran out at the door, returned, and then ran to the back door of the house, from whence he took the road to a neighbouring hill. His master and I followed him. The dog ran, highly pleased, a little distance before us, showing us the way we should take. After we had proceeded about 40 paces, he gave us to understand that we should turn to the left, by pressing repeatedly against his master, and pushing him towards the road that turned to the left. We followed his direction, and he accompanied us a few paces, but suddenly he turned to the right, running round the whole of the hill. We still proceeded to the left, slowly up the ascent, till we were nearly arrived at its summit, the dog in the meantime making the circuit of the hill to the right. He was now already higher than we were, when he gave a sudden bark, and that moment a hare ran before the muzzle of his master's gun, and of course met her fate. A gentleman had a pointer so fleet that he often backed him to find birds in a 10-acre field within 2 minutes, if there were birds in it. On entering the field he seemed to know by instinct where the birds would lie, generally going up to them at once. His nose was so good that with a brisk wind he would find his game 150 yards off across the furrows. He could tell whether a bird was hit, and if so would retrieve it some fields off from where it was shot. He would never follow a hare unless it was wounded. He would point waterfowl as well as all birds of game, and has been seen pointing a duck or a moor-hen with the water running over his back at the time. Nothing seemed to spoil this dog, not even rat and otter hunting, in both of which he was an adept, as he knew his business, and although he would rattle through a wood, he was perfectly steady the next minute out of cover. He has been known to continue at a point 2 hours. In high turnips he would contrive to show his master where he was, standing sometimes on his hind legs only, so that his head and forequarters might be seen. On one occasion he came at full speed so suddenly on a hare that he slipped up and fell nearly on his back. In this position he did not move, and it was thought he was in a fit till the hare jumped up and was killed, when the dog righted himself. So steady was he in backing another dog when game was found, that he once caught sight of a point at the moment of jumping a stile, and balanced himself on it for several seconds till he fell. Once when hunting with a young pointer, who had only been taken into the field 2 or 3 times in order to show him some birds before the shooting season, the following occurrence took place. The old dog found some birds in the middle of the field, and pointed them steadily. The puppy had been jumping and gambolling about with no great hunt in him, and upon seeing the old dog stand, ran playfully up to him. He was, however, seized by the neck, and received a good shaking, which sent him away howling, and his companion then turned round and steadied himself on his point without moving scarcely a yard. This anecdote is extracted from Hone's Yearbook, and the writer of it goes on to say, "What dog is there possessing the singular self-denial of the pointer or setter? The hound gives full play to his feelings, chases and babbles and kicks up as much riot as he likes, provided he is true to his game. The spaniel has no restraint, except being kept within gunshot. The greyhound has it all his own way as soon as he is loosed, and the terrier watches at a rat's hole because he cannot get into it. But the pointer, at the moment that other dogs satisfy themselves, and rush upon their game, suddenly stops, and points with almost breathless anxiety to that which we might naturally suppose he would eagerly seize. The birds seen, the dog creeps after them cautiously, stopping at intervals, lest by a sudden movement he should spring them too soon. And then let us observe and admire his delight when his anxiety, for it is anxiety, is crowned with success, when the bird falls, and he lays it joyfully at his master's feet. A pointer should never be ill used. He is too much like one of us. He has more headpiece than all the rest of the dogs put together. Narrowly watch a steady pointer on his game, and see how he holds his breath. It is evident he must stand in a certain degree of pain, for we all know how quickly a dog respires, and when he comes up to you in the field he puffs and blows, and his tongue is invariably hanging out of his mouth. We never see this on a point, and to check it suddenly must give the dog pain. And yet, how silent he is, how eager he looks! And if a sudden hysteric gasp is heard, it ceases in a moment. Surely he is the most perfect artist of the canine race. Some of my readers may like to know that the best breaker of pointers I have yet met with is Mr. Lucas, one of the keepers of Richmond Park. He perfectly understands his business, and turns out his pointers in a way which few can equal. In August 1857, a gentleman residing at Ludlow, in Shropshire, had a pointer bitch which produced 7 puppies. 6 of them were drowned, and 1 left. On the servant going the next morning to give her some milk, she found, besides the puppy, a hedgehog, which had been in the garden some years, most comfortably curled up with them. She took it away, but my informant being told that it had got back again, he went to see it. The pointer was licking it, and appeared quite as fond of it as her own puppy. He again had it removed, the bitch following, and whining with evident anxiety to have it restored to her. This was the more remarkable, as on previous occasions she had tried to kill the hedgehog. This strange affection can only be accounted for by an abundant flow of milk, which distended and hurt her, occasioned by her other puppies having been destroyed, and she therefore seized on the hedgehog to relieve her, however incongruous it might be to her former feelings towards it. End of Chapter 23. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon.
Section 24 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Julia Kelly. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Setter. The Old English Setter, says Captain Brown, was originally derived from a cross between the Spanish Pointer and the large Water Spaniel, and was justly celebrated for his fine scent. It is difficult now to say what a setter really is, as the original breed has been crossed with springers, stag, and bloodhounds. The Irish breed of setters is considered better than either the English or Scotch, and a fine brace has been frequently known to fetch 50 guineas. Youatt says that the setter is evidently the large spaniel improved in size and beauty, and taught to mark his game by setting or crouching. He is more active than the pointer, but has not so much patient steadiness. It is extremely difficult to decide between the merits of the setter and pointer as dogs for shooting over. Some authors prefer one, some the other. Craven says that, in his opinion, Russian setters are better than English, in nose, sagacity, and every other qualification that a dog ought to possess. Colonel Hutchinson relates that he was partridge shooting the season before last with an intimate friend. The air was soft, and there was a good breeze. We came upon a large turnip field, deeply trenched on account of its damp situation. A white setter, that habitually carried a lofty head, drew for a while and then came to a point. We got up to her. She led us across some ridges, when her companion, a jealous dog, a pointer, which had at first backed correctly, most improperly pushed on in front, but not being able to acknowledge the scent, went off, clearly imagining the bitch was in error. She, however, held on, and in beautiful style brought us up direct to a covey. My friend and I agreed that she must have been but little, if at all, less than 100 yards off when she first winded the birds, and it was clear to us that they could not have been running, for the breeze came directly across the furrows, and she had led us in the wind's eye. We thought the point the more remarkable, as it is generally supposed that the strong smell of turnips diminishes a dog's power of scenting birds. The same able author says that on one occasion, when a near relation of his was shooting on the banks of the Forth, he killed a partridge that was flying across the river. As he had no retriever with him, he almost regretted having fired, but to his surprise his setter Dove jumped into the river, although she had never previously, to the writer's knowledge, attempted to swim, seized it, and deposited it safely on the bank. She never had retrieved before, and was not particularly good at seeking dead. During my residence in the country, says M. Hewitt, I had a gamekeeper who was very skilful in the art of training dogs. Among others of various kinds which he trained was a large old English setter, with which he had succeeded so well that he could use him both for hunting and shooting. This dog did always as much as could be done by any of his race, in whatever kind of sport he was employed. He even invented advantageous manoeuvres himself, which the gamekeeper affirmed he had never taught him. Once, after I had been already several hours returned from hunting with my people, the dog came running across the yard with a hare upon his back, which he held by the ear, so as to carry her in the most convenient manner to the kitchen from the considerable distance, where he must have killed her. Upon another occasion, he showed an extraordinary degree of judgment and fidelity. The gamekeeper had, on one of the short days of December, shot at and wounded a deer. Hoping to run him down before night, he instantly put the dog upon the track, which followed it at full speed, and soon was out of sight. At length it grew dark, and the gamekeeper returned home, thinking he should find the setter arrived there before him, but he was disappointed, and became apprehensive that his dog might have lost himself, or fallen a prey to some ravenous animal. The next morning, however, we were all greatly rejoiced to see him come running into the yard, whence he directly hastened to the door of my apartment, and on being admitted, ran, with gestures expressive of solicitude and eagerness, to a corner of the room where guns were placed. We understood the hint, and taking the guns, followed him. He led us not by the road which he himself had taken out of the wood, but by beaten paths half round it, and then by several woodcutters' tracks in different directions to a thicket, where, following him a few paces, we found the deer which he had killed. The dog seems to have rightly judged that we should have been obliged to make our way with much difficulty through almost the whole length of the wood in order to come to the deer in a straight direction, and he therefore led us a circuitous but open and convenient road. Between the legs of the deer, which he had guarded during the night against the beasts of prey that might otherwise have seized upon it, he had scratched a hole in the snow, and filled it with dry leaves for his bed. The extraordinary sagacity which he had displayed upon this occasion rendered him doubly valuable to us, and it therefore caused us very serious regret when, in the ensuing summer, the poor animal went mad, possibly in consequence of his exposure to the severe frost of that night, and it became necessary for the gamekeeper to shoot him, which he could not do without shedding tears. He said he would willingly have given his best cow to save him, and I confess myself that I would not have hesitated to part with my best horse upon the same terms. Mr. Torrey of Edinburgh had a setter bitch which possessed great powers, and especially in finding lost articles, as she would, whenever she was desired, go in search of anything. On one occasion his servant lost a favourite whip in the middle of a moor, and he did not discover or make known this loss till they were about a mile distant from the spot where it was dropped. Mr. Torrey ordered the servant to go back and bring it, as he stated he was quite certain of the spot where he had dropped it; but after searching for nearly an hour, the servant returned and said he could not recover it, upon which Mr. Torrey told his setter to go back for the whip. She started off instantly, and in less than 5 minutes the lost article was at his feet. The same dog did a great many other curious things. She would ring the bell, fetch her master's slippers, or bring his youngest son, when required to do so, from another room, which last she effected by taking hold of his pinafore with her mouth, and running before him sideways to his master's chair. A large setter, ill with the distemper, had been most tenderly nursed by a lady for 3 weeks. At length he became so weak as to be placed on a bed, where he remained 3 days in a dying situation. After a short absence, the lady, on re-entering the room, observed him to fix his eyes attentively on her, and make an effort to crawl across the bed towards her. This he accomplished evidently for the sole purpose of licking her hands, which having done, he expired without a groan. "I am," says Mr. Blaine, "as convinced that the animal was sensible of his approaching dissolution, and that this was a last forcible effort to express his gratitude for the care taken of him, as I am of my own existence; and had I witnessed this proof of excellence alone, I should think a life devoted to the amelioration of the condition of dogs far too little for their deserts." There is a curious and interesting anecdote related of a setter who had formed a great friendship with a cat. They were in fact inseparable companions, and evidently had a great love for each other. As a sporting dog the setter had few equals, but he constantly showed his disgust when obliged to accompany a bad shot into the fields. After one of the shooting seasons was over, his master took a house in London, and carried his setter with him, who was seated with the footman on the box of the carriage. It appears that the dog had not forgotten his favourite, the cat, for he disappeared from the house and was absent for some days. He at length returned to his master's house in the country, and brought back the cat with him. How he contrived to find his way backwards and forward, and how he persuaded the cat to accompany him, are mysteries which it would be useless to attempt to solve. The fact, however, would seem to be satisfactorily vouched for. Setters are known to be subject to strange freaks. A gentleman had one which he had shot to for 3 years. Upon one occasion he took the dog out and fired 7 or 8 times at birds the dog had found him, but having missed them all, the animal returned home evidently disgusted. In the evening his owner took him out again and killed every shot, which procured a reconciliation between the dog and its master. The late Dr. Hugh Smith related the following circumstance of a setter dog, and maintained that a bitch and a dog may fall passionately in love with each other. As the doctor was travelling from Midhurst into Hampshire, the dogs, as usual in country places, ran out barking as he was passing through a village, and amongst them he observed a little ugly mongrel, that was particularly eager to ingratiate himself with a setter bitch that accompanied him. While stopping to water his horse, he remarked how amorous the mongrel continued, and how courteous the setter seemed to her admirer. Provoked to see a creature of Dido's high blood so obsequious to such mean addresses, the doctor drew one of his pistols and shot the dog. He then had the bitch carried on horseback for several miles. From that day, however, she lost her appetite, ate little or nothing, had no inclination to go abroad with her master, or attend to his call, but seemed to repine like a creature in love, and express sensible concern for the loss of her gallant. Partridge season came, but Dido had no nose. Some time after she was coupled to a setter of great excellence, with which no small difficulty had been procured to get a breed from, and all the caution which even the doctor himself could take was strictly exerted, that the whelps might be pure and unmixed. Yet not a puppy did Dido bring forth, but what was the picture and colour of the mongrel that he had so many months before destroyed. The doctor fumed, and had he not personally paid such attention to preserve the intercourse uncontaminated, would have suspected that some negligence had occasioned this disappointment; but his views were in many subsequent litters also defeated, for Dido never produced a whelp which was not exactly similar to the unfortunate dog which was her first and murdered lover. This anecdote may appear strange or untrue to some people, but it is an undoubted fact, and in some degree corroborates Dr. Smith's account that the late Sir Gore Owsley had a Persian mare which produced her first foal by a zebra in Scotland. She was afterwards a brood mare in England, and had several foals, every one of which had the zebra's stripes on it. That the force of imagination influences some brutes cannot be doubted. A gentleman had a small spaniel which had one of her legs broken when pregnant. When she littered, one of the whelps had one of her hind legs broken. The limb was contracted. A perfect callus formed, in everything resembling the leg of the dam. Setters are difficult to break, but when well broken are invaluable as sporting dogs, for they will work all day if they can occasionally find water. John Dudley, Duke of Northumberland, is said to have been the first that broke a setter dog to the net, about the year 1555. Colonel Hutchinson says that a French lady who is fond of animals, at his request committed the following anecdote to paper: "My dear Medore, a beautiful red and white setter, was remarkable, I am told, for many rare qualities as a sporting dog, but of course none of these could be compared in my eyes to his faithfulness and sagacity. I looked upon him as a friend, and I know that our affection was mutual. I could mention several instances of his intelligence, I might say reflection, but one in particular gave me such delight, that though years have since passed away, all the circumstances are as fresh in my memory as if they had occurred but yesterday. I was returning from school at Versailles, and having rang uselessly for a little time at the front door, I went round to the carriage gate to have a chat with my silky-haired favourite. He barked anxiously, thrust his cold nose through an opening near the ground, scratched vigorously to increase its size, and in numerous ways testified great joy at again hearing my voice. I put my hand under the gate to caress him, and while he was licking it I said in jest, but in a distinct loud voice, 'Dear Medore, I am shut out. Go, bring me the keys.' It so happened that the stable where they usually hung was not closed. Medore ran off, and in a few seconds returned and placed them in my hands. I will not attempt to describe my gratification at such a striking proof of his intelligence, nor his evident pride at seeing me enter the hall, nor yet the fright of the servant at thinking how long the street door must have been carelessly left open. 'Medore deserves that his life should be written,' said I to my uncle, when afterwards telling him the whole story. 'I am sure his deeds are as wonderful as those related of the Chien Célèbre by de Fréville.' My setter was immediately declared keeper of the keys, and forthwith invested with all the rights of office. Nor was this confidence misplaced. He would never give up his charge to any one but to my uncle or myself, and always seemed fully sensible of the dignity and responsibility of his new position. Tolfrey gives, in his Sportsman in France, so beautiful an instance of a setter's untutored intelligence leading him to see the advantage of placing running birds between himself and the gun, that I will relate it. On gaining some high ground, the dog drew and stood. She was walked up to, but to my astonishment we found no birds. She was encouraged, and with great difficulty coaxed off her point. She kept drawing on, but with the same ill success. I must confess I was for the moment sorely puzzled, but knowing the excellence of the animal, I let her alone. She kept drawing on for nearly 100 yards, still no birds. At last, of her own accord, and with a degree of instinct amounting almost to the faculty of reason, she broke from her point, and dashing off to the right made a detour, and was presently straight before me, some 300 yards off, setting the game, whatever it might be, as much as to say, "I'll be if you escape me this time." We walked steadily on, and when within about 30 yards of her, up got a covey of red-legged partridges, and we had the good fortune to kill a brace each. It is one of the characteristics of these birds to run for an amazing distance before they take wing, but the sagacity of my faithful dog baffled all their efforts to escape. We fell in with several coveys of these birds during the day, and my dog ever after gave them the double, and kept them between the gun and herself. End of The Setter. Recording by Julia Kelly, Knoxville, Tennessee, USA.
Section 25 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by New Carroll. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 25, The Pug Dog. My pug makes a bad pet. He is useless in the field, is somewhat snappish, has little sagacity, and is very cowardly. But there is an air of bon ton about him which renders him a fashionable appendage to a fine lady. Parisian gossip. Pugs came into fashion, and probably first into this country, in the early part of the reign of William III, and were then called Dutch pugs. At that time they were generally decorated with orange ribbons, and were in great request amongst the courtiers, from the king being very partial to them. It is difficult to say how this partiality arose, though it may perhaps be accounted for by the following anecdote, related in a scarce old book called Sir Roger Williams's Actions in the Low Countries, printed in 1618. The Prince of Orange, father of William III, being retired into the camp, Julian Romero, with earnest persuasions, procured license of the Duke d'Alva to hazard a camisado, or night attack, upon the prince. At midnight, Julian sailed out of the trenches with 1,000 armed men, mostly pikes, who forced all the guards that they found in their way into the place of arms before the prince's tent, and killed 2 of his secretaries. The prince himself escaped very narrowly, for I have often heard him say that he thought, but for a dog, he should have been taken or slain. The attack was made with such resolution that the guards took no alarm until their fellows were running to the place of arms, with their enemies at their heels, when this dog, hearing a great noise, fell to scratching and crying, and awakened him before any of his men, and though the prince slept armed, with a lackey always holding one of his horses ready, bridled and saddled, yet at the going out of his tent, with much ado he recovered his horse before the enemy arrived. Nevertheless, one of his equerries was slain, taking horse presently after him, as were divers of his servants. The prince, to show his gratitude, until his dying day kept one of that dog's race, and so did many of his friends and followers. These animals were not remarkable for their beauty, being little white dogs with crooked noses, called camooses, flat-nosed. It is difficult to account for the origin of this breed of dogs. So far from having any of the courage of the bulldog, which they resemble somewhat in miniature, they are extremely cowardly. They are also occasionally treacherous in their disposition, and will take strong dislikes to particular persons. The passion of the late Lady Penrhyn for pugs was well known. Two of these, a mother and daughter, were in the eating-room of Penrhyn Castle during the morning call of a lady who partook of luncheon. On bonnets and shawls being ordered for the purpose of taking a walk in the grounds, the oldest dog jumped on a chair and looked first at a cold fowl and then at her daughter. The lady remarked to Lady Penrhyn that they certainly had a design on the tray. The bell was therefore rung, and a servant ordered to take it away. The instant the tray disappeared, the elder pug, who had previously played the agreeable with all her might to the visitor, snarled and flew at her, and during the whole walk followed her, growling and snapping at her heels whenever opportunity served. The dog certainly went through 2 or 3 links of inference, from the disappearance of the coveted spoil to Lady Penrhyn's order, and from Lady Penrhyn's order to the remark made by her visitor. Monsieur Blaze, in his History of Dogs, mentions one who was taught to pronounce several words. The editor of the Dumfries Courier has declared most solemnly that he heard a pug repeatedly pronounce the word William almost as distinctly as ever it was enunciated by the human voice. He saw the dog lying on a rug before the fire, when one of his master's sons, whose name is William, and to whom he is more obedient than to anyone else, happened to give him a shove, when the animal ejaculated for the first time the word William. The whole party were as much amazed as Balsam was when his ass spoke, and though they could hardly believe their own ears, one of them exclaimed, "Could you really find it in your heart to hurt the poor dog, after he has so distinctly pronounced your name?" This led to a series of experiments, which have been repeated for the satisfaction of various persons, but still the animal performs with difficulty. When his master seizes his forelegs and commands him to say "William," he treats the hearer with a gurring voluntary, and after this species of music has been protracted for a longer or shorter period, his voice seems to fall a full octave before he comes out with the important word. In the Bibliothèque Germanique, published in 1720, there is an account of a dog at Berlin who was made to pronounce a few words, but the one which he ejaculated most distinctly was Elizabeth. Sir William Gell also had a dog which was well known to repeat some words, but it should be mentioned that he never did this except his master held his jaws in a peculiar way. Footnote: for other instances of speaking dogs, see ante, page 49. End of footnote. It has been said of the pug dog that he is applicable to no sport, appropriated to no useful purpose, susceptible of no predominant passion, and in no way remarkable for any preeminent quality. He seems, indeed, intended to be the patient follower of a ruminating philosopher, or the adulatory and consolatory companion of an old maid, but is now generally becoming discarded as a pet, and is seldom seen peeping out of a carriage window or basking in a London balcony. The Comforter, of which a portrait is given at the head of the present chapter, is a rare and beautiful little dog, apparently a cross between the Maltese and King Charles Spaniel. His color is generally white with black or brown patches. His ears are long and his head broad on the upper part with an acute muzzle. The hair is long over the whole body, with the forelegs feathered, and his tail is curled and feathered with very long hairs. This is the smallest of any of the distinct races of dogs, and is frequently not above a foot from the tip of the nose to the point of the tail. End of chapter 25.
Section 26 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 26. The Turnspit. How well do I recollect in the days of my youth watching the operations of a turnspit at the house of a worthy old Welsh clergyman in Worcester, who taught me to read. He was a good man, wore a bushy wig, black worsted stockings, and large plated buckles in his shoes. As he had several boarders as well as day scholars, his 2 turnspits had plenty to do. They were long-bodied, crooked-legged, and ugly dogs, with a suspicious, unhappy look about them, as if they were weary of the task they had to do, and expected every moment to be seized upon to perform it. Cooks in those days, as they are said to be at present, were very cross, and if the poor animal, wearied with having a larger joint than usual to turn, stopped for a moment, the voice of the cook might be heard rating him in no very gentle terms. When we consider that a large solid piece of beef would take at least 3 hours before it was properly roasted, we may form some idea of the task a dog had to perform in turning a wheel during that time. A pointer has pleasure in finding game. The terrier worries rats with considerable glee. The greyhound pursues hares with eagerness and delight, and the bulldog even attacks bulls with the greatest energy, while the poor turnspit performs his task by compulsion, like a culprit on a treadwheel, subject to scolding or beating if he stops a moment to rest his weary limbs, and is then kicked about the kitchen when the task is over. There is a story, it is an old one, of the Bath turnspits, who were in the habit of collecting together in the abbey church of that town during divine service. It is said, but I will not vouch for the truth of the story, that hearing one day the word spit, which occurred in the lesson for the day, they all ran out of the church in the greatest hurry, evidently associating the word with the task they had to perform. These dogs are still used in Germany, and Her Majesty has 2 or 3 of them amongst her collection of these quadrupeds. They are extremely bandy-legged, so as to appear almost incapable of running, with long bodies and rather large heads. They are very strong in the jaws, and are what are called hard-bitten. It is a peculiarity in these dogs that they generally have the iris of one eye black and the other white. Their color varies, but the usual one is a bluish gray, spotted with black. The tail is generally curled on the back. As 2 turnspits were generally kept to do the roasting work of a family, each dog knew his own day, and it was not an easy task to make one work 2 days running. Even on his regular day a dog would frequently hide himself, so cordially did he hate his prescribed duties. A story is said to have been related to a gentleman by the Duke de Liancourt, of 2 turnspits employed in his kitchen, who had to take their turns every other day to get into the wheel. One of them, in a fit of laziness, hid himself on the day he should have worked, so that his companion was forced to mount the wheel in his stead, who, when his employment was over, began crying and wagging his tail, and making signs for those in attendance to follow him. This was done, and the dog conducted them into a garret, where he dislodged his idle companion, and killed him immediately. The following circumstance is said to have taken place in the Jesuits' college at La Flèche. After the cook had prepared his meat for roasting, he looked for the dog whose turn it was to work the spit, but not being able to find him, he attempted to employ for this service another that happened to be in the kitchen. The dog, however, resisted, and, having bitten the cook, ran away. The man, with whom the dog was a particular favourite, was much astonished at his ferocity. The wound he had received was a severe one, and bled profusely, so that it was necessary to dress it. While this was doing, the dog, which had run into the garden, and found out the one whose turn it was to work the spit, came driving him before him into the kitchen, when the latter immediately went out of his own accord into the wheel. Buffon calls the turnspit the baiser à jambes torses, but some of the breed are said to have straight legs. Short as they are, the body is extremely strong and heavy in proportion to the height of the dog, and this weight must facilitate the turning of the wheel. End of chapter 26. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 27 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Keeble. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Foxhound. Warned by the streaming light and merry lark, forth rush the jolly clan. With tuneful throats they carol loud, and in grand chorus joined, salute the new-born day. Then to the copse, thick with entangled grass or prickly furze, with silence lead thy many-coloured hounds, in all their beauty's pride. Somerville. It is impossible to enter upon a description of the foxhound without considerable diffidence. Whether we consider the enthusiastic admiration it excites among sportsmen, the undeviating perseverance and high courage of the animal, its perfect symmetry, and the music of its tongue, which warms the heart and gives life and spirit to man and horse, it must be difficult to do justice to his merits. I will, however, endeavour to do my best, and should I fail, it will not be for want of admiration of the noble animal whose qualifications I am about to illustrate with characteristic anecdotes. In giving a description of the various breeds of dogs, everyone must be aware that by crossing and recrossing them, many of those we now see have but little claim to originality. The foxhound, the old Irish wolf dog, and the collie or shepherd's dog may perhaps be considered as possessing the greatest purity of blood. My opinion respecting the foxhound is partly founded on the following curious fact. In Wilkinson's Manners and Customs of the Egyptians, there is a representation of as varmint a pack of foxhounds as modern eye could wish to see. It is copied from a painting found in the interior of the tomb of the pharaoh under whom Joseph served. Every individual hound is characteristic of the present breed, with all their courage and animation. Each dog's tail was as an old Irish huntsman, who used to glory in seeing his hounds carry their sterns after the hardest day, once said to his master, "Not behind them at all, plaise your honour, but curling out over their shoulders." If the copy be correct, and there is no reason to doubt it, the dog of this breed must be considered of a much more ancient date than is generally supposed. There is every reason to believe that the first dogs came from Asia. Indeed, history, both sacred and profane, confirms this. At all events, the fact just mentioned is sufficiently curious, and may serve to confirm the supposition I have ventured to make of the purity of the blood of our modern foxhound. A volume might be written on the characteristics of these dogs, both in the kennel and the field, and I will endeavour to illustrate this by a few anecdotes. It is well known that those who have lived near a kennel, that every morning at the first gleam of light the hounds invariably salute the glorious return of day by joining simultaneously in a full chorus of voices, a musical discord, called by huntsmen their morning hymn. This concert does not consist of barking and yapping, as many may suppose, but something like the hurrah system, yet far more sonorous to a sportsman's ear. Those who have witnessed the process of feeding hounds cannot but acknowledge that it is a most pleasing sight. We see the anxiety depicted in their countenances to detect the huntsman's eye, who calls them singly by name in a low tone of voice. Nor does one offer to stir till his time comes. Each dog also takes every day the same position, like children at school, except that all are obedient and there is no noise. His late Majesty George IV, in his younger days, was a constant attendant at the royal kennel at feeding time, and many of the royal family have also been to see the hounds fed at that place. Close to the Duke of Beaufort's kennel at Badmington, a tame fox was confined, and between it and the foxhounds a great friendship existed. When the hounds were let out, they played with the fox, who on his part was equally ready to greet them. This reciprocal kindness had continued some time, until one day a hunted fox, much exhausted, ran for shelter into a bush close to the hutch of the tame one. The hounds, in the eagerness of the chase, ran into the latter, mistaking him for the other, and instantly killed him. No sooner, however, were they aware of their having occasioned the death of their old acquaintance, than each hound slunk away, appearing conscious and ashamed of what had been done, nor could they be induced to touch the dead fox when thrown amongst them. Amongst other curious anecdotes of foxhounds, the following may be mentioned. Some years ago Sir John Cope had a hound called Claremont, which was in the constant habit, when the pack killed a fox, of taking possession of the animal's head. This he invariably carried in his mouth, as if it was a trophy, and on arriving at the kennel would put it down at the kennel door. In this way he must have imposed a severe task on himself, as the pack had frequently 20 miles to go home when the chase was over. The weight was not indeed great, but the dog's mouth being distended the whole time must have made the task anything but a pleasant one. Some hounds are possessed of extraordinary instinct, which enables them to find their way back to their kennels over country which they had never before traversed. When George III kept hounds in the Home Park, Windsor, General Manners, one of the equerries, took a hound named Bustler with him in his carriage to London. He remained there a few days, and then travelled to Bloxham in Lincolnshire, the dog being still his companion inside the carriage. In less than a month, however, Bustler found his way back to Frogmore. The captain of a vessel informed me that he had once picked up a dog in mid-channel between Brighton and Calais, swimming boldly and strongly towards the French coast. If this dog was endeavouring to make his way back to a beloved master, it was an extraordinary instance of affection. A few years ago some hounds were embarked at Liverpool for Ireland, and were safely delivered at a kennel far up in that country. One of them, not probably liking his quarters, found his way back to the port at which he had been landed from Liverpool. On arriving at it, some troops were being embarked on a ship bound to that place. This was a fortunate circumstance for the old hound, as during the bustle he was not noticed. He safely arrived at Liverpool, and on his old master, or huntsman rather, coming downstairs one morning, he recognised his former acquaintance waiting to greet him. A similar circumstance happened to some hounds sent by the late Lord Lonsdale to Ireland. 3 of them escaped from the kennel in that country, and made their appearance again in Leicestershire. The love of home, or most probably affection for a particular individual, must be strongly implanted in dogs to induce them to search over unexplored and unknown regions for the being and home they love. Hunger, it might be supposed, would alone stop the ardour of their pursuit, and induce them to seek for nourishment and shelter at a stranger's door, but such is not the case. Hungry, footsore, fatigued, and exhausted, the noble and faithful animal presses onward, guided by an instinct which man does not possess, and proving the strength of his love by his indefatigable ardent exertions. Poor faithful animal! And is it possible that you are subjected to ill treatment, cruelty, and neglect by those who owe you a large debt of gratitude? Your exertions procure amusement, your watchfulness and fidelity give protection, and neither sickness nor misfortune will induce you to forsake the object of your attachment. But it is time to resume our anecdotes of foxhounds, and the following is a proof of the high courage they so often display, as well as their emulative spirit. In drawing a strong covert, a young bitch gave tongue very freely, whilst none of the other hounds challenged. The whipper-in rated to no purpose. The huntsman insisted she was wrong, and the whip was applied with great severity, in doing which the lash most unfortunately took the orb of the eye out of the socket. Notwithstanding the excruciating pain she must have inevitably have laboured under, the poor suffering animal again flew to the scent, and exultingly proved herself to be right, for a fox having stole away, she broke covert after him unheeded, and continued the chase alone. After much delay and cold hunting, the pack at length hit off the chase. At some distance a farmer made a signal with much vehemence to the company, who upon coming up to him were informed that they were very far behind the fox, that a single hound, very bloody about the head, had passed a field from him and was running breast high, and that there was little chance of getting up to him. The pack, however, at her coming to a check, did at length get up, and after some cold hunting, the bitch again hit off the scent, and the fox was killed after a severe run. The eye of the poor but high-spirited dog, which had hung pendant during the chase, was removed by a pair of scissors after the fox was dead. The following is another instance of the persevering strength and spirit of foxhounds. A gentleman of the name of Pearson, residing in Essex, had a couple and a half of young and newly entered hounds. One day they accidentally followed him in his ride, and strayed into a large covert by the roadside, and presently found something which they eagerly hunted. After trying a long time to halloo them off, Mr. Pearson proceeded to Colchester, where his business detained him for some hours. Upon his return he heard them in the covert, and found by some people at work by the side of it that they had continued running during his absence, and had driven a fox over the field in which they were at work, backward and forward several times. Mr. Pearson got as near to them as possible, continuing to give them every encouragement. After hunting the fox a long time in the covert, he at last broke, and was killed after a run of some miles. The time these hounds were hunting was 7 hours. Hounds have even been known to have continued a chase for 10 hours, great part of the time being hard running. A fox was once unkennelled near Boroughbridge in Yorkshire at 27 minutes past 9, and except half an hour taken up in bolting him from a rabbit burrow, the hounds had a continued run until 14 minutes past 5 in the evening, when they killed the fox in good style. During this space of nearly 8 hours of most severe running, several horses died in the field, and others were severely injured. A hound, the property of Mr. Teasdale of Ousby, Cumberland, during a storm took the quest of a fox, which he pursued for the extraordinary space of 30 hours, 4 of which were run within view of some miners who were employed upon Dalton Fell. The dog and fox were at that time running around the bottom of a hill. The arch dog, still keeping on the sign of Reynard, which led to his clift in the rock, at last he came up to him, but being so much exhausted by his toilsome chase, he was unable to make him his prey for some time, and they lay as if lifeless together. The miners then made up to his assistance, but so ardent was his desire to finish Reynard himself, that he would not suffer them to come near until he had destroyed him. A foxhound bitch in the middle of a chase was taken in labour, and brought forth a puppy. Ardour for the pursuit, united to attachment for her progeny, induced her to snatch it up in her mouth, and follow her companions, with whom she soon came up. and in this interesting situation she continued the whole day, a discredit to the huntsman and all who joined in the pursuit, to allow the poor animal to undergo so violent an exercise under such circumstances. In order to account for the power of endurance which foxhounds are known to possess, it should be mentioned that their strength is very great. A well-bred hound has been known to measure as much round the arm of the foreleg as a moderate-sized horse does below the knee. I was assured of this fact by a well-known huntsman, and it may serve in some measure to account for the following instance of undeviating perseverance in a foxhound, related by Mr. Daniels in his supplement to Rural Sports. The circumstance took place in the year 1808, in the counties of Inverness and Perth, and perhaps surpasses any length of pursuit known in the annals of hunting. On the 8th of June in that year, a fox and hound was seen near Dunkeld in Perthshire, on the high road, proceeding at a slow trotting pace. The dog was about 50 yards behind the fox, and each was so fatigued as not to gain on the other. A countryman easily caught the fox, and both it and the dog were taken to a gentleman's house in the neighbourhood, where the fox died. It was afterwards ascertained that the hound belonged to the Duke of Gordon, and that the fox was started on the morning of the 4th of June, on the top of those hills called Monliart, which separate Badenoch from Fort Augustus. From this it appeared that the chase lasted 4 days, and that the distance traversed from the place where the fox was unkennelled to the spot where it was caught, without making any allowances for doubles, crosses, etc., and as the crow flies, exceeded 70 miles. It is a curious fact that if a foxhound is taken for the first time into a new and strange country, and he is lost, when he returns to his kennel he does so across fields where he has never been before, and not by roads along which he had been taken out. A gentleman who kept foxhounds had an opportunity of observing this. His house and kennel were on the banks of a river, and a new hound accompanied the pack, which went across a bridge near the kennel. He was lost, and came back over the fields direct upon the kennel, and howled when he arrived upon the banks of the river. We know but little of the peculiar instinct which thus enables dogs to find their way across a strange country. Let me here give an anecdote that was communicated to me by the brother of the gentleman to whom it occurred. This gentleman was a rigid Roman Catholic, and his constant companion was a foxhound. As soon as the 40 days of Lent began, this dog left his master and came to the house of my informant some miles distant, where he found food to his liking, and stayed with him during Lent, at the end of which he returned to his owner. He must have measured time very accurately, and has continued the practice for some years. In the year 1813, some hounds belonging to his late Majesty George III. were sold to Mr. Walker of Mitchell Grove, near Worthing. A few weeks after their arrival at that place, one couple of them were sent in a stage waggon to Dr. Willis, then living near Stamford in Lincolnshire. The waggon went through London, and from thence to Dr. Willis's seat. However surprising it may appear, one of these dogs, in less than a month after he had left the kennel near Windsor, found his way back to it. It might be supposed that in this length of time all recollection would have ceased, but such we have seen was not the case. The circumstance which happened to the late Duke of Northumberland's pack proves the foxhound's eagerness after his game. In 1796 the hounds ran a fox into a very large furze cover near Alnwick, called Bunker's Hill, where he was lost in an earth which no one knew of. Upon the dogs coming to the kennel, 2 couple and a half of the best of them were missing, and not returning that night. It was thought they had found a fox, and had gone off by themselves in pursuit of him. Several men were sent in search of them, all the earths and crags for 20 miles around, but no tidings could be gained of them. The course where the fox was lost was then searched, and the earth discovered, and in digging about 2 yards deep, one dog was found. Several yards further, 3 more, fast in the ground, and 2 yards deeper the 5th was dug up. They were all dead. It is well known to those who served in the Peninsular War that the late Lord Hill kept a pack of foxhounds while he commanded a division of the army. During a period of repose, a fox was unkennelled in the neighbourhood of Corja in Spain. The run was severe for the space of 30 minutes, when the fox, being sharply pressed by the leading hounds, leapt down a precipice of 60 yards perpendicular. 7 couple of the hounds immediately dashed after him, 6 couple of which were killed on the spot. The remainder of the pack, 22 couple, would probably have shared the same fate, had not the most forward riders arrived in time to flog them off, which they did with difficulty, being scarcely able to restrain their impetuosity. The fox was found at the bottom and covered with the bodies of the hounds. I might have hesitated to mention the following fact had it not been witnessed by some well-known sportsmen of the present day. During a severe chase, and towards the termination of it, when the fox was in view, another fox was seen, to the astonishment of the forward riders, running in the middle of the pack of hounds, perfectly unnoticed by them. It is supposed that the dogs ran over this fox, who, finding himself in the midst of them, probably thought it the safest and wisest plan he could pursue to continue with them until he had an opportunity of making his escape. In relating anecdotes of foxhounds, it is almost unavoidable not to mention fox hunters, and we know not how we can give to our readers a better notion of the stirring spirit and devotion to their sport, distinguishing them beyond all other sportsmen, than by offering some extracts from the pen of the late Colonel Cook, a master of hounds, beloved by all who knew him and venerated by those who hunted with him. Hounds will not work through difficulties, nor will they exert themselves in that killing sort of manner when they are out of blood. If after all you should, owing to ill luck and bad weather, be in want of it, the best way is to leave an earth open in a country where you can spare a fox, and where you can, without much trouble, dig him, give him to the hounds on the earth, and go home. But whatever you do, never turn out a bag fox. It is injurious to your hounds, and makes them wild and unsteady. Besides, nothing is more despicable, or held in greater contempt by real sportsmen, than the practice of hunting bag foxes. It encourages a set of rascals to steal from other hunts. Therefore keep in mind that if there were no receivers, there would be no thieves. What chiefly contributes to make fox hunting so very far superior to other sports is the wildness of the animal you hunt, and the difficulty in catching him. It is rather extraordinary, but nevertheless a well-known fact, that a pack of hounds, which are in sport and blood, will not eat a bag fox. I remember hearing an anecdote, when I was in Shropshire many years ago, of the late Lord Stamford's hounds, which I will relate to you as I heard it. Lord Forester and his brother, Mr. Frank Forester, then boys, were at their uncle's for the holidays. A farmer came to inform them a fox had just been seen in a tree. All the nets about the premises were collected, and the fox was caught. But the Squire of Wiley, a sportsman himself and a strict preserver of foxes, sent the fox immediately to Lord Stamford by one of his tenants, that he might be informed of the real circumstance. The next day the hounds were out, and also the squire's tenant. They had drawn some time without finding, when the farmer reminded his lordship of the fox caught. "Do you think," said he, "I will allow my hounds to hunt a bag fox? I should never be forgiven by my huntsman." At last, after drawing several coverts without finding, his lordship gave his consent, but it was to be kept a great secret, and the bag was to be touched upon the ground in a line for a covert they were going to draw, to have the appearance of a disturbed fox, and the fox to be turned down in it. On going to covert, a favourite hound, called Partner, feathered on the scent. The huntsman exclaimed in ecstasy, "Old Partner touches on him. We shall certainly find it in the next covert." They found the bag fox, and had a tolerable run, but when they killed him, not a hound would eat him. "Now, sir," said his lordship to the farmer, "you have deceived the huntsman and the field, but you cannot deceive my hounds." Next to turning out bagmen, lifting of hounds is the most prejudicial. They should seldom be taken off their noses. Nothing is gained by it in the end. Hounds that are seldom lifted will kill more foxes in the course of a season than those that frequently are. Some years ago, when hunting with the Duke of Grafton's hounds in Suffolk, they came to a check all in a moment at a barn near some crossroads. They were left alone, and made a fling of themselves in a perfect circle without hitting the scent. Many gentlemen exclaimed, "It is all over now, Tom. The only chance you'll have is to make a wide cast." "No," answered the huntsman. "If the fox is not in that barn, my hounds ought to be hung." Dick Foster, the whipper in, now huntsman to Mr. Villebois, and a very good one he is, was ordered to dismount and see if he could discover the fox. He returned and said he was not there. Tom Rose still was positive. At last he was viewed on a beam in the barn, and they killed him, after a further run of about a mile. I mention this trivial circumstance to show you clearly that if the hounds had been hurried up either of the roads on a wide cast, made by an ignorant huntsman, the fox would inevitably have been lost. Were I to have some sporting friends coming to see my hounds in the field, I should prefer going away close at him for 20 minutes, then a short check to bring the hounds to a hunting scent, and a quick thing at last and run into him, in order that my friends might be convinced the hounds could hunt as well as run. For of this I am certain, if they cannot do both, they merit not the name of foxhounds. End of The Foxhound. Recording by Peter Keeble, Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Section 28 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Maria Therese. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Section 28. The Beagle. The beagle may be mentioned as a sort of foxhound in miniature, and nothing can well be more perfect than the shape of these small dogs. But how different are they in their style of hunting! The beagle, which has always his nose to the ground, will puzzle for a length of time on one spot, sooner than he will leave the scent. The foxhound, on the contrary, full of life, spirit, and high courage, is always dashing and trying forward. The beagle, however, has extraordinary perseverance, as well as nicety of scent, and also a liveliness of manner in hunting, which, joined to its musical and melodious note, will always afford pleasure to the lover of the chase, or at least to those who are unable to undertake the more exciting sport of fox hunting. In rabbit shooting, in gorse and thick cover, nothing can be more cheerful than the beagle, and they have been called rabbit beagles from this employment, for which they are peculiarly qualified, especially those dogs which are somewhat wire-haired. In the reign of Queen Elizabeth, a race of beagles had been bred so small that a pack of them could be carried out to the field in a pair of panniers. That princess is said to have had little singing beagles, a single one of which could be placed in a man's glove, and they probably at this time received the name of lapdog beagles. Dryden, in his Fables, alludes to these dogs as follows: "The graceful goddess was arrayed in green, about her feet were little beagles seen.
that watch with upward eyes the motion of their queen. Pope also mentioneth them. To plains with well-bred beagles we repair, and trace the mazes of the circling hare. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Julia Kelly. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Mastiff. Great Britain was so noted for its mastiffs that the Roman emperors appointed an officer in this island with the title Procurator Cunegi, whose sole business was to breed and transmit from hence to the amphitheatre such as would prove equal to the combats of the place. Magnaque tarorum factudi cola Britanni. This noble dog, which, like the bulldog, is supposed to be an original breed peculiar to this country, is now seldom to be met with in its pure state, it having been crossed and recrossed with other dogs. Perhaps the finest specimen now to be found is one at Chatsworth, where also is to be seen a noble Alpine Mastiff. It is a dog of gigantic size, of a yellowish colour, with a black muzzle. There is also another at Elveston Castle in Derbyshire, not so large as the one at Chatsworth, but apparently of the true breed, and for which we believe Lord Harrington gave the sum of 50 guineas. These dogs are brave, faithful to their trust in an extraordinary degree, and have a noble disposition. Their strength also is very great, and their bark deep and loud. Sir Walter Scott's remarks on the character of the dog may be well applied to the mastiff. The Almighty, who gave the dog to be the companion of our pleasure and our toils, hath invested him with a nature noble and incapable of deceit. He forgets neither friend nor foe, remembers, and with accuracy, both benefit and injury. He hath a share of man's intelligence, but no share of man's falsehood. You may bribe a soldier to slay a man with his sword, or a witness to take life by false accusation, but you cannot make a dog tear his benefactor. He is the friend of man, save when man justly incurs his enmity. The mastiff, indeed, usually shows a remarkable and peculiar warmth in his attachments, and on the other hand he will evince his dislike in the strongest manner. It has been observed of him that if he is once severely corrected or insulted, it is almost impossible to eradicate the feeling from his memory, and it is no less difficult to attain a reconciliation with him. He seems conscious of his own strength, power, and authority, and will seldom condescend to lower his dignity by servile fawning. While he appears to consider his services as only befitting a trust of the highest importance, he is naturally possessed of strong instinctive sensibility, speedily obtains a knowledge of all the duties required of him, and discharges them with the most punctual assiduity. His vigilance is very striking. He makes regular rounds of the premises committed to his care, examines every part of them, and sees that everything is in a state of perfect security. During the night he will give a signal of his presence by repeated barkings, which are increased upon the least cause of alarm. Unlike the bulldog, the mastiff always warns before he attacks. His voice is deep and powerful in tone. Such is the animal of which I now propose to give a few characteristic anecdotes. About the year 1742, a lady who resided in a lone house in Cheshire permitted all her servants, except one female, to go to a supper and dance at a Christmas merry meeting held at an inn about 3 miles distant. and kept by the uncle of the maid who had remained in the house with her mistress. The servants were not expected back till the morning, consequently the doors and windows were, as usual, secured, and the lady and her servant were going to bed, when they were alarmed by the voice of some persons apparently attempting to break into the house. Fortunately, a great mastiff dog named Caesar was in the kitchen, and set up a tremendous barking, which, however, had not the effect of intimidating the robbers. The maidservant distinctly heard that the attempt to enter the house was made by the villains endeavouring to force a way through a hole under the sunk story in the adjoining back kitchen or scullery. Being a young woman of courage, she went towards the spot, accompanied by the dog, and patting him on the back, exclaimed, "At him, Caesar!" The dog made a furious attack on the person who seemed to be at the hole, and gave something a violent shake, when all became quiet, and the animal returned to her with his mouth all besmeared with blood. She afterwards heard some little bustle outside of the house, which soon was stilled. The lady and servant sat up until morning, without farther molestation, when, on going into the court, a quantity of blood was found on the outside of the wall. The other servants, on their return, brought word to the maid that her uncle, the innkeeper, had died suddenly during the course of the night. They understood of a fit of apoplexy, and was intended to be buried that day. The maid got leave to go to the funeral, and was surprised to find the coffin on her arrival screwed down. She insisted on taking a last view of the body, which was most unwillingly granted, when, to her great surprise and horror, she found his death had been occasioned from his throat being torn open. What had happened the evening before immediately rushed to her imagination, and it appeared too evident to her that she had been the innocent cause of her uncle's death, and upon further inquiry it was proved that he and one of his servants had formed the design of robbing the house and murdering the lady, in her unprotected condition, during the absence of her servants, but by the watchfulness and courage of her dog their design was frustrated. An anecdote is related of a mastiff, who, in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, when Lord Buckhurst was ambassador at the court of Charles IX., alone and unassisted, successively engaged a bear, a leopard, and a lion, and pulled them all down. Very extraordinary stories have been told of these and some other kinds of dogs discovering and circumventing plans to injure the persons of their masters, in which it is difficult to place implicit credit. We give one of the most marvellous of these anecdotes, as it is usually related. Sir H. Lee of Ditchley in Oxfordshire, ancestor of the late Earls of Lichfield, had a mastiff which guarded the house and yard, but had never met with any particular attention from his master. In short, he was not a favourite dog, and was retained for his utility only, and not from any partial regard. One night, as Sir Harry was retiring to his chamber, attended by his favourite valet, an Italian, the mastiff silently followed them upstairs, which he had never been known to do before, and, to his master's astonishment, presented himself in the bedroom. Being deemed an intruder, he was instantly ordered to be turned out, which being complied with, the poor animal began scratching violently at the door, and howling loudly for admission. The servant was sent to drive him away. Discouragement, however, could not check his intended labour of love. He returned again, and was more importunate to be let in than before. Sir Harry, weary of opposition, though surprised beyond measure at the dog's apparent fondness for the society of a master who had never shown him the least kindness, and wishing to retire to rest, bade the servant open the door that they might see what he wanted to do. This done, the mastiff, with a wag of the tail, and a look of affection at his lord, deliberately walked up, and crawling under the bed, laid himself down, as if desirous to take up his night's lodging there. To save farther trouble, and not from any partiality for his company, this indulgence was allowed. The valet withdrew, and all was still. About the solemn hour of midnight the chamber door opened, and a person was heard stepping across the room. Sir Harry started from sleep, the dog sprung from his covert, and seizing the unwelcome disturber, fixed him to the spot. All was dark. Sir Harry rang his bell in great trepidation in order to procure a light. The person who was pinned to the floor by the courageous mastiff roared for assistance. It was found to be the favourite valet, who little expected such a reception. He endeavoured to apologise for his intrusion, and to make the reasons which induced him to take this step appear plausible; but the importunity of the dog, the time, the place, the manner of the valet, raised suspicions in Sir Harry's mind, and he determined to refer the investigation of the business to a magistrate. The perfidious Italian, alternately terrified by the dread of punishment and soothed by the hope of pardon, at length confessed that it was his intention to murder his master, and then rob the house. This diabolical design was frustrated solely by the unaccountable sagacity of the dog and his devoted attachment to his master. A full-length picture of Sir Harry, with the mastiff by his side, and the words "more faithful than favoured," is still preserved among the family pictures. Presentiments of approaching danger, such as those now related, are to be traced only to the animal's close observation and watchful jealousy of disposition. Looks, signs, and movements are noticed by him which escape an ordinary observer. The idea that dogs have presentiments of death and howl on such occasions is a superstition now all but vanished. In October 1800, a young man going into a place of public entertainment at Paris was told that his dog, a fine mastiff, could not be permitted to enter, and he was accordingly left with the guard at the door. The young man was scarcely entered into the lobby when his watch was stolen. He returned to the guard, and prayed that his dog might be admitted, as through his means he might discover the thief. The dog was suffered to accompany his master, who intimated to the animal that he had lost something. The dog set out immediately in quest of the strayed article, and fastened on the thief, whose guilt on searching him was made apparent. The fellow had no less than 6 watches in his pocket, which being laid before the dog, he distinguished his master's, took it up by the string, and bore it to him in safety. At the castle of a nobleman in Bohemia, a large English mastiff was kept, that never failed to go every Sunday to the village church. The other dogs in the neighbourhood used to follow him thither, so that the church was often full of these animals. This being considered a nuisance, orders were given by the magistrates, at one of the petty courts held for regulating the affairs of the village, that the inhabitants should be enjoined to keep all their dogs locked up every Sunday during the time of divine service. The magistrate who presided in this court said, in a loud and authoritative tone of voice, "I will suffer no dogs in the church. Let me not see one there in the future." The mastiff happened to be lying under the table in the court when these words were spoken, to which he appeared to listen with great attention. On the ensuing Sunday the dog rose at an early hour, ran from house to house through the village, barking at the windows, and at last took his station before the church door, to see whether any of his companions would venture to approach it, notwithstanding the prohibition. Unfortunately, one of them appeared. The mastiff immediately fell upon him with the utmost fury, bit him to death, and dragged him out into the street. He continued in the same manner for several subsequent Sundays to stand sentinel, without ever entering the church. Captain Brown gives an interesting instance of the gentleness of a mastiff towards a child. He says that a large and fierce mastiff, which had broken his chain, ran along a road near Bath, to the great terror and consternation of those whom he passed, when suddenly running by a most interesting boy, the child struck him with a stick, upon which the dog turned furiously on his infant assailant. The little fellow, so far from being intimidated, ran up to him and flung his arms round the neck of the enraged animal, which instantly became appeased, and in return caressed the child. It is a fact well known that few dogs will bite a child, or even a young puppy. Captain Brown adds that he possesses a mastiff, which will not allow any one of his family to take a bone from him except his youngest child. A chimney sweeper had ordered his dog, a mastiff crossed with a bulldog, to lie down on his soot bag, which he had placed inadvertently almost in the middle of a narrow back street in the town of Southampton. A loaded coal cart passing by, the driver desired the dog to move out of the way. On refusing to do so, he was scolded, then beaten, first gently, and afterwards with a smart application of the cart whip, but all to no purpose. The fellow, with an oath, threatened to drive over the dog, and he did so, the faithful animal endeavouring to arrest the progress of the wheel by biting it. He thus allowed himself to be killed sooner than abandon his trust. A mastiff dog, who owed more to the bounty of a neighbour than to his master, was once locked by mistake in the well-stored pantry of his benefactor for a whole day, where milk, butter, bread, and meat within his reach were in abundance. On the return of the servant to the pantry, seeing the dog come out, and knowing the time he had been confined, she trembled for the devastation which her negligence must have occasioned; but on close examination it was found that the honest creature had not tasted of anything, although on coming out he fell on a bone that was given to him with all the voraciousness of hunger. These dogs are alive to injuries, and not slow in resenting them. A carrier had a mastiff remarkable for his sagacity. It happened unfortunately one day that one of the waggon horses trod accidentally upon him in the yard. The dog became furious, and would have attacked the horse had he not been prevented. It was usual for the dog to remain with the horses at night in the stable. After the men had retired, the mastiff selected out the animal which had trod upon him, and no doubt would have put an end to his existence had not the carters, who were at hand, hearing an unusual noise, come to his assistance. The widow of a farmer had 2 mastiffs, which, from their fierceness, rendered some precaution necessary in approaching the house. Their mistress was taken suddenly ill and died, and in the afternoon of her death, the benevolent wife of the clergyman of the parish called to see if she could render any assistance. After knocking in vain at the front door, she went to the back of the house with fear and trembling. On entering the kitchen, to her dismay she saw the 2 dogs on the hearth. They appeared, however, to be sensible of what had taken place, for they only lifted up their heads mournfully, looked at the intruder, and resumed their former attitude. My neighbour, Mr. Penrhyn, had 2 noble mastiffs of the Lyme breed, which I believe is now nearly extinct. It is probably, however, preserved by Thomas Lee, Esquire, of Lyme Park, in Cheshire, who has also the wild breed of cattle, now only, I believe, found at Lyme Park and at Chillington, in Yorkshire, the seat of Lord Tankerville. There is a story current at Lyme Park that, some years ago, a dog of the breed in question, whilst walking with the steward in the park, took offence at one of the wild bulls, and would instantly have attacked it, but was with difficulty restrained by the steward. The dog returned home, evidently bearing the offence in mind, and the next morning the steward, seeing him covered with blood, suspected something amiss, and on going into the park found that not only the bull but 2 cows had been worried by him. A mastiff belonging to a tanner had taken a great dislike to a man, whose business frequently brought him to the house. Being much annoyed at his antipathy, and fearful of the consequences, he requested the owner of the dog to endeavour to remove the dislike of the animal to him. This he promised to do, and brought it about in the following manner, by acting on the noble disposition of the dog. Watching his opportunity, he one day, as if by accident, pushed the dog into a well in the yard, in which he allowed it to struggle a considerable time. When the dog seemed to be getting tired, the tanner desired his companion to pull it out, which he did. The animal, on being extricated, after shaking himself, fawned upon his deliverer, as if sensible that he had saved his life, and never molested him again. On the contrary, he received him with kindness whenever they met, and often accompanied him a mile or 2 on his way home. A personal friend of the writer's, some time since, on a visit at a gentleman's house in the country, was taking a moonlight walk through the shrubbery and pleasure grounds, when he was startled by a noise behind him. On turning his head, he perceived a large mastiff, which was ordinarily let loose as evening closed, and which had tracked him through the grounds. The dog, with a fierce growl, roughly seized him. Our friend wisely deemed passive obedience and non-resistance the most prudent, if not the most courageous part for him to play, and was unceremoniously led back through the grounds to the hall door. Here he was relieved by the master of the house. Subsequently assured that he had no cause to fear, he repeated his walk. The dog was again at his side, but walked quietly with him, and acknowledged, in the usual way, his words of conciliation. On these instances of sagacity of a kind very different from that displayed by the shepherd's dog or the setter, there needs no comment. A gentleman in Ireland had a mastiff which was kept to guard his premises. A small dog, belonging to a poor man who came to the house on business, had barked at and annoyed him, but he was obliged to submit to the insult at the time with sullen patience, as his chain prevented him from taking any immediate revenge. A few evenings afterwards, however, he contrived to escape from the backyard, and immediately made his way to the cabin of the cur's master. Finding the door open, more hibernicorum, he entered without even a premonitory growl, to the dismay of the humble inmates, who were eating their supper of potatoes and milk, seized the offender and killed it. Another mastiff behaved in a very different manner. He had also been annoyed by a little cur as he passed along the streets, which he bore with great patience for a long time. At last his persecutor became so troublesome that he could bear it no longer. He therefore one day caught his contemptible adversary by the neck, carried him to the edge of a wharf, and dropped him gently into the water. The instinctive appreciation of the nature of property, as shown in dogs, is exemplified in the following instance. A lady at Bath, walking out one day, was impeded in her progress by a strange mastiff dog. She became alarmed, and at the same time perceived that she had lost her veil. Upon retracing her steps, the dog went on before her, till the lost article was discovered, and as soon as it was picked up, the animal hastened after his own master. End of the Mastiff. Recording by Julia Kelly, Knoxville, Tennessee, USA.
Section 30 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Bulldog. The heroes of a bullfight and the champions of a cockfight can produce but few, if any, disciples brought up under their tuition, who have done service to their country. But abundant are the testimonies which have been registered at the gallows of her devoted victims, trained up to the pursuits of bull baiting. Dr. Barry. The bulldog has been called the most courageous animal in the world. He is low in stature, although remarkably deep-chested, strong and muscular. From the projection under his jaw, which occasions his teeth always to be seen, and from his eyes being distant from each other and somewhat prominent, he has an appearance which would prevent a stranger from attempting any familiarity with him. He is, however, a dog capable of strong attachment to his master, whom he is at all times ready to defend. His strength is so great that in pinning a bull one of this breed of dogs has been known, by giving a strong muscular twist of his body, to bring the bull flat on his side. In consequence also of his strength, high courage, and perseverance, a bulldog has got a greater distance in swimming than any other dog has known to do. It is universally known among the lovers of bulldogs that when exasperated by an opponent or encouraged by the owner, no pain or punishment will induce him to swerve from his purpose, or in the least relax the violence of his endeavours to subdue whatever may be the object of his dislike or resentment. Amidst the many instances which might be adduced in support of this assertion, we shall notice one which is well authenticated. Some years since, when bull baiting was more common than the present improved state of civilization, a juvenile amateur, at an entertainment of this kind in the north of England, confident in the courage and purity of blood in his bulldog, laid a wager that he would at 4 distinct intervals deprive the animal of one of his feet by amputation, and that after every individual deprivation he should still attack the bull with his previous ferocity, and that, lastly, he should continue to do so upon his stumps. Shocking as the recital must prove to the feelings of every reader, the experiment was made, and the dog continued to seize the bull with the same eagerness as before. In a match which was made for the purpose, one of these animals fought and beat 2 powerful Newfoundland dogs. It must be a matter of congratulation to every humane person that the barbarous and cruel custom of bull baiting no longer exists in this country. That it tended to brutalize the working class, whatever its advocates may have stated to the contrary, can't be doubted. In the parts of Staffordshire in which I formerly resided, and where the custom was extremely prevalent, idleness, drunkenness, and profligacy were conspicuous amongst those who kept bulldogs. Even females might be seen at a bull baiting, in their working dresses as they came out of a factory, their arms crossed and covered with their aprons, standing to enjoy the sport, if such it could be called. The breed of dogs kept by the persons referred to was said to be of the purest kind, and large sums were frequently given for them. Lord Camelford purchased one for 80 guineas. 40 and 50 pounds was no uncommon price for one. These dogs would appear to have a natural antipathy to the bull, as puppies will attack them when only a few months old, and if permitted to continue the combat, will suffer themselves to be destroyed rather than relinquish the contest. A well-bred dog always attacks the bull in front, and endeavours to seize on the lip as the most sensitive part. A nobleman had a favourite bulldog which was his constant companion in his carriage to and from his seat in Scotland for many years. The dog was strongly attached to his master, and was gentle and inoffensive. As he grew old, it was determined to leave him in London. The carriage came to the door, his master entered it, and drove off, taking another dog for his companion. The packing, the preparations, had all been witnessed by the faithful bulldog, who was evidently aware that he had been deserted by the only being he loved. From that moment he became melancholy. He refused to eat, and notwithstanding all the care taken of him, he pined and died. A bulldog, not many years since, saved a shipwrecked crew by towing a rope from his vessel to the shore, after 2 fine Newfoundland dogs had perished in the attempt. This success may be attributed to his indomitable courage, which prevented him from giving up his exertions while life remained. I remember many years ago hearing of some robberies which took place by means of a bulldog in the neighbourhood of London, one of which was near my own residence. A gentleman, in riding home one winter's evening, had one of the hocks of his horse seized, as he was trotting along the road, by a bulldog, who kept his hold, and brought the horse to the ground. A man then came up, and robbed the gentleman of his purse. It was common in Staffordshire, before young dogs were able to cope with a bull, to practise them with a man who stood proxy for the bull. On one occasion of this sort, Mr. Deputy Bull, being properly staked, began to perform his part by snorting and roaring lustily. The dog ran at him, but was repulsed. The courage of the animal, however, increased with every struggle, and at last he seized his biped antagonist by the cheek, who, with rueful countenance, endured it for some time, till at length he was compelled to cry out to his companion to take the dog off. But he, unwilling to damp the courage of his élève, vociferated, "Woot spoil the pup, mum? Let him taste blood first." Bulldogs are now much less common than they were. A cross breed between them and a good terrier is said to produce better fighters and harder biters than the pure bulldog. If one of these dogs is crossed with a greyhound, the offspring is found to be too courageous, and from this cause, in attacking deer, they have been frequently killed. End of section 30. Section 31 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Section 31. The Dalmatian or Coach Dog. This dog, says Mr. Bewick, has been erroneously called the Danish dog by some authors, and by Buffon, the Harrier of Bengal. But his native country is Dalmatia, a mountainous district on the Adriatic coast. He has been domesticated in Italy for upwards of 2 centuries, and is the common harrier of that country. The Dalmatian is also used there as a pointer, to which his natural propensity more inclines him than to be a dog of the chase. He is said to be easily broken, and to be very staunch. He is handsome in shape, something between the British foxhound and English pointer. His head more acute than that of the latter, and something longer. His general colour white, and his whole body and legs covered with small irregular sized black or reddish brown spots. The pure breed has tan cheeks and black ears. He is much smaller than the large Danish dog. A singular opinion prevailed at one time in this country, that this beautiful dog was rendered more handsome by having his ears cropped. This barbarous fancy is now fast dying away. The only use to which this elegant dog is applied is as an attendant upon a carriage, for which the symmetry of his form and beauty of his skin peculiarly fit him. He familiarizes readily with horses, and is therefore invariably entrusted to the stables. A most erroneous notion has long prevailed that neither this nor the greatest Danish dog has the sense of smell. They have been indiscriminately called the coach dog. Mr. Dibdin, in his tour through England, says, "I took with me last summer one of these spotted dogs, called Danish, but the breed is Dalmatian. It was impossible for anything to be more sportive, yet more inoffensive than this dog. Throughout the mountainous parts of Cumberland and Scotland, his delight was to chase the sheep, which he could follow with great alertness, even to the summits of the most rugged steeps. And when he had frightened them, and made them scamper to his satisfaction, for he never attempted to injure them, he constantly came back wagging his tail, and appearing very happy at those caresses which we, perhaps absurdly, bestowed upon him." About 7 miles on this side of the Kinross, in the way from Stirling, he had been amusing himself playing these pranks, the sheep flying from him in all directions, when a black lamb turned upon him and looked him full in the face. He seemed astonished for an instant, but before he could rally his resolution, the lamb began to paw and play with him. It is impossible to describe the effect this had upon him. His tail was between his legs. He appeared in the utmost dread, and slunk away confused and distressed. Presently his new acquaintance invited him, by all manner of gambols, to be friendly with him. What a moment for Pythagoras or Lavater! Gradually overcoming his fears, he accepted this brotherly challenge, and they raced away together, and rolled over one another like 2 kittens. presently appeared another object of distress. The shepherd's boy came to reclaim his lamb, but it paid no attention except to the dog, and they were presently at a considerable distance. We slackened our pace for the convenience of the boy, but nothing would do. We could no more call off the dog than he could catch the lamb. They continued sporting in this manner for more than a mile and a half. At length, having taken a circuit, they were in our rear, and after we had crossed a small bridge, the boy with his pole kept the lamb at bay, and at length caught him, and having tied his plaid round him, it was impossible for him to escape. Out of fear of the boy and in obedience to us, the dog followed reluctantly, but the situation of the lamb all this time cannot be pictured. He made every possible attempt to escape from the boy, even at the risk of tumbling into the river, rather than not follow the dog. This continued till the prospect closed, and we had lost sight of our new ally, whose unexpected offer of amity to the Dalmatian seemed ever after to operate as a friendly admonition, for from that day he was cured of following sheep. Lord Maynard, some years since, lost a coach dog in France, which he in vain endeavoured to find. He returned to England, where he had not long arrived before the dog appeared, but the mode of his return remained for ever unexplained, though it is more than probable that the dog's sagacity, when he had made his escape from confinement, prompted him to go to the sea coast, where he found means to get on board some vessel bound for the opposite shore. The late Mr. Thomas Walker of Manchester had a small Dalmatian dog, which was accustomed to be in the stable with two of his carriage horses, and to lie in a stall with one of them, to which he was particularly attached. The servant who took care of the horse was ordered to go to Stockport, which is distant about 7 miles, upon one of the horses, and took the one above mentioned, the favourite of the dog, with him, and left the other with the dog in the stable, being apprehensive lest the dog, which was much valued by his master, should be lost upon the road. After the man and horse had gone about an hour, some person coming accidentally into the stable, the dog took the opportunity of quitting his confinement, and immediately set off in quest of his companion. The man who had finished the business he was set upon was just leaving Stockport, when he was surprised to meet the dog he had left in the stable, coming with great speed down the hill into the town, and seemed greatly rejoiced to meet with his friendly companion, whom he had followed so far by scent. The friendship between these animals was reciprocal, for the servant, going one day to water the carriage horses at a large stone trough, which was then at one end of the exchange, the dog, as usual, accompanying them, was attacked by a large mastiff, and in danger of being much worried, when the horse, his friend, which was led by the servant with the halter, suddenly broke loose from him and went to the place where the dogs were fighting, and with a kick of one of his heels struck the mastiff from the other dog clean into a cooper's cellar opposite, and having thus rescued his companion, returned quietly with him to drink at the conduit. End of section 31. Section 32 of Anecdotes of Dogs, by Edward Jesse. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Great Danish Dog. Buffon was of opinion that this variety, which is chiefly found in Denmark, Russia, and North Germany, is the only matin, the usual sheep-dog of France, transported into a northern latitude. The colour of this dog is generally white, marked all over his body with black spots and patches, in general larger than those of the Dalmatian, of which some have supposed him to be a congener. His ears are for the most part white, while those of the Dalmatian are usually black. The Great Danish Dog is a fine sprightly animal, but is of little use either for sporting or watching. Like the Dalmatian, he is chiefly used in this country as an attendant on carriages, to which he forms an elegant appendage. Mr. Johnson, a traveller from Manchester on his route through Scotland on horseback, was benighted, and coming to a small public house on the road, he thought it better to take up his lodgings there, if possible, than to proceed further that night. On entering the house he found only an old woman who, to his inquiries, answered she would accommodate him with a bed, and provide for the horse in a small shed, if he would assist her in carrying hay and litter, as there was no other person then in the house. This was readily agreed to by Mr. Johnson, who, after having done so and taken a little refreshment, was shown by the old woman to his bedroom. A large Danish dog, which accompanied him on his journey, offered to go up to the room with him, which the old woman strongly objected to, but Mr. Johnson firmly persisted in having him admitted. The dog, on entering the room, began to growl, and was altogether very unruly. His master in vain attempted to quiet him. He kept growling and looking angrily under the bed, which induced Mr. Johnson to look there likewise, when to his utter astonishment he saw a man concealed at the farther end. On encouraging the dog he sprang immediately at him, whilst Mr. Johnson seized his pistols, and presenting one at the stranger, who had a large knife in his hand and was struggling with the dog, declared he would instantly shoot him if he made further resistance. The man then submitted to be bound, and acknowledged that his intention was to rob and murder Mr. Johnson, which was thus providentially prevented by the wonderful sagacity of his faithful dog. Mr. Johnson, after securely binding the man and fastening the door, went, accompanied by his dog, to the shed where the horse was left, which he instantly mounted and escaped without injury to the next town, where he gave to a magistrate a full account of the murderous attempt, and the culprit was taken into custody and afterwards executed. A gamekeeper belonging to the castle of Holstein, in Denmark, returned one evening from a long and fatiguing chase, and deposited the game in the larder, without being aware that he had locked up his dog at the same time. Business of importance unexpectedly called him away immediately afterwards, and he did not return for 5 days, when, mindful of his game, he went to the larder and beheld his dog stretched dead at the door. The gamekeeper stood extremely affected. But what were his sensations when he saw on the table 11 brace of partridges and 5 grouse untouched! This admiration increased his grief, when he found the poor dog had suffered starvation rather than transgress his duty. At a convent in France, 20 paupers were served with a dinner at a certain hour every day. A matin dog belonging to the convent did not fail to be regularly present at this repast, to receive the scraps which were now and then thrown to him. The guests, however, were poor and hungry, and of course not very wasteful, so that their pensioner did little more than scent the feast, of which he would fain have partaken. The portions were served by a person at the ringing of a bell, and delivered out by means of what religious houses is termed a tour, a machine like this section of a cask, that by turning round on a pivot exhibits whatever is placed on the concave side, without discovering the person who moves it. One day this dog, who had only received a few scraps, waited till the paupers were all gone, took the rope in the mouth, and rang the bell. His stratagem succeeded. He repeated it the next day with the same good fortune. At length the cook, finding that 21 portions were given out instead of 20, was determined to discover the culprit. In doing which he had no great difficulty, for lying in wait and noticing the paupers as they came for the different portions, and that there was no intruder except the dog, he began to suspect the truth, which he was confirmed in when he saw the animal continue with great deliberation till the visitors were all gone, and then pulled the bell. The matter was related to the community, and to reward him for his ingenuity, the dog was permitted to ring the bell every day for his dinner, on which a mess of broken victuals was always afterwards served out to him. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 33. The Cur Dog. Almost every dog which is crossbred is ranked as a cur dog or mongrel, but that which is especially described by Youatt is the shepherd's dog crossed with the terrier, and is nearly smooth, but he is considerably longer in the legs in proportion to the size of his body, is stronger in the make, has half-pricked ears, is generally black and white, although sometimes all black, and has rather a short tail. In the north of England and southern counties of Scotland, great attention is paid to the breeding of this dog, and to breaking him in for driving and tending cattle, which he does with great intelligence. Indeed, his sagacity in everything is uncommonly great, and he is very trusty. These dogs bite very keenly, and always make their attack at the heels of cattle, who, on this account, having no defense against them, are quickly compelled to run. The cur has long and somewhat deservedly obtained a very bad name as a bully and a coward, and certainly his habit of barking at everything that passes, and flying at the heels of the horse, renders him often a very dangerous nuisance. He is, however, valuable to the cottager. He is a faithful defender of his humble dwelling. No bribe can seduce him from his duty, and he is a useful and an effectual guard over the clothes and scanty provisions of the laborer, who may be working in some distant part of the field. All day long he will lie upon his master's clothes, seemingly asleep, but giving immediate warning of the approach of a supposed marauder. He has a propensity, when at home, to fly at every horse and every strange dog, and of young game of every kind there is not a more ruthless destroyer than the village cur. The following story is strictly authentic. Not long ago a young man, an acquaintance of Lord Fife's coachman, was walking, as he had often done, in his lordship's stables at Banff. Taking an opportunity when the servants were not regarding him, he put a bridle into his pocket. A Highland cur that was generally about the stables observed the theft and immediately began to bark at him, and when he got to the stable door would not let him pass, but held him fiercely by the leg to prevent him. As the servants had never seen the dog act thus before, and the same young man had been often with them, they could not imagine what could be the reason of the dog's conduct. However, when they perceived the end of a valuable bridle peeping out of the young man's pocket, they were able to account for it, and on his giving it up, the dog let go his hold and allowed him to pass. "I recollect," says Mr. Hall, "when I passed some time at the Viscount Arbuthnot's at Houghton, in the parish of Merrykirk, one of his lordship's estates, that when the field servants went out one morning, they found a man whom they knew, and who lived a few miles distant, lying on the road a short way from the stable, with a number of bridles, girths, etc., etc., near him, and the house dog, which was of the Highland breed, lying also at his ease, holding the seat of the man's breeches in his mouth. The man confessed his crime, and told them that the dog had struggled with him, and held him in that position for 5 hours, and that immediately after the servants came up, he let go his hold." The following anecdote is well known. In London, a few years since, a box, properly directed, was sent to a merchant shop to lie there all night, and be shipped off with other goods next morning. A dog, which accidentally came into the shop with a customer, by smelling the box, and repeatedly barking in a peculiar way, led to the discovery that it did not contain goods, but a fellow who intended to admit his companions and plunder the shop in the night time. John Lang, Esquire, Deputy Sheriff of Selkirk, had a female cur, big with pups, which on one occasion, when out in the fields attending the cattle, was taken in travail, and pupped on the moor. She concealed her litter in a whin bush, brought the cattle home at the usual time with the utmost care, and having delivered her charge, returned to the moor and brought home the puppies one by one. Mr. Lang, with that humanity which marks his character, preserved the whole litter, that he might not give the least cause of pain to so faithful and so affectionate an animal. In Lambeth Church there is a painting of a man with a dog on one of the windows. In reference to this, we learn by tradition that a piece of ground near Westminster Bridge, containing 1 acre and 19 rods, named Pedlar's Acre, was left to the parish by a pedlar, upon condition that his picture and that of the dog should be perpetually preserved on painted glass on one of the windows of the church, which the parishioners have carefully performed. The time of this gift was in 1504, when the ground was let at 2s. 8d. per annum. But in the year 1762 it was let on lease at £100 per year, and a fine of £800, and is now worth more than £250 yearly. The reason alleged for the pedlar's request is that, being very poor, and passing the aforementioned piece of ground, he could by no means get his dog away, which kept scratching a particular spot of earth, until he attracted his master's notice, who, going back to examine the cause, and pressing with his stick, found something hard, which on a nearer inspection proved to be a pot of gold. With part of this money he purchased the land and settled in the parish, to which he bequeathed it on the conditions aforesaid. It was with pleasure, observes Mr. Taylor, in his general character of the dog, that I watched the motions of a grateful animal belonging to one of the workmen employed at Portsmouth stockyard. This man had a large cur dog, who regularly every day brought him his dinner upwards of a mile. When his wife had prepared the repast, she tied it up in a cloth and put it in a hand-basket, then calling Trusty, for so he was properly named, desired him to be expeditious and carry his master's dinner, and be sure not to stop by the way. The dog, who perfectly well understood his orders, immediately obeyed by taking the handle of the basket in his mouth, and began his journey. It was laughable to observe that, when tired by the way, he would very cautiously set the basket on the ground, but by no means would suffer any person to come near it. When he had sufficiently rested himself, he again took up his load, and proceeded forward until he came to the dock gates. Here he was frequently obliged to stop, and wait with patience until the porter or some other person opened the door. His joy was then visible to every one. His pace increased, and with wagging tail, expressive of his pleasure, he ran to his master with the refreshment. The caresses were then mutual, and after receiving his morsel as a recompense for his fidelity, he was ordered home with the empty basket and plates, which he carried back with the greatest precision, to the high diversion of all spectators. Some years since, a distiller who lived at Chelsea, in Middlesex, had a middle-sized brown cur dog, crossed with the spaniel, which had received so complete an education from the porter that he was considered a very valuable acquisition. This porter used generally to carry out the liquors to the neighboring customers in small casks, tied up in a coarse bag, or put in a barrow, and whenever the man thought proper to refresh himself, which was frequently the case, he would stop the barrow, and calling Basto, which was the dog's name, in a very peremptory manner, bid him mind the bag, and away he went to drink, and frequently left the barrow in the middle of the street. Basto always rested near his trust, and sometimes apparently asleep, which induced many idle people, who, seeing a bag in the road without an owner, to attempt stealing the same. But no sooner had they endeavored to decamp with the prize, than this vigilant creature flew at them with such outrage as obliged them immediately to relinquish the undertaking, and glad were they to escape with a few bites and whole bones, and leave the tempting bait to catch other dishonest rogues, as it had done them. One day a person having particular business with the master, which required dispatch, went to the distillery adjoining the dwelling house, thinking it very likely he might meet him there giving orders to the servant, and finding the outward door open, walked into the still room. But no sooner had he gone a few steps than a fierce growl assailed his ears, and almost imperceptibly he was pinioned by fear to the wall. The affrighted person called loudly for help, but the family being at the other end of the house, his cries were fruitless. The generous animal, however, who had the frightened man close in custody, scorned to take a mean advantage of his situation by recommencing hostilities. He remained perfectly quiet, unless the delinquent attempted to stir. He then became as furious as ever, so that the prisoner prudently remained like a statue fixed against the wall, while Basto, like a sentinel on his post, kept a strict guard lest he should escape before the family arrived. In about 20 minutes the master, in coming from the parlour to the counting-house, beheld the prisoner, and Basto walking backwards and forwards beside him. The dog, by 1,000 gesticulations, seemed to wish a proper explanation might take place. The master laughed heartily at the poor fellow's expense, as did he likewise when liberated, but he had ever after the prudence, when business brought him to the house, to ring loudly at the door, notwithstanding it frequently stood wide open. A carrier on his way to Dumfries had occasion to leave his cart and horse on the public road, under the protection of a passenger and his dog Trusty. Upon his return he missed a led horse belonging to a gentleman in the neighbourhood, which he had tied to the end of a cart, and likewise one of the female passengers. On inquiry he was informed that, during his absence, the female, who had been anxious to try the mettle of the pony, had mounted it, and that the animal had set off at full speed. The carrier expressed much anxiety for the safety of the young woman, casting at the same time an expressive look at his dog. Trusty observed his master's eye, and aware of its meaning, instantly set off in pursuit of the pony, which he came up with soon after he had passed the first toll bar on the Dalbeattie road, when he made a sudden spring, seized the bridle, and held the animal fast. Several people having observed the circumstance and perilous situation of the girl, came to her relief. The dog, however, notwithstanding their repeated endeavours, would not quit his hold of the bridle, and the pony was actually led into the stable with the dog till such time as the carrier should arrive. Upon the carrier entering the stable, Trusty wagged his tail in token of satisfaction, and immediately relinquished the bridle to his master. A short time ago, a large cur belonging to a gentleman at Richmond, in Yorkshire, accidentally fell into a well, and for the moment he gave him up as lost. But as a sort of desperate effort to save the dog, he directed a boy to let down a rope he had into the well, in the hope that possibly it might catch around his leg or neck. No sooner, however, did the rope come within reach than the dog seized it with his teeth, and the parties above, finding it had secured him, began to draw up, when about halfway up he lost his hold and fell back. Again the rope was let down, and again the dog seized it, and he was drawn nearly to the mouth of the well, when his bite gave way, and the third time he fell into the water. Once more the rope was let down, and this time the dog took so thorough a hold that he was brought triumphantly up, and when set down in safety, shook the water from his hair, and wagged his tail, apparently as proud of the exploit as the other parties were gratified with it. End of chapter 33. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Section 34 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Julia Kelly. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Lurcher. This variety is smaller than the greyhound, with its limbs stronger and shorter, the head less acute, with short, erect, and half-pricked ears. The whole body and tail are covered with rough, coarse hair. It is grizzly about the muzzle, of a pale sand color or iron gray, and of sullen aspect. The lurcher is supposed to have been originally a cross between the greyhound and the shepherd's dog, recrossed with the terrier, hence the quickness of his scent, his speed, and intelligence. The habits of this dog lead him to concealment and cunning, and he is seldom found in the possession of honourable sportsmen. He is often employed by poachers in killing hares and rabbits in the obscurity of night, and when taken to the warren, he lies squat, or steals out with the utmost precaution, and on seeing or scenting the rabbits, darts upon them with exceeding quickness, or runs them down at a stretch, without barking or making the least noise. He is trained to bring the booty to his master, who often waits at some distance to receive it. One of these dogs will kill a great many rabbits in the course of a night. Colonel Hamilton Smith says, "The lurcher occasionally makes great havoc among sheep and deer, and acquires the wild scent of game. Sometimes these dogs become feral when their owners happen to be captured and imprisoned. They have been regularly hunted with hounds, but seldom destroyed, because when the chase came up with them, the pack seemed to be surprised at finding that it was only a dog they had followed. At other times, however, when a lurcher had snapped up or attacked the game the pack was hunting, the dogs on coming up have torn him to pieces, as if he had been a wild beast." Berwick says that in his time this breed was so destructive that it was proscribed, and is now almost extinct. "I have seen a dog and bitch of this kind," he observes, "in the possession of a man who had formerly used them for the purpose above described. He declared that by their means he could procure in an evening as many rabbits as he could carry home." "In the year 1809," says Captain Brown, "I resided for some time on Holy Island, coast of Northumberland, and had occasion one day to be in Berwick at an early hour. I left the island on horseback at low water by moonlight. When I reached Goswick Warren, I came upon two men sitting by the side of a turf dyke. I spoke to them, and while I was in the act of doing so, a dog of this breed approached with a rabbit in his mouth, which he laid down and scampered off. Being convinced they were engaged in rabbit stealing, I entered into conversation respecting the qualities of their dogs, which I was anxious to learn, and upon my declaring that I was a stranger, and that I would not divulge their delinquency, they readily gave me detail of them. They had scarcely commenced when another dog made his appearance with a rabbit, and laid it down, but did not, like his companion, make off when he had done so. One of the men said to him, 'Go off, sir,' when he immediately left them, and he told me he was a young dog, little more than a year old. They informed me that such was the keenness of the older dog, and another which had shortly before died, for hunting rabbits and hares, that they would frequently go out of their own accord, when it was inconvenient for their owners to attend them, and that they invariably fetched in a hare or rabbit. Indeed, their ardour was such that they would sometimes go to a rabbit warren at a distance of 8 miles from their dwelling, in pursuit of game, in consequence of which it became necessary for their masters to chain them every night when they did not accompany them in this pursuit. The dogs never attempted to leave home during the day, for which reason they were allowed to go at full liberty. When the men intended on an evening to hunt rabbits, they threw down the sacks in which they carried their booty in a corner of their house, when the dogs laid down beside them and would not stir till their masters took them up. These dogs scarcely ever barked, except on the way either to or from this plunder, on which occasions they always preceded their owners about 50 yards. If they met any person coming, they invariably made a noise, but never were known to bite any one. I asked them if this was an instinctive property, and they informed me they were trained to do it. As they found it necessary in various places to leave the highway to avoid villages, their dogs never failed to quit the road at the very places where they usually deviated, although at that distance before them. Sometimes one of the dogs would return back to the party while on the road and wag his tail, but they seldom or never did so together, and if he showed a desire to remain by his master, the latter had only to say, "Go on, sir," when he set off at full speed to his post as one of the advance guard. During the time I was conversing with them, these dogs brought in 7 rabbits. The following curious relation, in which a lurcher signalized himself characteristically, but fatally, we had from a sporting clergyman of one of the Midland counties. A gentleman kept a pack of 25 couple of good hounds, among which were some of the highest bred modern foxhounds, and some as near to the old bloodhound as could be procured. They were high fed and underworked, of course, somewhat riotous. One day, after a sharp run of considerable length, in which the whole field, huntsman, whipper-in, and all, were suddenly thrown out, Renard, in running up a hedgerow, was espied by a lurcher, accompanying the farmer his master. The dog instantly ran at the chase, and being fresh, chopped upon it as he would have done upon a rabbit or hare. The fox turned and fought bravely, and whilst the farmer was contemplating with astonishment this singular combat, he was destined to behold a spectacle still more remarkable. The hounds arrived in full cry, and with indiscriminate fury tore both the combatants to pieces, the whipper-in and the proprietor of the pack, and 2 or 3 gentlemen, the best mounted, arriving in time to whip the dogs off, obtain the brush, and pick up some scattered remnants of the limbs and carcass of the poor lurcher. End of the Lurcher. Recording by Julia Kelly, Knoxville, Tennessee, USA.
Section 35 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 35. The Band Dog. This variety, which seems almost extinct, is lighter, smaller, and more active than the Mastiff, from which he is descended by a cross with the Foxhound. He is not nearly so powerful a dog as the former, but is more fierce in his natural disposition, and from his descent possesses a finer sense of smelling. His hair is rougher, generally of a yellowish or sandy gray, streaked with shades of black or brown, and semi-curled over his whole body, excepting his legs, which are smooth. Although he generally attacks his adversary in front, like the Mastiff and Bulldog, it is not his invariable practice, for he is sometimes seen to seize cattle by the flank. His bite, says Bewick, is keen and dangerous. 2 near neighbours in the county of Suffolk, a tanner and a farmer, entertained great friendship for each other, and kept up a close intimacy by frequent visits. The tanner had a large band dog for watching his yard, which, for some unknown cause, had conceived such an inveterate hatred to the farmer that he could not go with safety to call on his friend when the dog was loose, and on this account the tanner loaded him with a heavy clog, that he might not be able to fly at him. As the farmer and one of his ploughmen were going about the grounds together one day, the latter espied at a distance something on a stile. As they drew near, they perceived it was the tanner's dog, which, in attempting to leap the wall, had left the clog on the other side, and was thereby almost strangled. The ploughman, knowing the enmity which the dog had to his master, proposed to dispatch him by knocking him on the head, but the latter was unwilling to kill a creature which he knew was useful to his friend. Instead of doing so, he disengaged the poor beast, laid him down on the grass, watched till he saw him recover so completely as to be able to get up on his legs, and then pursued his walk. When the farmer returned to the stile, he saw the dog standing by it, quite recovered, and expected an attack. But, to his great astonishment, the creature fawned upon him, and expressed his gratitude in the most lively manner, and from that time to the day of his death he attached himself to his benefactor, and never could be prevailed upon to go back to his former master. End of Section 35. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.
Section 36 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Steve Jackson. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Final section. On the feeding and management of dogs. Gathered from various authorities by H.G.Wells. A few words may not be out of place here on the feeding and management of dogs. For all else which concerns canine science, the reader cannot do better than consult, among modern works, Youatt on the dog, Blaine's Canine Pathology, the article Dog in the Encyclopaedia Britannica or Penny Cyclopedia, Hutchinson on dog breaking, Radcliffe on fox hunting, Mayhew on the dog, or Colonel Hamilton Smith on dogs, forming 2 of the volumes of Jardine's Naturalist's Library. The natural food of the dog is flesh, and it is found that those in a wild state prefer it to every other kind of nutriment. But as raw meat engenders ferocity, it should not be given too freely, especially to house dogs and such as are not actively exercised. The dog can subsist on many kinds of food, and it is a curious fact that when fed entirely on flesh, he will sometimes get lean, because, as has been well observed, it is not on what animals eat that they thrive, but on what they digest. The diet of sporting dogs in full work should, it is said by some, consist of at least 2/3 of flesh, with a judicious mixture of farinaceous vegetables. But there is great diversity of opinion on this subject, and in France they are fed almost exclusively on soaked bread. Dogs, it is generally said, should have free access to water, and the pans be cleaned out daily. But some feeders, we are told, and it seems strange, limit the supply of water and substitute moistened food. A piece of rock brimstone kept in the pan will be found useful. Although the dog is naturally a voracious animal, he can endure hunger for a very great length of time, and be brought by habit to subsist on a very scanty meal. In the Memoirs of the Academy of Sciences, it is stated that a bitch which was forgotten in a country house where she had access to no other nourishment, lived 40 days on the wool of an old mattress, which she had torn to pieces and digested. An extraordinary instance of a similar kind occurred with a terrier bitch named Gypsy. One day, when following her master through a grass park near Gilmerton, it happened that she started a hare. During the pursuit, her master suddenly lost sight of her, and in a few days she was considered either killed or lost. 6 weeks afterwards, a person happening to look down an old coal pit was surprised to hear a dog howling. He lost no time in returning to the village, and having procured a hand basket, let it down by a rope into the shaft. The dog immediately leapt into it, and on being brought to the surface proved to be Gypsy, worn to perfect skin and bone. How had she existed in this subterranean abode, and what she had found to support her there, it is impossible to tell. Staghounds, foxhounds, harriers, and beagles are generally fed on oatmeal. Some add well-boiled flesh to it once in 2 days, and the older the meal is the better. Store sufficient for 12 or 18 months' consumption ought therefore always to be kept by those who have a pack, and before used should be well dried and broken into grits, but not too fine. It is best kept in bins in a granary, well trodden down. Some persons are in the habit of using barley meal, unprepared, but this is thought by many to be less nutritious. Others are of opinion that oatmeal and barley meal in equal proportions form a preferable food. In either case, the meal should be made into porridge, with the addition of a little milk, and occasionally the kitchen offal, such as remnants of butcher's meat, broth, and soups, the raspings and refuse of bakers' shops, or hard, coarse sea biscuit, sold as dog biscuit, well soaked and boiled with bullock's liver or horseflesh. Well-boiled greens, or mangoldwurzel, boiled to a jelly, are an excellent addition to the food of all dogs, and may be given twice a week, but they ought to be discontinued during the shooting season with pointers, setters, cockers, and greyhounds, and also during the hunting season with foxhounds, harriers, and beagles, as they are apt to render the bowels too open for hard work. Flesh for dogs should be first thoroughly boiled, and then taken out before the oatmeal is added to the broth and left to cool. Indeed, some feeders think that the food of a dog should always be perfectly cold. At any rate, care must be taken not to serve it too hot. Although in general dogs are sagacious enough not to scald themselves, as we see in Landseer's exquisite little picture on the opposite page. Dogs which are hard-worked are by some said to be the better for having 2 meals a day, a very light one of mixed food in the morning before going out, and a full meal, principally of flesh, on their return in the evening. But, as a general rule, 1 good meal a day towards the evening is sufficient, and they may be left to pick up what they can. Indeed, the dealers never give more than 1 meal a day. Bones to pick may be allowed them occasionally, but hard bones in excess are likely to wear and damage the teeth. Nothing is better than paunch, tripe, or good wholesome horse or cow flesh boiled, and the liquor mixed well with oatmeal porridge, the quantity of each about equal. If horse or cow flesh is not to be had, graves, in moderate quantity and well scalded, are a tolerable, though not very desirable, substitute. They are generally broken small, mixed with about 1/2 the quantity of oatmeal, then thoroughly soaked in boiling water, and well stirred. Or, a better way still, is to boil them together like porridge. Dogs, like men, require a change of food, and it has been strongly asserted that barley meal and oatmeal, without change, predisposes to cutaneous disease, and even produces it. Therefore, a judicious feeder, like a good cook, will contrive to vary his bill of fare. Porridge and milk, dog biscuit, farinaceous food, the scraps of the kitchen, the offal of bullocks or sheep, which should be well boiled, make an excellent variety. But we would by no means recommend too frequent a repetition of the latter food. Potatoes are also good, and although not so nutritious or easy of digestion as oatmeal, are less heating. Care should be taken never to present more to a dog than he will eat with a good appetite, and when oatmeal and barley meal are given mixed, the former should first be boiled for 20 minutes, and then the latter added, and boiled only for about 8 or 10 minutes. This meal should, however, never be given in the hunting season, as it is too heating, and occasions the dogs to be perpetually drinking. Their food ought, as a general rule, to be given to them pretty thick, as thin porridge does not stay the stomach so well. The feeding troughs for hounds should be sufficiently wide at the bottom, and carefully cleaned out and scalded with hot water every 2nd day. During the hunting season, hounds should have sulphur mixed up with their mess once a week, in the proportion of 3 drachms to each. At the end of the season the same quantity of sulphur should be given, with the addition of 1 1/2 drachms of antimony. After a hard day's work, a meal of horseflesh may be given them, as fresh killed as possible, or bullocks' paunches or sheep's trotters, all of which should be well boiled. Greyhounds should be fed principally on animal food, such as sheep's trotters or neat's feet, boiled or stewed down and mixed with bread, and given moderately in the morning and afternoon, the dog never being allowed on any occasion to eat a great quantity at once, or on the other hand meat, as it will enlarge and strengthen the muscular fibre, without increasing the cellular tissue and adipose substance, which has an invariable tendency to affect their breathing. The butcher's meat should be of the best quality, and not over fat, as greasy substances of all kinds are apt to render the body gross and the skin diseased. After they have been coursed, they should be well brushed, a little oil being used in the operation. The kennels of greyhounds should be kept comfortably warm and dry, be frequently replenished with dry and clean straw, and properly ventilated. Indeed, nothing is more essential to the health and efficiency of all dogs than pure air and cleanliness. Their beds should, if possible, be placed on a wooden bench, or at least on some dry position. On attention to cleanliness depends in some degree the dog's exquisite sense of smelling, for if accustomed to strong or disagreeable effluvia, he will be but ill adapted to trace the fall of a deer, or scent of a fox. Indeed, even animal food, too freely given, is said to have a prejudicial effect upon the nose of a sporting dog. A dog employed in watching premises should not be needlessly exposed to the damp or cutting night winds, but placed in as dry and sheltered a situation as possible. If kept in the dwelling house, he should have a place appropriated to his night's rest. This may be an open box, or a basket, with a piece of carpet or blanket, or clean straw at the bottom. If either of the former, it should be often beaten to free it from fleas or nits, which soon infest it, and frequently washed and dried. Damp is exceedingly injurious to dogs, and is very likely to produce diseased lungs, rheumatism, and lameness in the shoulder and limbs. To the preceding instructions, for which the compiler is chiefly indebted to the works of Captain Thomas Brown, Youatt, and Blaine, and to the practical information obtained from Mr. Herring of the New Road, and Mr. William George, an extensive dog fancier at Kensall, Newtown, may be appropriately subjoined a lively chapter from the recent work of Mr. Francis Butler, a leading American authority on the subject. It is more important to understand the management of a dog than to be possessed of 1,000 nominal remedies for the cure of his various ailments, inasmuch as the antidote is at all times preferable to the cure. I shall first throw out a few hints on the management of pets. Whilst many are sacrificed for lack of necessary attendance, there are thousands who perish prematurely from overdoses of kindness. Delicate breeds of dogs certainly require great care and attention in rearing, but overstrained tenderness is often more dangerous than culpable neglect. The dear little creature that is allowed to lay under the stove is stuffed with delicacies 2 or 3 times a day, and is never allowed to breathe the fresh air except under a cloudless sky, is more subject to colds, fits, rheumatism, sore eyes and ears, worms, etc., than the worthless mongrel which was raised on the street, neglected and despised. The tenderly nursed pet is affected by every change of atmosphere, and is subjected to a variety of diseases unknown to the dog that has been hardened from his birth. I ask you, then, neither to stuff nor starve, neither to chill nor burn. A house pet should always have a sleeping place allotted to him, warm and comfortable, not near the fire, nor in the damp. Anything round is best for an animal to lay in, such as a tastefully ornamented box. In cold weather it should not be larger than to contain him comfortably. It is best for the following reasons. He may keep himself warm, and his bed may be made exactly to fit him. It also takes up less available space than any other shape. He should never be fed to the full, neither excited to eat when he appears disinclined. Lack of appetite, so common to pampered favorites, is generally the result of an overloaded stomach and disordered digestion. This is easily cured by medicine, but more safely and simply without it. Fast him for 24 hours, after which keep him on half his ordinary allowance. If this agrees with him, and he keeps in fair condition, continue the regimen. Nursing in the lap is injurious, not in itself, but the animal is thereby subjected to constant chills in emerging from a snoozy warmth to a cold carpet or chilly bed. A dog accustomed to the lap is always shivering after it, and renders himself quite troublesome by his importunate addresses. A moderate share of nursing is well enough, but should be indulged in only as an occasional treat. Great care should be taken in the washing of delicate dogs. When this operation is performed, they should be rubbed perfectly dry, after which they should be covered and remain so till the shivering has completely subsided. Footnote: or if the weather be fine and warm, they may run out and dry themselves. End of footnote. The water should be only blood warm. It is far better than hot, and not so likely to give the animal cold. Injudicious washing and bad drying are productive of running sore eyes, more especially visible in white poodles, where the hair is long and woolly, retaining the moisture. Once a fortnight is often enough to wash any dog but a white one. Washing has very little effect in the destruction of vermin. Fleas can live some time under water, which I have often thought only makes them bite the harder and stick the closer when reanimated from their temporary torpidity. If Butler's mange liniment and flea exterminator cannot be obtained, the animal may be well sodden with soft soap and washed about 10 minutes after. This cannot be done with safety except in warm weather. In cold weather the comb may be used immediately after the application of the soap, as the fleas will then be too stupid to effect their escape. Butler's liniment destroys all vermin instantaneously, without risk of injuring the animal, and the quadruped may be rinsed 1 minute after. No flea will remain alive. The skin will be thoroughly cleansed, and the coat beautified. Dogs should never be allowed to suffer the torment imposed on them by these detestable vermin. If the owners could only realize the importance of ridding them of these ever noisome pets, there would be far less of snappishness, mange, fits, etc. I have seen animals literally worried to death by fleas, perfectly exhausted from incessant irritation, at last worn to a skeleton, and gradually extinguished by a creeping consumption. Besides, who, for his own personal comfort, would not rid his immediate vicinity of a worthless mob of bloodsuckers awaiting the first favourable opportunity of regaling themselves on human blood? If your dog lie on straw, burn it once a week, as fleas harbour and propagate in the tubes of the straw. If the bed be carpet, or anything similar, let it be often cleansed or changed. Vermin revel in filth, and their extirpation depends mainly on cleanliness. By attending to the general health of a dog, much disease may be avoided. Indeed, this is far more essential than prescriptions for a cure. It is very easy to carry off a slight indisposition by gentle purgatives and a reformed diet, whilst confirmed disease is often difficult to combat, as few of the canine race can have the advantages which are ofttimes essential to their restoration. The eyes, the nose, the gums, the hair, the breath should be carefully noted. The eyes may be red or pale, sunken or protruded. The nose may be hot or dry or matted with dirt. The gums may be pale, etc. It will require but little experience to discover a disorganization, which may be easily detected by him who has noticed the healthful appearance of the different parts, and their variation under indisposition. If you are in the habit of keeping your dog on the chain, let him at least run a few minutes every day. If he be kept indoors, he should also be allowed a little daily exercise outside. Change of air, footnote, sea air, however, especially during long sea voyages, perhaps in connection with salt meat, has been known to produce the distemper in dogs. End footnote. And diet will sometimes renovate when all remedies fail. A change from city to country, from greasy meat to fresh milk, from a confined yard to the green fields, will generally recruit him without the aid of medicine. Nature, to whom physicians are so deeply indebted for so many wonderful restorations, often effects a cure unaided, which might have been defied the efforts of Apothecaries' Hall. In summer particularly, be careful to provide a supply of fresh water and a cool shelter from the sun. Never take your dog out during the intense heat of the day. This is very apt to produce fits, often resulting in sudden death. Early in the morning is preferable for summer exercise. The kennel should be located in a shady spot during the summer. In winter it should be sheltered from the wind, and so placed as to enable the dog to enjoy the sunshine at will. Above all things, never chain a dog where he cannot screen himself from the sun's rays. He must have the option of sunshine or shade. He should not be allowed to drink water that has been standing in the sun or is otherwise damaged. If you should chance to forget to feed him for 48 hours, he should not run as much risk of injury as during 3 hours of thirst in hot weather. There should be a piece of joist under each end of the dog's house to keep it off the ground in order to avoid dampness. In summer, an excavation 2 or 3 feet in depth should be made under it and left open at both ends, that the animal may have a cool retreat during the heat. Those who do not object to a trifling expense may have the house posted on a large paving stone, with an excavation under it, as before recommended. All burrowing animals seek the earth in hot weather. Everything on the surface is heated. Their own instinct dictates the most reasonable method of sheltering themselves from the heat, at the same time absorbing the cool exhalations from the ground. In southern climates especially, this method is all important. In this manner I have kept dogs from the polar regions in comparative comfort, whilst many native-born and neglected have been scalded into fits, paralysis, rabies, or hydrophobia. In the hot season, with young dogs, raw meat should be avoided, except it be quite fresh, and then they should not be overfed, especially if debarred of abundant exercise and excluded from their own natural medicine, grass. A dog will often thrive better on raw meat than any other food, and will grow larger, but he should be fed with discretion, and his health attended to, should his diet visibly disagree with him. Footnote: house dogs fed on raw meat, bones, and liver soon become offensive neighbors, the more so in proportion to their want of outdoor exercise. End footnote. He will grow fatter and be more healthy on moderate meals than if overgorged. The better plan is to ascertain his average consumption, and then allow him a little less. Keep his digestion in good order, and disease will rarely trouble him. His coat and ribs will generally indicate whether he be sufficiently cared for, whether he be sick or sound in his digestive organs. Feed him always in the same place, and at the same hour. Once a day is sufficient, if he be over 6 months old. By being fed once a day, he has less choice, and will consume what he might refuse, if his appetite were dulled by a previous meal. Should you require your dog to be watchful at night, feed him in the morning. If you would have him quiet at night, feed him late, and don't leave him bones to gnaw. Dogs are pretty quiet during the digestive process when left to themselves, and should not have much exercise after a heavy meal. They should only be lightly fed before training lessons, or on sporting days. On the latter occasions a little refreshment may be administered as occasion may require. Those kept indoors should be allowed to run a little after meals, when they generally require an evacuation. If a dog be regularly exercised, he will seldom even soil around his kennel, and a healthy house pet is rarely troublesome, except after eating. If a dog be uncleanly in the house, he should decidedly be broken of it, although it would be useless to correct him unless he has a fair opportunity of avoiding it. He should be invariably taken to the spot, be sufficiently twigged there, and unceremoniously scolded into the yard. The punishment will be far more justly administered if the animal be let out at regular intervals. This being done, he will not attempt to infringe the law, except in cases of dire necessity. I am satisfied, as a general rule, that a well-amalgamated mixture of animal and vegetable is the most healthful diet for dogs of all ages, breeds, and conditions. Dogs living in the house should on no account be fed on raw meat, as it gives them a very offensive smell, and is in other respects very unsuitable. End of final section on the feeding and management of dogs. End of Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse.